Tests, die werden da vorne ausgegeben. Ne? Das ist ja so eine eure interne Sache. Ich wurde mich halt gerade schon von einer Besucherin darauf angesprochen. Da kann ich auf jeden Fall darauf hinweisen. Super. Ja, die fragen nur so, ja, Headsets wurde hochgeschickt und ich weiß nicht wohin.
Das heißt, von euch teilt keiner die Headsets aus? Da saß doch gerade noch einer.
Ja, also weil von unserem eigenen Team niemand. Aber das ist dann, ja, dann weiß ich auf jeden Fall Bescheid.
Okay, aber es kommt gleich ein Student und der braucht eine Ansage, das Teil, der Kopfhörer hingeben, fertig.
Alles klar, super, Dankeschön.
Das sollte jetzt auch da sein.
Super.
Ja, Subi, wir haben es.
So, Test, 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 1, 2, Test. Test, 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 1, 2. Test, 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 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
können
Ist
auch
das
das
okay,
Ding
wenn-
hier, können wir auch, glaube ich, komplett runterklappen. Dann könnte man das hier noch...
Ich würde die erstmal hier so unten.
Na, das würde ich nicht vielleicht bevorzugen, weil wenn wir nämlich jemanden haben, der zu klein ist, dann
Ach, der stellt sich da hin, ne? Alles
der
klar.
zieht sich das raus halt.
Ich guck mal, ob ich noch so einen Stehtisch
Ich denke, dass wir das mit einem
organisiert
Tisch auch noch hinkriegen.
Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen. Könnt ihr mich alle hören? Sehr schön. Ganz kurz, wir fangen ein paar Minuten später an. Also ihr könnt euch jetzt noch ganz gelassen hier ein bisschen unterhalten. Aber ich freue mich, dass ihr so pünktlich seid. Bitte das beibehalten, denn wir haben auch einen Livestream und da müssen wir uns wirklich ein bisschen an den Schedule halten, dass wir da nicht zu schnell werden oder viel zu langsam werden. Also wir fangen ein paar Minuten später an, aber geht nicht so weit weg. Okay? Danke. Guten Morgen. Hört sich furchtbar laut an oder ist es gut? Thumb up? Wunderbar. Und jetzt nochmal alle, bevor ich von dem Podium falle hier, jetzt nochmal alle einfach ein bisschen winken, wenn ich bereit bin. Dann mache ich ein Foto. Wir haben eine professionelle Fotografin hier. Vielleicht können wir noch mal eins machen. Und dann beginnen wir. Also, guten Morgen jetzt nochmal. Herzlich willkommen zum 15. Internationalen IADA-Kongress hier in Halle. Und ich darf gleich mal sagen, ich bin furchtbar aufgeregt. Man meint ja, das wird besser, aber wird nicht. Da sind so viele Leute und ich kenne so viele. Also verzeiht mir, wenn das ein bisschen holprig wird. Und dann wollte ich die Willkommenrede unbedingt in Deutsch halten. Und irgendwie habe ich vergessen, dass ich schon seit 20 Jahren nicht mehr hier in Deutschland lebe und mein Deutsch so ein bisschen holprig ist. Also auch da bitte ich jetzt schon gleich mal zu Anfang um Verzeihung. So, für alle, die sich nicht mehr erinnern und für die, die neu dazugekommen sind, hier eine Übersicht über alle IADA-Kongresse, die es in der Vergangenheit gab. Die erste Tagung, der Internationale Restauratorentag, fand 1967 in Freiburg, Basel und Zürich statt. Jetzt müsst ihr mal denken, beim nächsten Kongress in 27, also wenn ich rechnen kann, wird IADA 70 Jahre alt. Wir haben heute einige Gäste hier, die seit 1987 an jedem oder fast jedem IADA-Kongress teilgenommen haben. Jetzt würde ich doch gerne mal bitten, wer war denn schon ganz oft bei einem IADA-Kongress? Wer war beim ersten dabei? Wer war in 1987 dabei? Super! Irre! Also, IADA hat Vergangenheit und Geschichte, sage ich da mal. Und ich hoffe, ich lade es also schon mal für nächstes Jahr ein, für den nächsten Kongress ein. Ich hoffe, wir sehen uns in 2027 für die, wie sagt man, Geburtstagsfeier. Ich freue mich, dass dieser Kongress solch eine tolle Resonanz bekommen hat und ich nun heute fast 500 Personen begrüßen darf. Da wir uns ja leider zur letzten Konferenz im Symposium Show It and Save It nicht persönlich treffen konnten, ist es toll, so viele bekannte und neue Gesichter zu sehen. Ich freue mich auf eine Vielzahl von Vorträgen, die Poster und vor allem freue ich mich auf die Gespräche mit Ihnen, euch und auch mehr über euch und eure Arbeit zu erfahren. Ich bin mir sicher, dass Halle und Leipzig als Location ein großer Selling Point waren und wir damit auch so eine hohe Teilnehmerzahl bekommen haben. Die Menschen in Halle sind freundlich, kontaktfreudig, direkt und kommunizieren gerne ohne Umwege. Sprich, wenn man es nicht ganz gewohnt ist, dann ist das nicht unhöflich, sondern normal. Ich hoffe, dass alle in dieser Woche noch ein wenig Zeit haben, um die beiden Städte, Halle und Leipzig, die sehr viel Geschichte, Kunst und Kultur haben, zu erkunden. IADA verbindet. Dies zeigt sich heute ganz deutlich wieder. Es haben sich 456 Teilnehmer angemeldet, sowie 17 Aussteller, die mit etwa 25 Personen angereist sind. Und wir sind aus 34 Ländern vertreten. So, das muss man jetzt einfach mal sitzen lassen, denn wir sind die größte. Wir sind wirklich die größte internationale Organisation für Buch und Papier im Bereich Bibliothek, Archiv und Museen. Und das ist also wirklich irre. Leider haben weltweite Krisen und instabile Situationen auch dazu geführt, dass viele unserer Kolleginnen und Kollegen leider nicht teilnehmen können. Dies ist eine traurige Realität. Für uns, die Vorstandsmitglieder, ist es oft sehr schwierig, zu diesen Zuständen Stellung zu nehmen. Aber natürlich machen wir uns auch Gedanken, wie wir als Repräsentanten für euch, für IADA, die richtigen Worte finden können. Was sind die richtigen Worte? Daher sage ich es einfach mal, was ich empfinde persönlich. Die Nachrichten und Krisen weltweit beunruhigen mich sehr. Ich mache mir vor allem Gedanken um die Menschen in diesen Gebieten und natürlich um unsere Kolleginnen und Kollegen. Ich hoffe, der Livestream ist eine kleine Hilfe für alle, die heute nicht persönlich teilnehmen können und so zumindest gefühlt dabei sind. Wir haben auch, ich sage das jetzt kurz, wir haben auch sehr viele Absagen bekommen. Viele Leute sind erkrankt. Also jetzt haben wir hier einen Raum mit fast 500 Leuten. Und also ich sage mal, das kann passieren, also dass wir erkranken. Und bitte, wenn ihr Hilfe braucht, meldet euch bei uns bei der IADA, beim Vorstand. So, die Vorbereitungen für diesen Kongress haben bereits vor etwa 2 Jahren begonnen. Ich muss sagen, ich bin froh, dass es nun endlich soweit ist. Es war alles recht aufregend, denn die Entscheidung, den Kongress als In-Person-Konferenz zu organisieren, war nicht ganz so einfach. Durch Covid hatten wir Bedenken, dass viele nicht an einer großen Konferenz teilnehmen möchten. Aber wie man ja heute sieht, ist es ja nicht eingetreten. Das ist sehr schön. Wie immer gab es ganz viele E-Mails, die beantwortet werden mussten. Und ein paar von euch wissen ja, wer das ist. Und es gab da auch einige Probleme bei der Zahlung. Einige wollten oft bezahlen. Das ist sehr schön, haben wir gerne. Ich hoffe, wir haben jetzt mittlerweile jedem das Geld wieder zurückgezahlt. Aber im Großen und Ganzen lief doch alles ganz gut. Und wie man so schön im Deutschen sagt, wo gearbeitet wird, werden Fehler gemacht. Und daher bedanke ich mich erstmal bei Ihnen allen für die Geduld und Verständnis für den ehrenamtlichen Vorstand. Ganz, ganz wichtig ist es mir, dem Organisationsteam zu danken, ohne die all dies hier gar nicht möglich gewesen wäre. Und jetzt weiß ich nicht, ob vom Orga-Team überhaupt jemand da ist, weil die rennen die ganze Zeit immer nur rum und organisieren irgendwas. Ist jemand vom Orga-Team da? Dann bitte mal aufstehen. Also, nehmt mal das Dankeschön vertretend in Empfang. Ich kann nur sagen, Hut ab, die haben alles so elegant, schön gelöst, also herzlichen Dank. Und natürlich, ein Kongress würde gar nicht stattfinden, wenn wir keine Sprecher hätten. Wir hatten dieses Mal eine sehr große Anzahl von eingereichten Vorträgen, sodass wir zu meinem Wissen das erste Mal Parallelvorträge durchführen. Es gibt dieses Mal auch nur 3 Tage Vorträge und dafür 2 Tage für Touren und Workshops. Das Aktivitätenprogramm, was zusammengestellt wurde, ist der reine Wahnsinn. Auch hier wieder Hut ab und danke. Wir haben etwa 15 Aussteller im Eingangsbereich und ich hoffe, jeder hat Zeit, sich mit unseren Ausstellern zu unterhalten. Und ganz klar, wie immer, ohne deren Unterstützung wäre eine IADA-Konferenz gar keine IADA-Konferenz. Und dann kommt noch hinzu, dass dieses Jahr doch sehr viele Sponsoren über Werbeanzeigen eingegangen sind. Und es hat sich eine außergewöhnlich hohe Zahl von individuellen Spenden von Teilnehmern hier ist bei uns angekommen. Und dafür möchten wir uns ganz herzlich bedanken. Ein großes Ziel ist es für den IADA-Vorstand immer, die Kongressgebühren niedrig zu halten. Und wie ich weiß vom Vorstand, denn wir kommen alle aus verschiedenen Ländern, ist es sehr subjektiv. Aber ich hoffe, dass der Großteil von euch das so empfindet, dass die Gebühren dementsprechend, wie sagt man im Englischen so schön, reasonable waren. Wir versuchen immer, möglichst, dass alle teilnehmen können, was nicht immer passiert, aber wir hoffen, wir haben uns bemüht, sagen wir es mal so. Denn wir sind alle der Meinung, die Erhaltung von Kulturgut sollte überall und für alle möglich sein. Dann kann ich noch sagen, wenn Sie Fragen oder Feedback haben oder einfach nur Hallo sagen möchten, dann kommen Sie einfach zum IADA-Vorstand und zum Organisationsteam und Sie können uns alle, mich heute jetzt gerade nicht, an einem Button erkennen. Da steht IADA drauf und da könnt ihr uns finden oder ihr kommt einfach zur Information. Ja, und somit sage ich dann einfach mal, ich wünsche allen eine super Zeit hier beim 15. Kongress in Halle und dann noch Leipzig. Enjoy the Congress, the presentations, your colleagues and Halle and Leipzig. Danke. So, jetzt habe ich einen anderen Hut auf. Jetzt war ich gerade die Präsidentin, jetzt bin ich der Chair für die erste Session. Und dann mache ich noch ein bisschen, wie sagt man, Housekeeping. Also, jeder sollte einen Umschlag bekommen haben, wo verschiedene kleine Zettelchen drin sind. Thumbs up. Yay. Also, normalerweise sollte es eine Tasche geben, aber da hat es leider eine Verzögerung gegeben. Also wir hoffen, dass die Taschen vom Drucker noch vor Mittwoch angeliefert werden. Wir haben es probiert. So. Dann in eurem Umschlag sollte Folgendes drin sein. Da sind Zettel drin, wenn ihr Essen bestellt habt. Da steht dann drauf, Montag, Dienstag, Mittwoch, was ihr bestellt habt. Bitte nicht plötzlich denken, ach, heute fühle ich mich mal nach vegan. Bitte nicht einfach was wegnehmen. Bitte das nehmen, was ihr bestellt habt. Denn wir haben versucht, ein bisschen nachhaltig zu arbeiten und wollen also kein Essen wegwerfen. Also bitte dran halten und gerne würden wir es auch so haben, dass alle das bekommen, was sie bestellt haben. Oh ja, und dann habt ihr noch ein Ticket für die Party at Turm Halle am Mittwoch. Da habt ihr auch ein Ticket drin und wenn ihr einen Gast mitbringen wollt, müsst ihr euch nochmal beim Infopoint melden, dass wir wissen, wer kommt. Denn das müsst ihr dann noch dazu kaufen, das Gästeticket. In eurem Umschlag sind 2 Getränkebons. Das sind 2 Drinks auf die IADA. Und wenn ihr weiter trinken möchtet, könnt ihr das dann kaufen. In Cash. Barkasse bitte. So. Oh, und dann eben ganz wichtig, die Preprints. Auch das war eine Entscheidung. Wir haben gesagt, wir drucken jetzt keine 500 oder 1000 Preprints aus, weil die dann immer übrig sind. Und ihr konntet die bestellen. Und wenn ihr euch jetzt aber umentschieden habt, tut es mir leid, das müsst ihr warten. Ihr könnt die jetzt noch nicht kaufen. Wir müssen abwarten, bis alle, die sie bestellt haben, abgeholt haben. Und dann schauen wir mal, was übrig ist. Und ansonsten müsst ihr halt selbst ausdrucken zu Hause. Das ist dann leider so. Aber wir dachten, es ist vielleicht besser, als immer diese Preprints viel zu viele zu haben und dann landen sie im Abfall. Und jetzt letztes, Moment. Dann wurde mir gesagt, Channel 1 bei der Übersetzung ist Englisch, Channel 2 ist Deutsch und für die Aktivitäten, wenn ihr da noch Lust habt, gibt es am Dienstag zwischen 1 und 3 eine Aktivitätensprechstunde mit der Fanny Barthold. Es gibt noch ein paar Sachen, die offen sind, da kann man sich dann jetzt auch noch nachträglich anmelden. Ja, ich habe bestimmt was vergessen, aber ich mache jetzt mal Schluss. Ich sage jetzt einfach mal, wir beginnen mit dem ersten Vortrag. Und unser erster Vortrag, jetzt muss ich hier gucken, wo ist das? Das ist die Emma Turner mit Conserving Michelangelo's Epiphania Cartoon. Emma.
Good morning. Many thanks to IADA for inviting Megumi Mitsumura and myself to give our paper on conserving Michelangelo's Epiphania cartoon here today. Although it's only me presenting, it reflects both our work and the work of many colleagues involved in the project over the years. This briefly outlines the structure of our presentation. We will give an overview of the cartoon and the project history, followed by an in-depth look at the current framing decisions. We felt that framing was an important topic to highlight, as it is an integral element of our preservation strategy for Epiphania. Epiphania was drawn by Michelangelo between 1550 and 1553, and is one of only 2 surviving cartoons by the Renaissance master. Epiphania measures just over 2.3 meters in height by 1.7 meters in width. The cartoon was drawn to aid Michelangelo's biographer and fellow artist Asciano Condivi in the production of a panel painting. The painting is seen here on the right. The cartoon consists of 26 overlapping sheets of reale paper, the most common size found in extant Renaissance cartoons. 9 of these sheets are full size, and the remainder are trimmed by varying amounts. The drawing medium is black chalk and charcoal. We see that there is a reasonable correlation between the cartoon and the painting, though they are now slightly different in size, as the cartoon has been trimmed along the left edge. It is speculated that where design changes exist in the painting, it is because Condivi struggled to interpret Michelangelo's frequently redrawn lines. We presume the left edge was trimmed due to irretrievable damage, as it seems likely that the cartoon was accidentally wetted or exposed to damp at some point. Our observations show that the extant left edge is notably weaker when compared to the rest of the cartoon, showing paper delamination and a spongy characteristic. During 2006, an exhibition of Michelangelo drawings prompted the first close examination of the cartoon since the 1980s. The cartoon was deinstalled from permanent display and transported to the Hirayama Conservation Studio, which was one of the few conservation spaces that could accommodate a work of such size. The primary question posed during this assessment was whether the pine panel on which the cartoon was mounted was causing damage. Measurements were taken in multiple sample locations between the cartoon, which has a 19th century paper lining, and the pine panel. The measurements all confirmed that high levels of acetic acid were present. Because of these findings, treating Epiphania became a priority, but first space had to be found. The opening of the British Museum's World Conservation and Exhibition Centre enabled Epiphania to come to the new studio in 2018, and it was then that the conservation project commenced. Lifting the cartoon from the pine panel was the first treatment objective. Examination found that the cartoon's 19th century lining was directly adhered at the front edges of the panel, and that this attachment was reinforced by layers of paper tape and linen. The bottom layer of paper tape was directly adhered onto the recto of the cartoon, overlapping the cartoon edges by up to 2 centimeters. To lift the cartoon, all paper tapes and linen were peeled away in individual layers. It was possible to remove some layers dry using a scalpel and tweezers, whilst other layers required the adhesive to be softened using brush application of water. Where the lining was directly adhered to the panel, it was undercut using a scalpel. The completion of all of these stages enabled the cartoon to be lifted. Another major focus of the project was to create a detailed digital record for Epiphania. This included making a digital condition map, as seen on screen, and in capturing direct light, UV, and infrared photography. We also collaborated with the Factum Foundation, who used high-resolution 3D scanning to digitize the surface of the cartoon, providing us with a multi-layered viewing tool. To better understand Epiphania as a functional drawing, we carried out practical research in the making and use of Renaissance cartoons. Referring to texts on Renaissance workshop practice, we made several cartoons and used them to try and answer questions we had about Epiphania. We wanted to understand how Epiphania's cartoon sheet was prepared, as it showed a complex series of under and overlapping joins. We suggest that the formation of the large sheet was by initially preparing smaller groups of paper. We think that 2 pieces of reale paper were adhered together, followed by the joining of 2 pairs into a rectangular group of 4. Groups of 4 were then joined to another group of 4, with the sheet increasing to the desired size and shape. This method fits with the joins seen in Epiphania, but also reflects an expedient approach for workshop assistance, and therefore may have had widespread use. We also wanted to find out how the design may have been transferred for Condivi's painting, as Epiphania shows no evidence of pricking or stylus marks. Because no physical trace remains, we think that a substitute or secondary cartoon must have been made. Our trials showed that by using an interleaving charcoal blackened paper, it is possible to successfully transfer a design to a substitute without leaving a trace. For example, using charcoal paper, we were able to boost the copy of the central drawing by very lightly running a bone folder over the design. A final comment for the 2018 to 2019 phase of the project is to say that there was wide consultation, which included 2 international expert meetings. Invited guests included Renaissance cartoon experts, international conservators, and paper historians. All guests generously shared their experience and built a forum where findings and potential treatment options were discussed. In 2022, following the pandemic and the retirement of the 3 senior conservators working on Epiphania, the project was handed to Megumi Mitsumura and to myself to complete. As we had not previously been involved in the project, a large part of our initial work was going through the existing material to familiarize ourselves with what was known about the cartoon, what research had already been carried out, and what treatment had been completed. We were especially interested in the provenance history of Epiphania, as we felt that it may be a key to unlocking greater understanding of the cartoon's current condition. There were tantalizing glimpses of information. For example, archival records told us that the cartoon was within a walnut frame as early as the 16th century. The provenance information shows that from 1564 until 1824 that the cartoon was in Italy, largely passing down through family or fortuitous connection. In 1824, having appeared on the art market, Epiphania travelled to the UK and became part of the Thomas Lawrence collection. A very satisfying piece of research showed that Epiphania travelled to the Netherlands between 1838 and 1850, when the cartoon was purchased by King Willem II. Although this information was within several art history texts, the information had not been known to our curators, and we therefore added to the British Museum's provenance record. Epiphania returned to the UK in 1850 and ultimately was donated to the British Museum, becoming formally acquired in 1895. Of the previous owners, Samuel Woodburn was especially interesting. He had acquired Epiphania for Thomas Lawrence in 1824, owned it himself between 1834 to 38, and again owned Epiphania from 1850 until his death in 1853. It was not the frequency with which Samuel Woodburn owned the cartoon that we found most interesting, but the reach which he and his 3 brothers, William, Alan, and Henry, had in the 19th century art world. From the 1810s until the 1850s, the Woodburn brothers had a thriving business as picture and master drawing dealers, print publishers, and perhaps most interestingly, as frame makers and picture restorers. A final piece of research on Samuel Woodburn shows that he sold coloured paper. This was especially interesting as Epiphania's 19th century lining is made with a brown paper. This brown paper cannot have been applied earlier than around 1850, which coincides with the second time that Samuel Woodburn owned Epiphania, as scientific analysis confirms the presence of wood pulp. Paper historian Peter Bauer has identified it as a mid-19th century machine-made paper which was possibly used for wrapping. We think it is possible that the lining was applied by the Woodburns during their second ownership, as we know that their business had both the materials and the skills to do so. These thoughts are speculation, but it is exciting to unearth so many coincidences related to an intervention that has had a significant impact on the current condition of epiphania. Another primary area of research was to build the history of epiphania at the British Museum. Here, we were surprised to find very little information. After being formally acquired in 1895, reportedly within an oak frame, we are confident in assuming that epiphania has been on near continuous permanent display. We are confident in this because it has consistently been viewed as one of the highlights of the entire museum, and because its size has always posed a storage problem. The first image we have of epiphania at the museum was taken for Johannes Wilder's 1953 catalogue of Italian drawings. We presume that the photograph was captured in the 1950s, shortly before the publication of the catalogue. The first conservation record for epiphania, a condition report, is dated to 1987. By this date, epiphania was without the oak frame it arrived in and was displayed within a wall case. We do not know when the frame was disposed of, but the testimony of a former staff member suggests that the frame's glass smashed in the 1950s, and therefore the change seems likely to have occurred after this date. In 2006, epiphania was given a new display solution when London framers Arnold Wiggins and Sons were commissioned to make a new frame, a carved frame made of jelly-tong wood, which was glazed with 6.6mm TrueView glass. Epiphania remained in this frame until conservation began in 2018. Although the early British Museum record was sparse, with careful observation, it was possible to extract important condition information. The photos left to right are sequential in the cartoon's photographic record, and what is especially interesting is that they attest to an undocumented conservation intervention. If we look at the Wilder catalogue images on the left, it is possible to see holes which are the result of fixing the cartoon to a strainer. For clarity, the locations of the tacking holes have been highlighted with a red X. If we compare this detail to the next known photographs, shown on the right, we can see that the tacking holes are no longer visible and there is less space at the edge of the drawing. This shows that the edges of the cartoon were therefore covered with the paper and linen tapes that reinforced the mounting at an undocumented date between the early 1950s and 1987. I will now move on to discuss a major focus of the current project, namely the remounting and framing of epiphania. Having lifted epiphania from the pine panel, a following treatment objective was the provision of a new conservation-grade panel. Owing to the size of the cartoon, we quickly realized that there was no material in which a single sheet could meet the dimensions of epiphania. This was a hugely complicating factor and proved significant in our process of deciding which material we should use. We needed a solution that not only stayed flat in its own right, especially when the pull forces associated with mounting act on the panel, but we also needed to ensure that we had a material that could be exactly and robustly joined to give a perfectly flat finish. We discounted paperboard materials such as Tycor, as we had previous experience of them warping over such large formats, even when counted on the verso. Therefore, we had to look outside of our familiar materials. With this in mind, we sought expertise from our colleagues at the National Gallery in London, as the production of large-scale panels is a routine part of their work. They recommended cellite, which they used for their paintings and also for their Leonardo cartoon, the so-called Burlington House cartoon. Cellite has the advantage of being inert, rigid, stocked in 2 depths, and with various sheet finishes. A final consideration is that it is significantly lighter than a solid pine panel. We quickly realized that precisely joining the 2 cellite sheets to form the panel was beyond our expertise. We therefore subcontracted the production of a panel to an external technician who has extensive experience in this work. The 2 sheets were joined using dacrylite-sealed pine wood battens, which were inserted into slots created by channeling out the cellite's honeycomb core with a hammer and chisel. Slots were located at the outer edges and as a central tongue join. Battens were then adhered into position with a permabond adhesive. The whole process was carried out in such a way as to ensure that the resulting surface is completely flat. The difference between the National Gallery's panels and ours is that we are fully encapsulating the cellite with 2200 micron buffered museum board. Although this will add to the weight of the panel, we wanted to add extra buffering material to be in direct contact with the cartoon. A primary layer of mount board will fully encapsulate the panel, whilst a secondary layer of mount board will be applied to the recto and sides only. The primary layer of mountboard will be adhered with araldite, an epoxy resin. An epoxy adhesive has been chosen for this job due to the superior bond it offers, and this is especially important given that we expect epiphaneia to exert a significant pull force when mounted. The secondary layer of mountboard will be adhered with wheat starch. This image shows our conservation mounters in the process of applying this layer to a smaller test panel of the same construction. Tests using this panel are ongoing, and we are looking at both the materials and construction of the panel and also how we will mount the cartoon, for example, whether we attach to the recto or to the verso of the panel. A new frame was required in conjunction with the cellite panel, as it was agreed that the uncovered edges of epiphaneia should now be shown. To achieve this, a larger frame aperture and ultimately a larger frame were needed. We discussed our framing options with many institutions, but especially the National Gallery in London. Their expertise in framing large format works guided us to choose an aluminium display case with a separate veneer frame. We subsequently employed an experienced contractor to design the display case, oversee the production, and coordinate all aspects related to the framing and gallery installation. The display case will provide all the structural elements to support the mounted cartoon, will provide tighter climactic control, and will provide handling solutions for the safe movement of what will be an extremely heavy object. On this final point, it is worth saying that we estimate the weight of the whole system to be no less than 300 kilograms. The veneer frame simply acts as a false frame which fits over the aluminium case and has a purely aesthetic role. And this slide shows an example of a veneer frame and its corresponding display case. Here we see the design for our epiphaneia display case. The display case, which is made of aluminium, is formed of a main frame and 3 subframes which fit inside of the main frame. The role of the subframes is to make each component independent of each other, enabling the safest and easiest removal from the case. A is the main frame into which subframes B to D are fitted. B is the subframe which will hold the glass glazing, and the glass that we have chosen is 8.8mm true view laminated glass. C is the subframe into which the cartoon, mounted on the cellite panel, will be fitted, and D is the subframe at the back of the main frame that retains all other subframes in position. It pairs with a wall-mounted hanging bracket, which will hang the entire display case and the veneer frame. And this slide shows the relationship between the retaining ring subframe and the hanging bracket, which will be used for display. Here we see a profile view of the frame and subframes, which is perhaps slightly easier to understand. The front of the display case is the right of the diagram, and included within this view is where epiphaneia sits within the structure, and the powder-coated aluminium spacer, which will separate the glazing from the cartoon. A marble seal package will be made around the glass retainer subframe and the panel subframe to tightly control the environmental conditions surrounding the cartoon. This is an important detail, as the gallery epiphaneia will return to on permanent display has environmental conditions which fluctuate across the year. Within the marble seal package, we will embed a handwell sensor to closely monitor the environmental conditions immediately surrounding the cartoon. The sensor will be inserted through a hole made in the frame spacer. We approached the head of framing at the National Gallery to produce the veneer display frame, and were delighted that they accepted the project. 4 bespoke frames were offered, each containing carved details which reflected the 16th century context of the cartoon. And of the 4, we selected the frame outlined in red. The frame includes carving typical of the 16th century and out-thrown corners which reflect details seen in Michelangelo's architectural drawings. The surface of the frame is made from European walnut, and the structural elements will be made from either pine or Italian poplar. A sample corner has already enabled the aesthetics to be refined. For example, how distressed the gilding should be, and how dark to take the wood stain. It also provides a means to define precisely how and where it should be attached to the display case. Before finishing this presentation, I am very aware I should provide a brief update of the conservation of epiphaneia itself. At the point of submitting the abstract for this presentation, we remained in the decision-making stage of how to treat the cartoon. 2 approaches were considered, either very minimal or highly interventive. It was not clear which represented the safest and most ethical option. We could only equip ourselves to answer our questions by assessing the verso of the cartoon, which had not been accomplished before. In looking at the verso, we needed to assess whether the quality and attachment of the lining paper offered sufficient support in a new mounting scenario, and what challenges we would face if we removed it. At the end of 2022, we achieved the important step of turning Epiphania over for the first time. Full assessment of the verso showed that the lining paper was lower quality than thought in 2018. It is very short-fibred, showed evidence of fracturing, and has inclusions such as large pigment particles, rope fibres, and straw. Removed fragments of the lining paper were tested and found to leach colour on prolonged contact with water, making it a huge risk should there be a flood. Finally, it was clear that several air pockets existed between the cartoon and the lining paper, undermining the assumed level of support. Therefore, at the start of 2023, we decided that removing the lining was the best course of action to ensure the preservation of Epiphania. As seen on the right, the brown lining paper has now been removed, revealing the verso of the cartoon immediately underneath. Temporary repairs were made to support the cartoon during this process. A thick starch and animal glue is applied across the entirety of the verso, and there are many unsuitable historic repairs. We are currently working to remove both, though the degraded nature of the paper is making this extremely difficult. In the coming months, we will continue progressing the cartoon towards a new lining, which will enable the mounting and framing. The cartoon will be exhibited in a British Museum temporary exhibition next May, so we have a very tight deadline to achieve this work. The practical conservation of Epiphania is a huge undertaking. It is the largest drawing in the British Museum's collection, and is by far the most technically challenging treatment our team has ever faced. If IADA is willing to have us back in a few years' time, we would love to discuss the details of the conservation with you, but until then, wish us luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Questions? Now is the time to ask. Can you please, before we get started, again, introduce yourself, just quick name and institution, country.
Good morning, Emma. This is Frank Mowry from Florida, USA. Couple questions. During your examination of this piece, were there any indications on how Michelangelo might have drawn it, being such a large format? Would he have mounted it to a wall and done his drawings? Would he have mounted it to a panel, perhaps? Were there any kind of indications that might have led to how he physically drew such a large piece?
Well, we don't have any evidence from the cartoon itself, but Renaissance workshop practice, texts on Renaissance workshop practice indicate that it could either be drawn in an upright position, so attached to a wall or a panel, or on the floor. There are pluses and minuses to both points. So obviously if it's upright, it's easier to see the whole composition, to sort of draw it sort of in a more full sense, but you need equipment such as scaffolding. Right. If it's on the floor, you have the detraction of potentially kneeling over it and sort of having difficulty in reaching the centre. We don't have any evidence, but we did trial both ways. We also trialled how it might have been transferred in such a large format, and we thought it would be possible to unroll the cartoon as we were sort of using a charcoal blackened interleaving layer to transfer to a secondary cartoon. So we thought that might be a possibility for the substitute, but there's no obvious answer for how he actually drew it.
Okay. One other question about your framing. You're enclosing it into a Marvel seal package, but I didn't hear you suggest that there might be some art sorb or silica gel mounted into it to accommodate the fluctuations that you said will be happening in the exhibition hall. Is that something you would consider?
We are going to use, because we're using so much buffering mount board, we think that that will be sufficient. We will also carefully control the marble seal package when we make it, so we will set it to our particular desired humidity level. And then the handwell sensor itself will provide details on how well that package is performing. And if we need to remake the package, we'll have that data really clearly and really readily just from embedding the handwell sensor into it.
Any other questions?
So hello, my name is Tara Laubach and I'm from the Zentrum für Bucherhaltung in Leipzig, the Center for Book Restoration, and my question is related to exactly how the cartoon will be mounted onto this aluminium board. So will it be glued directly onto it? That I didn't really understand that fully.
So we're using the cellulite panel, which will be encapsulated with mount board. So we can use our traditional adhesives, but we're still in the process of working out exactly how we will do that. So we are looking at whether we make an attachment to the recto or to the verso, and whether we use simply a lining which is extended margins, or whether we apply separate margins onto the edges of the lining and then wrap them around either to the back or to remake the attachment to the front. We have a test panel which is just over half the size of the cartoon, so a significant size. And we've made cartoons which mirror the exact same structure of the cartoon using papers of similar degraded nature, although obviously we don't have a kind of mid-16th century paper to trial on. But we are really robustly looking at how we are going to do it and what is the best mounting solution. But we are not quite there yet because the conservation has proved much more challenging than we anticipated.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Wir haben noch Zeit für ein paar Fragen, wenn ihr noch Fragen habt.
Yes, thank you. This is Tessa Rietveld, Stedelijk Museum Amsterdam. I have a question about the epoxy resin you use. Do you have any idea about the performance? Because it's going to be climatized and it's inside this pocket.
Absolutely. So we've body tested all of the materials that we were using in the within the kind of the frame and mounting structures, and they all passed within a Marvel Seal sort of package scenario. So we are confident that it will perform, that they are conservation grade, and we also are confident in the bond that it offers, because we have to rely on our experienced colleagues at the National Gallery who frequently use it. So we are fairly certain that it will be a sufficiently suitable adhesive for such a strong pull force, which is what we're fully anticipating Epiphania will exert. But again, that's one of the things that our test panel will confirm, hopefully.
Hello, Veronika Schrieder, States Archive, Saxonia, Sächsisches Staatsarchiv. What will happen to the lining paper from the 19th century? You removed it, but it tells a story in itself, so will you keep it? Will you tell the story?
Yeah, absolutely. We obviously we took extensive photographs prior to removing it, and we have significant sections of the lining paper that we removed and will keep for the record. It will be kept alongside the condition records, which we have sort of many hard copies at the British Museum, so we will store it there. The lining paper itself we couldn't remove sort of very cleanly because it had a sporadically quite strong attachment to the verso of the cartoon, and variously where there were air pockets not so good an attachment. And where there were air pockets, we kept the large sections, and we'll refer to those, and we can do further testing on those should we need to. But it was exactly the removal that enabled us to confirm that it was the right decision. So seeing that there were air pockets, seeing that it leached colour, which would have been a huge problem in a flooding scenario, was really useful to have.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, going once, twice, okay. Thank you, Emma.
Thank you.
Noch ganz kurz, speaking in English now. Before we go to the next talk, I did forget a few things to mention that the upper balconies, they're not for us. So in the future, we try not to sit up there. Just please respect that. And after lunch in the afternoon, just want to remind everyone there's going to be parallel sessions. So there's going to be sessions in here, Lecture Hall 1. They're indicated in the program with a pink button. And downstairs in Lecture Hall 2, indicated with a blue button. So I would say, try to look at the schedule and prepare yourself, see what you want to attend. And also, we have a little surprise for tomorrow after the talks, so I would encourage you to stay. And then, also tomorrow evening, is the General Assembly. And many of you members told us you would attend the General Assembly, and you should have in your package, I can vote flag. So please bring this. This is the easy entrance to come in here for tomorrow night. So, let's go to the next talk. We're going to have our next speaker, Alison Gratz. She's going to be presenting layer buildups, flaking, and fragility levels in friable media drawings. Alison.
Hi, so just as a quick introduction, my name is Alison Gratz. I'm currently a fourth-year student in book and paper conservation at the University of Amsterdam. And so last year I wrote my master thesis on layer build-ups, flaking, and fragility levels in friable media drawings. And I looked at Belgian symbolist artist Leon Speard's drawings as a case study. And so here's just a quick outline of my presentation. So I'll be starting with a very brief introduction, so the context of the research, and then I'll go into the research question and the hypothesis. After this, I'll quickly describe the case study, so Lense by Leon Speard, before going into the methodology, so the mock-ups that I made, that I made to look into the concept of fragility levels and flaking. I'll then discuss the results and just round everything up in a small conclusion. So as an introduction, the conservation issue with friable media is that there is currently still quite a lack of knowledge when it comes to its behavior and materiality, specifically because of the adhesion issues. And so more recently, the Friable project was set up, and it's going to run between 2022 and 2026, and is an interdisciplinary project run between, among others, the Royal Museum of Fine Arts of Belgium, the Rijksmuseum, KU Leuven, KIK IRPA, and Slav La Cambre in Belgium. And the aim of this project is to, among others, like understand friable media better, as well as to establish guidelines and protocols for these types of objects. But at this point, I would just like to quickly say I won't go into detail about friable project itself, because tomorrow there will be a talk by Marie-Noël who will talk more about this specific project. And I would highly recommend you to attend that. But during my master thesis kind of research, I was able to visit the Royal Museum of Fine Arts of Belgium, and I got to see these two paintings that are part of the research project of the friable project. And well, these paintings stood out because there was quite the severe amount of flaking and cracking, and we didn't really fully understand what it was about. But visual observations kind of showed that this cracking and this flaking was it was worse in areas that had a friable media underneath a paint-like layer. And so based on this, I kind of started asking myself, how does different layering orders, or how does a layer build-up influence the fragility level of drawings containing friable media? And I was specifically looking at friable media in combination with paint, or in this case gouache or oil pastels. And in order to further understand this interaction, I wanted to ask myself, what happens when these layers separate, where and why does it separate, and how does a specific component in the paint contribute to this flaking and fragility? So based on readings and these observations, I set up this hypothesis. So regardless of the organization of layers, I hypothesized that more binder in the paint layer would contribute to more flaking and therefore increase the fragility level of drawings containing friable media. I took this hypothesis from an article by Roche et al. From 2002. So I read the article and kind of got the idea that a larger amount of binder would cause the gouache, so the paint layer, to dry more more rigidly, and therefore this would then increase the brittleness and the risk of flaking. And this increased brittleness and risk of flaking, in combination with the adherence problems that come with pastels, that these two combined would create a more fragile artwork. So let's have a closer look at Lente by Leon Spiert, so one of the case studies. So Leon Spiert was a Dutch symbolist artist from the late 19th, early 20th century, and most of his artworks are currently housed in Brussels by the Royal Museum of Fine Arts. And as you can see on this image, there are quite a few areas that have a bit of cracking, flaking, and there's also quite a bit of loss. And as you can see on the two close-ups on the right side, this area seems to be more damaged than the others, and it seems like there is a friable pastel layer underneath this paint-like medium. And so looking at the museum records, I initially assumed it was gouache, because that's also a medium, according to literature and other archival documents. Gouache was a very popular medium, or Lente liked working with it a lot. What was really handy with this artwork is that while it was set up for exhibition, one time a flake came off and it was then collected from the Passepartout, and because of this we were allowed to look at it in further detail under a microscope as well as with chemical analysis. So under a microscope it had a more waxy appearance, and it seemed to be composed of three different components. So first of all, there was a more black medium. Number 2 points towards a more blue waxy medium. And as you can see with arrow number 3, there is a very waxy white transparent material in there as well. And as I just said, museum records stated it was possibly gouache. However, this visual appearance kind of is a first indication that this was not the case. Because if you look at a close-up of gouache, this would have a more heterogeneous appearance. Your flakes would have clearer edges, and well, it would not look as waxy. And so we basically took this to a chemical analysis, and it was analyzed with FTIR and GCMS. And we found, among others, like paraffin, wax, and fatty acids, as well as Prussian blue, charcoal, and gypsum. Again, looking at the museum records that stated it was gouache, this kind of is a second indication that this is not a case, because paraffin, wax, and fatty acids is not incredibly common with gouache. Gouache would have had traces of like a polysaccharide binder, which was not the case here. So the visual analysis in combination with the chemical analysis kind of show like, oh, this is not gouache, but it is rather a wax or an oil-based medium. And so with this information, we were kind of able to have a closer look at the different damaged areas. So as you can see, the more damaged areas on the right had a blue kind of more pastel-like friable media layer underneath, and the top paint-like layer ended up being, well, oil pastel rather than gouache. But there were still other areas that were damaged, but not to this point. And you can see how the extent of the damage kind of changes depending on how this media was layered. And so with all of this information, I decided to create mock-ups to investigate how different variables would increase or decrease the flaking and therefore also like the overall fragility of an object. So I decided to look into these following layer buildups. So gouache on cardboard, gouache, then like an intermediary pastel layer on cardboard. I inversed this, and then I also did the similar layer buildups, but I used oil pastel instead because that's what was found on Lente. I decided for the actual gouache to look at two additional variables, so the thickness as well as the quantity of the binder, to look and investigate the original research questions that I had raised. And well, I applied my mock-ups, so these different layer buildups and this different media on a cardboard support, because that was also the support that was very similar to what Lente was created on. And so with all of these variables, I know it seems a little complicated with all of these variables and all of these abbreviations, but I ended up making 15 types of mock-ups. That I then, so this is what a mock-up looked like. It was a strip of cardboard with the different layer build-ups. And this strip was then later cut up into 4 pieces, so 4 squares. One was kept as a control sample, and 3 of these extra squares were subjected to artificial aging. Artificial aging was done in climate chambers for 3 weeks at a fluctuating relative humidity between 25% and 75% for an hour each. The temperature was kept constant at 60 degrees Celsius. After that, I mounted these square samples in a PUSPAR 2 and replicated or simulated like hanging motions to kind of induce flaking and damage. And so now I would just like quickly like to introduce the results by looking at the groups of the layer buildups. So if we look at the mock-ups that only had a gouache layer, but I played around with like different thicknesses or different amounts of binder in the gouache layer, I didn't really find differences when it comes to flaking. So like the main type of damage that occurred was cracking. And as you see also, as for example, on these 2 types of photos, with the thin gouache layer with the small amount of binder, but the thick gouache layer and the small amount of binder, so different thickness, but same amount of binder. Nothing really changed other than like the visual appearance in a way. It was hard to look into like internal stresses because, well, during my thesis, time ran out and we didn't have the possibility to look further into this anymore. But well, long story short, it seemed like it would mainly change visually, and during handling, no flakes came off. So at this point, we can say, yeah, changing the amount of binder or the thickness didn't really contribute to like additional fragility. When we look at the next type of mock-up, so when there is a dry pastel layer introduced in the middle, there like a different type of damage occurred. So there was more delamination, flaking, or paint loss, and powdering of the pastel wasn't as prominent during the handling mock-ups. Of the mock-ups. If we compare the mock-ups looking at the different amounts of binder or the thicknesses, they didn't really flake more or less. It's really just the type of damage that changed. And looking at another type of mock-up, so the top layer was a dry pastel layer, and then the intermediary layer was a gouache layer. The main type of damage was powdering, and in this case there was less flaking and less delamination, but powdering of pastel was really the prominent issue here. Except, because we do love a good exception. So if we look at well, this mock-up, you can see it. There's considerably more flaking compared to its like counterparts. So if I would have looked at like 3AX, 3BX, 3BZ, like these mock-ups, they all flaked and cracked in the same way, except the 3AZ that had a thick layer of gouache and a large amount of binder. In all honesty, I do not fully understand what caused this to change compared to its like dry pastel and gouache counterparts. But I kind of have the theory that because it was a thick gouache layer and a large amount of binder, there were like uneven drying rates, and with the application of the dry pastel on top, that was a bit rougher maybe. It just caused the whole thing to kind of crack more than the others. But basically, I hope this was clear because I know it's a lot of information. Like I didn't fully see a correlation between the amount of binder and the thickness of the gouache and how that contributed. So in the sense like increase or decrease the flaking or fragility. But where it started becoming interesting is when I compared mock-ups with different layer build-ups, but the same amount of binder or the same thickness of the gouache layer. So if you look on the left side, those were that's an example of a mock-up with an intermediary like dry pastel layer. And so you can see there are larger flakes. It seems like there's a tiny bit more powdering. And if you compare that to the mock-ups on the right, it's mainly like, so the flakes are considerably smaller. It's more a pastel powdering issue. And so I kind of observed all of my mock-ups throughout the experiments and compared the size of the flakes and the amount of the fallout, the losses, and I found that mock-ups with like the layer buildup on the right had more issues and seemed more fragile during the experiments. And so these observations helped me to establish what I would call like a fragility level hierarchy. So if we still take into account this one exception that acted a bit differently, that would be the first one. But in general, we could see, or I could see that mock-ups with a intermediary pastel friable layer were more fragile and more prone to flaking than the other reverse layer order. And so just as a quick conclusion, this research kind of helped to properly identify the media as oil or a wax-based oil or a wax-based medium like an oil pastel. And it was also helpful to see that, like how they acted differently, and this helped establish, like, oh, there is in fact like different fragility level, and that the layering is a contributing factor to the fragility. And so as just a general application, we can say that multi-layered artworks such as Lente, so the case study, with an underlaying friable media layer is more prone to flaking and to damage, and therefore requires more caution. And so as a result, you have to consider if you want to either limit handling to avoid new damages or aggravate the pre-existing damages, or if you want to perform treatment instead in perhaps the form of consolidation. And at this point, I would just like to say thank you to my professors at the University of Amsterdam and the RCE, as well as everyone involved with the Friable project. And I would like to say thank you to IADA for organizing this conference this week.
You can stay.
Okay.
Thanks, Alison. Do we have any questions? Yes, we do. I see here in the front.
Hi, thank you for your talk. My name is Christa Hoffmann from Vienna. And my question is if you or one of your followers will use the mock-ups for tests of consolidation.
Yes. Oh. Hi? Oh, okay. Yeah, that was actually briefly discussed during a meeting with the Royal Museum of Fine Arts. Like, I still have the mock-ups that I made during my thesis. And as far as I know, they definitely can be used for preliminary testing or for some experiments. And I think that, yeah, that would be a good idea, because it took 3 weeks to age them. So at least they can be used further. But nothing, I don't think anything specific has been planned as of right now.
Frank Maury. Curious, in your painting, you showed that predominantly you were focusing on the two small figures in the lower right corner.
Yeah.
But the rest of the painting seemed to be relatively in good condition. Were you able to, in looking at the piece, try to understand what the artist was trying to do that caused those few areas to flake, whereas the rest of it seemed to be held together? It was just kind of unusual that in just those couple of areas that you had that kind of technique where he was applying different layers, and that seemed to fail. And you also keep mentioning it was done on cardboard.
Yeah.
Or what was it, a rigid cardboard, or was it a thick paper, a pastel type paper?
It was so to answer your cardboard question, well, I would like to preface this by saying I wasn't able to look at the painting unframed. So I looked at it while it was up on display in its frame, and that kind of limited what I was able to see. But it seemed like the cardboard he used was a more like textured cardboard rather than like thicker paper cardboard, if that makes sense. And your second question related more to like his technique, right? He was a very like in a way experimental artist. He was also self-taught. He didn't have a extensive education in like, art and painting. And if you also look at his other types of artworks, he liked using different kinds of medias in different kinds of like layerings. So I'm not too sure what his intention was behind this specific texture and this specific technique in this area. Would that answer your question? Okay.
Gibt es noch weitere Fragen?
Hello, Karin Steiner, MUMOC, Vienna. Thank you for those beautiful pictures of damages. I'm curious if I'm responsible for friable media work, maybe a pastel underdrawing and a gouache above, and I'm not able to do some consolidation, but I have to say, I have to send it to a loan, for example. Are there any parameters or climate window you can suggest? Because to explain my questions, you made your tests with a strong fluctuating humidity, of course. I understand you want to see those results, but I'm wondering if you thought which minimal fluctuations are there, or do I need to cause the damage on your side, testing them, or on the other hand, finding out how is it possible to protect friable media only by controlling climate?
Okay, thank you for your question. I'd be more wait, how should I answer this question? We also noticed like very similar damages on other of his artworks that were housed at different institutions and also have a different provenance background. So I would think that the damage is caused by high fluctuations. So in this case, I would be more inclined to say, store your artworks at, just make sure that to keep the fluctuations to a minimum. So the normal standard, let's say 50 plus minus relative humidity and 20 plus minus 5 for degrees Celsius in temperature. Because it seemed like the cracking was really created by the fluctuations and the material's inability to adapt in time.
So do you think it's only a matter of time, or?
Do you mean the...
No, I'm just wondering if it's possible to prevent those cracks to appear if I only stay in whatever the safe area is? Or do you say those friable building up layers, it will appear, the damage will occur, and there is only the solution of doing some intervention and fixing them? Or is there also the possibility to be very careful in, I don't know, very strong control of the climate?
Could we...
Maybe we can
Laila
discuss
has
it
an
afterwards
answer.
directly.
Yeah. Laila has an answer. She's one of my co-authors / professors. She might be a bit more experienced with this type of material.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'm here with the friable group. So that's actually a question we are looking into. So we're going to get the mock-ups that Alison did to continue and looking into that, because we're not clear about that. And hopefully in a couple of years we'll be back with some answers. But if anyone has suggestions, we are now preparing the mock-ups, so any insight is good.
Thank you.
I did have a question for her, sorry. I just wanted to be nice and wait. I'm sorry, maybe this is a silly question. I really don't know. What is GCMS?
So that was a gas... Can someone help me with the abbreviations?
There's a microphone somewhere. Gas
spectral.
No. Chromatography mass spectroscopy.
Thank you.
I should.
And my other question was for you. So in your samples in the picture, the There were on the right-hand side, there were these dips in the flakes. Did you explain what that was? Or
that was, can we go back?
Can we go back? If we can't figure it out later. That's okay. I was just wondering because they were very prominent.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, what that was.
That was, I would assume, just mainly. I'm trying to think exactly what you're referring to. But I think that was just the way the flake detached from its mock-up. So the way the breaks occurred within that layer.
I come back to you if we can't get there.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is excuse me. Our next speaker is T.K. McClintock, and he will present the conservation and reproduction of historic wall coverings at the Frederick Law Olmsted site. And it's not TK. I can see that. I was wondering. It's Deborah. Deborah La Camera. Is that how you pronounce it?
Close enough.
Did I butcher your name?
It's okay. Good morning. For those of you who know TK, you know that I am not him. I am a longtime protege and colleague of TK's, now partner at the Conservation Studio in Somerville, Massachusetts, United States. So good morning, everyone. I am going to talk about the conservation and reproduction of historic wall coverings at the Frederick Law Olmsted site. Oops. Uh-oh. A little help. I pressed the wrong button. Maybe I should get started. Well, if somebody could help me turn the projector back on. Oops. It seems so simple, but maybe not. Well, I can get started with my introduction. Fairstead, located in suburban Boston, is the home and working facility of the pioneering landscape architecture firm of Frederick Law Olmsted and Sons. Originally based in New York City, Olmsted relocated his practice to a 1810 Federal-style house in 1883. He renovated it as a family residence and to accommodate his busy professional office. The firm remained active at the site until the later 20th century, and in 1980, the National Park Service assumed stewardship of the house office with its extensive archives and grounds. A project to renovate the interiors was initiated in 2010, for which the original wallpapers from the period of interpretation were reproduced in 6 rooms. These included 5 distinct wall coverings generated by suppliers from 4 different countries using 4 methods of production: screen printing, embossed block printing, dyed linen burlap, and mixed furnish colored paper. This presentation will focus on the availability of samples for removal and reference, research into reproduction options, selection of suppliers, quality control during reproduction, and installation in collaboration with the seasoned paper hanger. The timeframes and costs involved will be shared for purposes of reference when wall covering reproduction projects of a similar scale are encountered. along with the strategies for the most authentic and efficient project execution, and some differences between working with entirely original historic wall coverings and reproductions.
I'm so sorry, Deborah, but we have to pause here for a second. We want to get that slideshow going. Just stick around, don't go anywhere. Just give us a few minutes. The good thing is we're running early.
So I think he took the So what am I supposed to press to move forward?
It's very important.
Yes.
Not hit the button.
Okay.
It's not your fault.
Nobody told us.
No, it's
Okay.
it's idiotic that it's just.
Of course, it's right there, and I was thinking right, go for it. Okay, so
the
this one.
Green is right and red is back.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, it's my fault. Okay, I think we're rolling again. Yep. Okay. So Frederick Law Olmsted is credited with the formal establishment of landscape architecture as a professional practice in America. He was born in 1822 and achieved renown for this design of Central Park, New York City. When his two sons joined the practice in 1883, he moved it to a Boston suburb where he purchased Fairstead, a gentleman's farm built in 1810. Olmsted had it altered by C. Howard Walker in a modest style of American aestheticism. The house served as a home, office, and drafting room until 1904, when the property was expanded to accommodate a large staff with improved spaces devoted to drafting, printing facilities, and an archive. The firm of Olmsted and Sons designed major works of landscape architecture throughout North America and survived until 1979, at which point the National Park Service created the Frederick Law Olmsted National Historic Site. The Park Service conservation efforts were initially focused on the preservation of the archives and the post-1904 working studio. The portion of the studio is seen on the right of the plan, in order to provide access to researchers and visitors. During this stage of work, the 1883 portion of the house on the left side of the plan had been repurposed as curatorial and facility offices. Following extensive research by the Park Service, a project was designed to repurpose this original portion as a formal exhibition area highlighting the Olmsted legacy. Even though the original wall coverings were documented within early photographs of Olmsted's working within these spaces, the wall coverings only survived in these 6 rooms as isolated fragments or remnants under moldings, as shown here. The wall coverings included a block printed floral design in blue in the sitting room, a similar pattern in green in the hall and closet, a plain colored paper in the north parlor, which served as the drafting room, a rust-colored fabric in the entry, and a block printed embossed pattern in the library, which also served as the office. The subject of this presentation is the decision-making process and execution of salvage, reproduction, and reinstallation of these 5 different wall coverings. As architectural and paper conservators have come to understand, the conservation of historic wall coverings has become a specialty unto itself within our many areas of professional focus. Generating film material can take the form of in-painting, printing film material, or digital reproductions for larger sections to blend with the adjacent original surfaces. Finally, the use of custom or off-the-shelf accurate reproductions can be an option to replace original wall coverings when conservation is cost prohibitive, felt to be insufficient to address the compromises in condition or appearance, or, as in this case, to replace originals for which there is physical evidence of what was lost. Now, you may ask, why should a conservator be involved in this process when there are curators familiar with historic furnishings, firms that produce or sell accurate historic wall coverings, and specialist wall covering hangers? The reasons we would propose are, first, that the documentation has to be tailored to the project as both a record and a prescriptive proposal. This will include identification of the wall coverings found, their method of printing, number of colors, etc., measured plans and room elevations to identify sample locations, calculate quantities needed, and guide reinstallation. Second, conservation treatments are essential. Samples have to be removed, surface cleaned, and washed as possible to reveal the most accurate colors, mended for handling and flattened for use as references and eventually as archival records. Third is engagement in the reproduction process. This reflects a crucial element of how conservators with experience with historic wall coverings can be particularly helpful. Conservators bring knowledge of production resources and connoisseurship of the methods of original production, allowing us to counsel clients as to where compromises may be possible, tolerable, or unacceptable. Let's begin with the library. In many respects, of the 5 reproductions commissioned, the library was the most technically complicated one. The original relief design included metallic ink and an embossed weave pattern on a textured paper. Following removal and conservation of all original panels, we identified underlaps that revealed the least compromised original colors and cross-referenced those with color swatches. Any number of color systems are available for reference, such as Pantone or Munsell, or in this case, commercially available paint swatches. The paint swatches were sent to the printer with an original full repeat of the printed design for reference. The trial printings were then reviewed, and areas of color and design inaccuracy were directly identified on the trials and returned to the printer. This could involve more than one sequence of reviews, but in our experience, this is not considered burdensome for the printer, as they are equally interested in the best possible product. Finally, the relief printing took place using mineral pigments in a glue binder, and those proofs were also reviewed for accuracy. Atelier Dauphard in Tours, France, was engaged for their particular specialty in the production of low and high relief wall coverings, which the Park Service thought warranted the extra attention and cost associated with this process. The wall coverings for the sitting room, hall, and closet were similar floral designs in 2 different colorways. While the originals were also block printed, these reproductions were screen printed as a cost-saving measure by David Skinner in Dublin, Ireland. The media were Sericol screen printing inks and Aro pigment concentrates, mixed with an acrylic emulsion and distemper-like paint to produce a matte appearance on 140-gram machine-made paper. Extra bottles of the 4 colors were also requested to tone the edges following trimming and for retouching if needed. The plain colored paper used in the North Parlor drafting room was selected specifically by the Olmsteds to serve as a neutral background for display of their working plans. While plain colored papers have a long tradition of use since the 18th century, the paper used here was manufactured from colored pulp rather than rolls coated overall with a colored ground layer. The machine production of this paper was a straightforward process using a combination of colored cotton rag furnish, internally sized with Hercon 80 commercial cornstarch. The papermakers of Papeterie Saint Armand in Montreal, Canada, were so careful in their in-house trials that the first sample sent was approved. For production of the rust-colored fabric in the entry hall, we were referred by a textile conservator to Thistle Hill Weavers, New York. The fabric was reproduced using linen yarn dyed with a direct dye color and woven on a circa 1900 loom in 54-inch wide and 51-yard long bolts. The fabric was finished by mending and burling. Tests were conducted to confirm that thorough wetting would not alter the dye color, and the fabric was lined in our studio with heavyweight machine-made Kozo paper and wheat starch paste to facilitate application to the walls. Of course, all 5 of the wall coverings for use in the 6 rooms were reviewed by the client. Note that 2.5 times the quantity of each wall covering was ordered, both for the extra needed for any installation and so that each room could be replaced in the future when necessary. The original wall covering samples that were salvaged and conserved were placed in the site archives. We're very familiar with the reinstallation of historic wall coverings that we've conserved in our own studio, but the installation of full rooms of reproduction wallpapers involves somewhat different processes and materials. So we worked with a professional paper hanger, both to reduce costs and to take advantage of their technical expertise and specialized equipment. That said, we specified or approved all materials and processes and participated in the installation, making all decisions about pattern placement, seam locations, and correction. The National Park Service staff made all necessary repairs to the plaster on lath walls. For reversibility and to mitigate any imperfections, the walls were covered with medium-weight muslin and a layer of machine-made lining paper, Arrowsmith 150, using commercially prepared wheat starch paste due to the quantities needed. Note that beforehand the fabric was machine washed and dried and the plaster was sized to prevent too rapid absorption of the adhesive. The wall coverings were trimmed for historically appropriate butt joining of the rolls, and the exposed edges were toned as it is considerably more difficult to in-paint glaring white edges after installation. The rooms were orthogonally plotted using a laser to identify areas where vertical and perpendicular adjustments relative to the surrounding moldings were necessary and to identify preferred seam locations. The wall coverings rolls were pasted by machine and by hand. The walls were pasted with rollers and brushes. The wall coverings were positioned and contact was reinforced with both plastic spatulas to remove air bubbles and newsprint to absorb any extra adhesive. Upon drying, the extra was trimmed, and in fact there were occasional small gaps which needed retouching using the media provided. So let's look back and consider what we encountered at the beginning of the project and compare that with the appearance of the rooms following installation of the new wall coverings and exhibition material, and review costs and the duration of each phase of the project. The project was organized in 2010 and was completed 1 year later, so current costs would of course be higher. Nevertheless, the cost of reproduction is generally broken down by fixed costs for artwork and the number of colors, which determines how many screen or relief blocks are needed. Variable costs include the number of trial printings and the final production costs on a per roll basis for the quantities needed. For the 2-color screen printed wallpapers by David Skinner, fixed costs were $1,600 and production costs were $158 per roll, approximately $6 per square foot. The 7-color relief printed and embossed wallpaper by Atelier Dauphard used in the library had fixed costs of $6,000 and production costs of $890 per roll, approximately $38 per square foot. The colored paper used in the North Parlor by Papeterie Saint-Armand cost $66 per roll, approximately $1.25 per square foot. And the custom-dyed linen burlap used in the entry hall cost $78 per 54-inch wide yard and was produced in 2 rolls at a cost just shy of $6 per square foot. The time spent on project design, sample removal and conservation, generating the reproductions, wall preparation, installation, and final documentation was 919 hours, plus a total reproduction cost of $39,000 to cover 4,252 square feet of wall area, approximating $45 per square foot. But please remember 2 aspects of this project. Each room had only 1 wall covering to reproduce. No borders, no dados, no ceiling papers, and enough was printed to enable complete replacement in the future. So before wrapping up, just let me mention a few additional options that may arise when reproductions are needed. Hand-painted reproductions, particularly for Chinese export wall coverings on paper and silk, are available by firms like Desgournay or Allison McDermott. Embossed Japanese leather paper, a craft revived by Takasha Ueda, and is now reproduced by the Kinkara Kami Institute. And finally, digital scanning and printing, either as fill material or replacement if conservation isn't feasible. We've been using digital reproduction since 2008, and the progress made by specialist firms in image capture, manipulation to remove compromises, archival support options, and printing technology is extraordinarily impressive. It is particularly applicable to any room where the patina of exposure and wear is critical for an authentic appearance, particularly if the historic painted finishes are conserved, but where conservation of the original wall coverings is only partially achievable. There will always be a need for reproduction via relief and screen printing, but the particulars of digital production are a very worthwhile subject for a presentation unto itself. In summary, what merited bringing this project to your attention and what contributed to its successful execution? First of all, the National Park Service had done all the necessary detective work to locate the samples and research to determine what was significant about the site that should guide its interpretation and architectural conservation. They were a sophisticated institutional client with access to specialists that could evaluate options and participate in the decision-making process. When a client has fewer resources, the conservator contractor for a similar project would have to either have a comparable level of experience or access to a network of those who do. This was still the case when it came to researching who could best address the very different particulars of reproducing the 5 different wall coverings, and we relied on our colleagues for reference. We hope that this presentation has served the same function for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. And I have to say thank you for going so smoothly through everything and the little hiccup in the beginning. Apologies. This was a wonderful presentation, and thank you for sharing, especially details about costs and the project, how it came together. Do we have any questions for Deborah?
Sorry, I always ask questions. Frank Maury again. Deborah,
Yes.
at what point does Studio TKM choose to restore a wallpaper? I know it's far more expensive in many ways because of the labor, as opposed to reproduction. And did y'all have the consideration to say, do one part of a wall, restore it into using its original paper, and reproduce the rest of it? Just curious as to where the decision comes in to reproduce or restore.
Yeah, that's a very important consideration that comes into the decision-making process very early. In this particular project, the remnants were so few and in such discrete areas that restoration and display of originals was not really an option. There was no single wall of wallpaper remaining. They were only very small fragments. But there are other instances, certainly, where portions of or entire rooms of wallpaper are conserved on site or restored in our studio. And mostly that comes down to the intentions of the client. It also, the reason we showed budgeting information was because budget very often factors into it as well. So there are options running the entire gamut from conserving the entire room to repair or restoration or reproduction or replacement. And there's no one-size-fits-all decision-making model.
I saw a hand up before.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yes. Lea Michael from the Technical University Cologne. I was wondering whether you knew if there were any other fragments or fragments from other layers remaining, or if there was just like this one layer of wall coverings that survived.
So there were remnants of other papers in some of the rooms, but in this particular instance, there were photographic documents photographs within the archives that documented exactly which papers were on the wall during Olmsted's time. Pictures show him in the library space with the backdrop of his bookcases and wallpaper. They also show him in his drafting room. So we had from archival evidence, we could identify and place fragments within their time frame in the history of the house. So yes, sometimes there is a layering. In this case, we were fortunate enough to have supporting archival evidence which told us which layer was the layer most appropriate for the period of interpretation of the house and the space.
Do we have any more questions on wallpapers, projects, costs? Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you.
So we are running a little fast. We're just going to take a few minutes and pause a little bit, so we're not running so fast ahead of the live stream. So just stay where you are, don't go too far, and just 2-3 minutes. And I was told to tell all the speakers after this session to come to the IADA info point and speak with Alberto and Carolina.
It's really bright, is that it? So you just press the one in the middle. Oh, the big green button. Yeah, right. That one? I think so. Forwards. Yep. It looks like it, doesn't it? Okay. God, it's so bright. So it's just the green button. Yeah, yeah. If we go over it, we'll literally be by about 20 seconds or something. We're fine.
I'm not.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Let's slowly take our seats again. All right. I would like to introduce our next two speakers, Emily O'Reilly and Nicola Walker, and how better can a title be? Hanging in there. So welcome, Emily and Nicola.
Good morning. I'm going to go straight in here. Mount Stuart is a neoclassical house in Northern Ireland, home for 250 years to the Londonderry family, and now under the stewardship of the National Trust, a major UK charity that cares for countryside, historic sites, and collections for the benefit of everyone. Between 2011 and 2015, the Trust completed a 4-year interiors and collections restoration project, focusing on the period when Mount Stuart was lived in by Charles, the 7th Marquess of Londonderry, and his wife Edith. Following on from this project, I was asked to look at a rare set of paper bed hangings in the Naples bedroom, not previously treated due to their fragility. At first glance, the hangings looked like textiles, consisting of a full-width flat headcloth and 2 small curtains which can be drawn at the sides. Above these was a half-tester with 2 shaped valances trimmed with decorative pleated frills. The hangings have a floral design, and in imitation of chintz used for curtains, the verso is decorated with smaller patterns, in this case a red star and dot and a green geometric design. The 2 images in the centre show the front and back of chintz fabric curtains on another bed at Mount Stuart, and the similarities between these and the design of the paper bed hangings are clear. The paper hangings also have distinct embossed designs on each side. So why paper curtains? Paper has been used as a cheaper alternative to textiles for hundreds of years and across cultures. And my research directed me to Geoffrey & Co., a well-known wallpaper manufacturer, and the lesser-known Pavi Pretto & Co., both registering designs for paper hangings in the 1870s. Pavi Pretto, based near Guildford, was advertising a patented felted material specially designed for curtains. Aimed at a middle-class audience, elegant, durable and cheap, ready-made curtains could be purchased from between 5 and 30 shillings a pair, and for a further 6pence could be sold with linings. These novelty hangings were exhibited to great acclaim at the London International Exhibition of 1872. During 2019 and early 2020, prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, research visits were made to examine papers in several institutions. It soon became clear that while samples of similar paper had survived, there was limited information about their manufacture or use, and nothing of comparative completeness extant in an historic setting. At the V&A, I looked at 11 pieces that seemed to be commercial samples. They compared favourably with the hangings at Mount Stuart. Although ranging in colour and style, all have the distinctive textured surface. A number had a star pattern on the verso, and several have Pavi Pretto & Co. labels. There were also 2 larger pieces originally made up as curtains. In New York, I saw 3 designs at the Cooper Hewitt Smithsonian Design Museum. Some were samples or fragments, others were made up into curtains, pelmets and tiebacks. Amongst them was a blue and green striped design I had already seen at the V&A, this time with a design registration mark clearly visible at the edge. The symbol with its numbers and letters denotes a registered wallpaper design, dated 29th of July, 1872. Representations books at the National Archives Kew in London contain 43 designs for paper hangings registered by Pavi Pretto & Co. and 2 by Geoffrey & Co. Sadly, the Mount Stuart design was not found amongst them. The Museum of the Home in London has rolls and fragments of a single design of exotic foliage and birds, with the remains of stitching holes evidencing how it was previously made up into curtains. This same design was seen at the National Archives. Strangely, each has different design registration numbers, maybe a Victorian typographical error. Finally, I tracked down a further set of curtains in the collection of Historic New England in Boston. Complete with a similar red star backing paper and trimmed pelmets, they bear a striking resemblance to the valances and frills on the bed hangings at Mount Stuart. Following their launch, reviews of the novelty felted papers made great claims to their qualities, and the various organic materials listed in their manufacture were described in dramatic terms. They were likened to Japanese papers and could be used for the curtains of sick rooms, as they were non-absorbent, easily brushed, and not likely to retain contagion. So far, FTIR and XRF analysis has been carried out at the National Archives. This has confirmed fibres including cotton, linen and hemp, barium sulfate and several pigments. However, we have not found any other unusual plant fibres, nor confirmation of sizing or any additional fillers. Many of the felted papers seen have some sort of embossed surface. Embossing uses two dyes, a raised one and a recessed one, resulting in a textured effect. It is used, for example, on kitchen paper to increase bulk absorbency and softness, and might therefore aid the drape of the paper, making it more like a curtain. Alternatively, the uniform density of embossing may have been designed to create the visual appearance of a textile fabric. Several different embossed designs have been noted. The paper from the Naples bed has two, the flower shape on the recto and the diamond pattern on the linings. Initially, having examined a multi-layered blue paper at the V&A, I had thought the felted papers were laminated, but it seems they were manufactured as single sheets and could be double-layered when supplied ready-made as curtains with linings. The valances of the Naples bed hanging are stiffened with an extra layer in the centre. In March 2020, I presented my research to date at a meeting of the British Association of Paper Historians. Our discussions about the nature and the manufacturing techniques raised more questions than they answered, with some processes, for example sizing and embossing, working against each other. Equally, the use of a thick distemper pigment and even flocking used for wallpapers would prevent the paper from draping easily. In addition, the width of the paper is very similar to that of a wallpaper roll, and the printing techniques are the same as those used in the wallpaper manufacturing process. The blue and cream striped paper seen in 3 different collections was registered as a wallpaper design, and all the designs are listed at the National Archives under the heading Paper Hangings, a term also associated with wallpapers. It seems maybe that Pavi-Preto & Co. had just got too carried away. The 1872 reviews hailed felted papers as a virtually flawless new invention. However, despite being economically produced and sold at a low price, it seems the cheap material and designs were not popular. And by 1876, shortly after the success of the international exhibition, Pavi-Preto & Co. went into liquidation. Perhaps like their later counterparts, the fashionable op-art paper dresses of the 1960s, designed to last only for a few outings, they did not live up to expectations. However, the survival of an example of this short-lived commodity was a rare occurrence and worthy of conservation. And so the story continues.
Thank you, Nicola, and hello, conference. I'm glad the lighting people got my memo about the colours. They've perfectly matched my jumper. I first visited Northern Ireland to view the curtains in January 2020, just as the world was put on hold due to the pandemic. Thank you. And it was not until June 2021 that I was contacted by Nicola and the project began. The decision was also made to involve textile conservators from the National Trust Textile Conservation Studio.
In late August, Rosamond Wetherall, who you can see here with me, who's the senior textile conservator at the Trust, met for the first time at Mount Stuart for the deinstallation and the packing of the bed hangings. Taking them down, Rosamond and I really got to understand and just see how damaged they were. At this point, it was evident that the paper needed repairing, but how this was to be achieved and what the long-term outlook for the survival of the bed hangings was still very much open to discussion. I think there was also, should we retire them? That was another option. So the construction. There are 5 elements of the hangings, which all sit on a metal U-shaped frame which fits over brackets that are in the wall. Attached to the frame with cotton ties is a roof made of hessian with cotton sateen, which you can see from underneath if you're lying in the bed. Then there's the outer valance, which is attached, the scallop section along the top, attached to the metal frame. A headcloth, which sits against the wall at the back, with an inner valance running along the top. And finally, the 2 curtains hanging either side. At some point, possibly in the last 50 or 60 years, a grey bobinette net had been sewn onto the front face of all 5 elements. This has been a common textile technique used to repair throughout the 20th century, and it is still used today. The 2 curtains and the outer valance also had plain silk linings, which you can see on the right, that's the silk linings. This was presumably to add some strength and possibly to hide the different patterns. And the image there on the left is seen through transmitted light. That's one of the curtains. You can see the damage on the paper, which was pretty scary. On closer examination, as Nicholas said, it was found that the 2 curtains were made from 2 different layers of paper. The chintz pattern paper, which Nicholas already discussed, and both curtains were constructed from 2 lengths of both papers, which had been machine sewn together so neatly that we couldn't see this seam before we removed the bobinette. And you can see the seam in the lower photograph. That's the seam in the middle of the curtain. The inner and outer valance were constructed of the 3 layers of paper, and in the middle, over on the right, you can see the thicker layer. It was sort of probably like a sugar paper. The headcloth was made from 2 separate curtains with green fret pattern lining, and all the elements of the hangings, 2 or 3 papers, had been machine sewn together, such as one would find on traditional textile curtains, not something we tend to use in paper conservation. The papers were folded at the edges and on themselves and over each other before being sewn. But surprisingly, this sewing was found to be quite sound. The paper frill, which we'll come back to, was obviously made in lengths before being sewn onto the valances, and its construction became apparent when it was deconstructed. So, is it possible to play this video? Whoever's looking at the screen. No. In September 2021, try the next one. Oh yeah, here we go. In September 2021, I spent a few days examining and documenting the right-hand curtain in my studio, and I realized quickly that the next step was to remove the bobinette and the lining and investigate treatment options. Here I'm ably assisted by Fedra, who was at that time a student from Cardiff University. There were 9 vertical rows of stitching and 21 horizontal rows, which was a lot of sewing. So once removed, the true colour and horror was revealed. But as well as, it was, even though it was net, it was very hard to see. I couldn't see the joins, but other facts were also uncovered. There was this uneven discoloration. You can see on the right, the back lining paper has really quite yellowed. We also found chalk lines that were marked onto the curtains where the bobinette had been sewn on. And at some point, the curtains had been folded up. There were very definite horizontal folds in the curtains, which hadn't come out with gravity, which was quite amazing. And there was also used heading tape, which suggests that they'd been used previously at a window before being remodeled into these bed hangings. Obviously, the main problem that I had to solve was how to repair the paper. And as you can see, it was in a pretty fragile state. After research and testing, I decided to use a heat-activated tissue because I could apply it without affecting the embossing too much, and also apply large amounts of it relatively quickly, although there was quite a large surface area. I also needed to decide about cleaning, but given the fragility, this was really kept to a minimum. On the curtains, I actually unpicked the outer hems and applied the tissue from the inside. So you can see here, lower left, that's, you know, it really did feel like I was getting inside the curtains to get a really good bond and to repair those tears. I used a 5 GSM tissue, which I pre-toned with acrylic inks. And again, this is being demonstrated by Fedra. Because of the different colors, we sort of prepared different shades so that we got the right color. Once the ink was dry, we applied with a brush 20% solution of Lascaux 498 HV, and then this was dried. This was all carried out on polythene, which made it easy to store because it was quite thin, until it was required. And I also built up a bit of a library of colors so that I could refer to wherever I was repairing. When required, the tissue was cut up into strips with the back of a scalpel, laid over the tear, and it was lightly pressed with a heated spatula. I think it was about 80 centigrade to reactivate the tissue. I used a wool, felt, and barrier paper beneath the curtain, and I also used a barrier curtain paper underneath the iron, so to protect the paper. And it really did help keeping that embossing. So here's a slide of before and after, but the one on the left is actually where I've repaired it from underneath first, and then it needed a little tissue over the top just to keep those lifting bits. So, but there were a lot of tears to repair. So after I'd looked at the right-hand curtain, I moved on to the other elements, and given the damage to the outer valance, it was a real challenge. I found that the paper closest to the window on the right-hand side was definitely more damaged, so there was a lot of the damage could be attributed to light. The frills I actually quite enjoyed repairing the frills. I had to completely take them apart and then repair the paper, and it was important, I felt it was important to retain the two papers as two separate papers. So they both had to be repaired individually, and then I'm not much of a seamstress, but I managed to sew them back together again with thread. So, still very fragile, and even after all my repairs, I actually felt it was necessary to reinstate the linings and the net to give good support, much to the surprise of Rosamond, the textile conservator, using textile techniques on paper. The silk linings had actually done a really good job, even though they looked terrible. They'd done a good job of holding and supporting the paper, and I found no evidence of the sewing of the linings and the bobbinet pulling at the papers. I think the damage to the paper had already been done before the bobbinet was put on. So instead of the plain linings, we commissioned new digitally printed linings, which is a silk and cotton mix with the green fret pattern. And you can see here in the lower on the left, that is an early incarnation of our printed textile material. We had to play about with it quite a lot. And this, I was lucky enough to be helped. I approached Cardiff Metropolitan University, their textile department, and this is Grace Parkinson-Johns, who actually did all of the separating out the patterns. And we also, to give the impression of the embossing, she created that digitally as well. You can see the very left, that is our sort of template for the printing. So the repaired curtains were packed and delivered to the National Trust studio, which is in Norfolk. And Rosamond worked on the roof, which was particularly dirty. That's her bucket of dirty water. She washed the material and sewed on Velcro to give us a firmer attachment to the frame. Rosamond also oversaw the selection and the dyeing of the new nylon net. And here we have Terry Dewhurst, who's another textile conservator, sewing on the new nets and the lining. Although primarily a paper conservation project, having textile conservator involved proved really invaluable. Collaboration between the two disciplines resulted in good teamwork and results, although highlighted different approaches to techniques. For example, the issue of sewing the net and the linings onto the paper. Textile conservators, when they do this to textile curtains, only sew vertically. But I was very keen to replicate what I found, the vertical and the horizontal, as it had done such a good job. And eventually I won. It was done vertically and horizontally. Different approaches were taken with the different elements. The curtain needed most support, so new net and linings were required. The headcloth was in relatively good condition, so that just had a cambric backing, which is something they use in textile. I didn't use new net on the inner valance, but on the outer valance we did apply the net, just to hold the paper together because it was so fragile. Every attempt was made to reuse the existing sewing holes, but occasionally this wasn't possible. And this is the new linings and the new and the old heading tape that we discovered and the new heading tape that we used. Rosamond and I met in June 2023, and we had a practice run, and I was bowled over when I entered the studio and seen what they'd done. They just looked magnificent, transformed. And this is where I also tested out using magnets on the top frill, because it had slightly sagged, and to hold up the frill, so that hopefully this prevented the need for sewing and a safer deinstallation. So in late July 2023, the curtains were packed and delivered back to Mount Stewart, and the team assembled for reinstallation. And over the course of 2 days, the roof was fitted onto the frame and the outer valance sewn onto the roof. The repairs were holding well, and the once fragile curtains now looked sound, and dare I say it, bright again. The net harmonized the color on the chintz paper, and most importantly, the frills stood upright on the frame, and you can just see on the right there's a small magnet which to the frame holding up the frill. And there's the after.
So in conclusion, the Naples bed hangings were transformed by the conservation process, both aesthetically and structurally. The removal of the old bobinette and the application of the newer, finer net allowed the colours of the printed chintz-like design to become more visible. The new digitally printed image on the linings blended in well with the overall look, and from a distance, the embossed printed pattern looked authentic. We still have unanswered questions about when and how the hangings arrived at Mount Stewart, and whether it was indeed Edith who had enjoyed their novelty value enough to repurpose them into bed hangings in the early 20th century. Their life was extended, we think, by Lady Mary in the 1960s, when the supporting silk linings and bobinette were attached. 151 years on, this extraordinary and collaborative conservation project has ensured their future survival. We believe the Naples bed hangings are the only felted paper hangings remaining on display in a public collection, and used just as they had originally been intended by Eugene Pavy in 1872. I'm feeling quite emotional. So just to say thank you. Thank you to IADA for inviting Emily and myself to make the presentation today, and to our colleagues listed here. And thank you.
Okay, thank you, Emily and Nicola. We have time for a few questions. Questions?
Hello, I'm Catherine Lockett. I'm an independent paper conservator. Thank you both. Emily, I wondered when you were doing your repairs, we could see you going between the front and the lining paper to put in the heat set tissue. Was the lining far too fragile to take all of that off and just work from behind?
Well, initially, we discussed and we thought about actually taking the two papers apart, but everything was so beautifully sewn together, and especially with the curtains, I think the paper had stretched at some time. There were lots of creases. It just seemed too risky to take it any more apart than I already did. I hope that makes sense. It did cause trouble where the textile conservators like things to be totally flat as well. And, as a paper conservator, sometimes paper doesn't want to get totally flat. And actually it's going to cause more damage if we try and get it to go flat. So in the end, they put it on without it being totally flat, and I don't think it didn't look any worse for it, so no. So yes, I mean, we've obviously only had a brief time to talk about what we actually did, but yeah, there were other options explored, but it just seemed too problematic and obviously would take a lot longer, and whether the trust would have paid for that, I'm not sure.
Thank you. Can I ask what Japanese paper you used, Emily? What weight of paper which you put the heat set?
It was a 5 GSM preservation equipment, bought it on a roll. I got through quite a lot.
Thank you.
Would you mind standing up? It's much easier to kind of see where the question is coming from. Thank you.
Yeah. Marie West, Copenhagen. I wonder if you had a chance to work with the light levels from the window, because you mentioned it probably damaged the paper.
Was it from a window? Yes. I think when I took the silk linings off the curtain, there were old heading tapes that had obviously been used, not in this construction. So I think we are safely assuming that they had been used potentially in a window. There was also, on the linings, there was a lot more, the lining papers were a lot browner in the middle, where you might imagine somebody might be opening curtains as well, using their hands, because they're quite static on this, as bed hangings. Also, the headcloth at the back was actually made from 2 curtains, and that had used heading tape along. So, yeah, we think they definitely had.
I think I'd just say as well that although bed hangings are mentioned in the the sort of marketing material from Pavi Preto, he was selling them as window curtains primarily, and certainly the ones that are in Boston are window curtains. They've got tie backs, and it's really worth going and having a look at their site to see the picture of them. But yeah, we think they were window curtains first. And yeah, and there's the pelmet as well. We think was a different size originally. There are kind of creases in it that indicate that it had been much shallower, much more like a window pelmet rather than a bed hangings valance.
We have time for one more question.
Olivier Masson, independent paper conservator from Zurich. I do have a question. How come that you would use a Lasco acrylic adhesive, and did you consider to use the other adhesive as well? for heat-set.
Oh, right, yeah, well, I did test. I mean, 20 minutes, I can't go through everything. But I did, where the paper was so fragile, it was very, I couldn't get water near it, or I couldn't, so I did look at remoistenable tissue as well, and I tested it, and it was very prone to getting water stains as well, so that's why I went for the Lascaux. But I was also very reassured, is it the National Archives, NARA? They did a very good aging property test on these tissues and the different combinations of Lascaux. So they also used 303 as well as a combination, because that's more flexible, I think. But my experience of using the 303 is it stays quite sticky. And because this was, I didn't show a photo of all the dust that I found in the hems. I mean, it was scary. Yes. It was still very friable and soft. So it was just, and with the Lascaux, it was a really lovely light bond as well. So I wasn't creating, a super repair, which would potentially cause problems on the outside. Does that make sense?
Yes, and you didn't have tension, because acrylic compared with Biva, another heat-set adhesive, is actually giving less tension in the paper. It stays flatter.
Did you say extension?
Olivier, you said tension?
Tension, yes.
Okay, so less tension.
Yeah, no, it went on really well. It's a very, very light bond. I was a bit worried with 20%, actually. So I was almost tempted to go slightly stronger. But it was an incredibly light, I didn't know any, and I had a large surface area to fix. I didn't see any issues, tension-wise.
I was just going to say that coming in to see it after Emily had done lots and lots of the repairs, to begin with, it was so fragile and so fragmented that you wouldn't be able to pick it up at all. But once she'd done the repairs, it felt like a complete sheet of paper again. It felt sort of quite rigid and solid. And so it did feel like the repairs had really, really made a difference. But it still wasn't strong enough to hang as curtains. So that's why we retained putting on new net and new silk linings. But the repairs were very, very strong, even though it was quite a fine bond.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you have more questions, I would encourage you to speak to the speakers later. I'm sorry, now we have to move on. We're going to have our last presentation. Thank you again, Emily and Nicola. Our next speaker is Françoise Richard, and she's going to present on rigid solvent gels in paper conservation. Welcome.
Oh, no. Sorry. No. Oh, that's a good start. Yes, no. One back. Yes, here we go. So thank you for your introduction. I'm going to talk about my research on rigid solvent gels in paper conservation. But just before diving into presenting the research and the main results, I want to reflect on the project itself. So when I wrote my research proposal, I was inspired by research that had been done in biology and biomedicine, and I was envisioning research in gels used in other fields that could better serve paper conservators. However, when I started the project, it was spring 2020, and the world went into lockdown, so the closest thing I had to a lab bench was my kitchen table. Having to homeschool a young child, at the same kitchen. I ended up in the food section of the grocery store looking for edible gelling material. So at some point, at some point, I did try to order from Sigma using my home address as delivery address. The company refused to serve the order. They refused for safety reasons, which is probably a good thing. But this also told me that private conservation studios that are not affiliated with a lab would not have access to life science products. So this context helped me shift priorities. And when I regained access to a lab, instead of looking into fancy new kinds of gels, I researched how I could produce solvent-rich, water-poor, agar-based gels that would be available to conservators in private practice. So I listed the following specifications for the solvent gels that I wanted to make. I wanted I wanted the gels to be available to conservators in private practice. The making of the gel needs to be relatively simple, and ingredients need to be easy to get. I wanted the gels to also be rigid in order to avoid at the source the problem of gelling residues. So a gel texture can be either soft, paste-like, think toothpaste or ketchup, and gelling residues will then remain in the paper. Or a gel can be rigid, like Jell-O, gummy bears. It holds its own shape, and it can be lifted in one piece. I wanted the solvent gel to contain as little water as possible and as much solvent as possible in order to increase efficiency of the treatment. The gels should also be versatile. I wanted to explore the possibilities of preparing gels with polar and non-polar solvents. Cheap was an important criteria, and low toxicity was also highly desirable. So, of course, I was not the first person to think it would be great to use rigid solvent gels for the removal of pressure sensitive tape, or PST. Solutions exist, however, none of them ticks all these boxes. So, for instance, rigid gels that are ready-made, they exist, they can be bought off the shelf, but they are not cheap, and they are only compatible with a limited range of polar solvents. And in order to introduce non-polar solvents in a rigid gel, there's a smart solution, which is to use emulsions. Microdroplets of non-polar solvent that would be suspended in a water phase can penetrate the rigid hydrophilic gel network. However, emulsions have a high water content, which is a drawback because water can stain paper. And another problem is that emulsions also contain surfactants, and surfactants could remain as a residue in the paper after treatment. So here are some examples of paper-based collection items that have been repaired with pressure-sensitive tape or PST. And that is, well, basically that's what the problem I try to sort looks like. PSTs have posed problems to paper conservators for decades. Upon aging, the adhesive is likely to migrate through the paper, become yellow, and stain the paper on which it was once applied as a means to quickly repair a tear, reinforce a binding, or secure an artwork to a window mount. The treatment strategies to remove tape from paper can be classified into two main categories: the solvent-free methods that are generally implemented to remove the carrier layer and the adhesive sitting on the surface of paper, and the solvent methods that are useful to remove the adhesive on and in the paper. I started looking into the possible use of rigid gel loaded with solvents that could be used either as a treatment alternative or in combination with well-known existing methods. So ideally, when using solvent gel, we want the solvent gels to work the way depicted here. The liquid is held by the gel, which is the solvent portion. The liquid is the solvent portion, sorry, and it would solubilize the adhesive. Then the porous network of the gel, which is the solid portion of the gel, would absorb the dissolved material by capillarity. Well, that's what we want. However, paper being a porous substrate, there is a risk that the liquid would migrate from the gel to the substrate, resulting in a partial cleaning and residual stain, which basically can be summed up as moving the stain around. So the question to solve was how to make solvent gels that would be used in paper conservation for the removal of PST adhesive and how to use them. Let's see the methods that I developed to prepare solvent gels and how to apply these gels. Paper conservators are generally familiar with agar, a rigid hydrogel used for water-based treatment. It is easily available, easy to make. Agar is also cheap and edible. However, it contains water, lots of water. A 95% agar gel would be 95% water. So how to replace water by organic solvent in the agar gel without affecting the gel structure? Water is miscible with the more polar solvents, but non-polar solvents are not compatible with water-based gel network, and that's the hurdle. How to make these solvents go in the gel? The solution I proposed was to use the solution I proposed was to use a solvent that is miscible in both water and non-polar solvents, like ethanol, as a co-solvent. So by soaking pieces of gel in solvents. If ethanol is progressively introduced in the gel, it will replace the water without distorting the gel, without shrinkage. And once the agar gel is loaded with ethanol, it should be compatible with lower polarity solvents like methyl ethyl ketone or ethyl acetate. And these are two commonly used solvents for PST adhesive removal. Now that's the theory. In practice, does it work? To which extent do solvents affect the shape of the gel? And what is the proportion of each solvent in the gel? In order to answer the first question, I set up the experiment described here. Solvent gels were prepared using different protocols. So initially, gels were prepared with water and ethanol. Then they were weighed. Then they were immersed in different solvent baths using 6 different protocols, and then weighed again. Then I could calculate the shrinking rate between those two weights. And in order to answer the second question, the measure of solvent proportion was done indirectly using ATR-FTIR spectroscopy. The results are not exact values, but they are good enough for comparison. Now, this chart summarizes the results of both the weight study and the FTIR analysis for agar gels loaded with methyl ethyl ketone. So gels were made according to 6 different protocols, and that's why the samples are, the columns, are named agar MEK 1 to 6. on the horizontal axis, and these protocols, they correspond to different series of solvent bath. The heights of the bars correspond to their shrinking rate, 0 to 100%. So gels with the highest bar shrank the least. It should be noted that some amount of shrinkage, because I'm using weight to define shrinkage, so some amount of that will be expected simply due to a difference of liquid density, water being heavier for the same volume than any other organic solvent I'm going to use. So with that in mind, for methylethyl-ketone, I considered that the shrinking rate around 0.8 or 80% would be acceptable, and lower rates were excluded. Now the color code is explained in the legend: green for ethanol, red for methylethyl-ketone, and blue for water. So with that in mind, I wanted to select gels containing a lot of red, a lot of MEC, and as little blue as possible, as little water as possible. So this is my selection. For gels prepared with methylethyl-ketone, I defined that the protocol numbered 3, 5, and 6 worked. And methylethyl-ketone is a relatively polar solvent. Do the same protocols work for gels prepared with lower polarity solvents, such as ethyl acetate? This is the result for ethyl acetate. It's poorly miscible in water, which hinders the ingress in the gel. It's also a heavier solvent than methylethyl-ketone, so the acceptable shrinking rate was slightly higher, around 90. That is where I drew the line for ethyl acetate. And here again, protocol 3, 5, and 6. They're also the ones that work the best because the columns are higher. There's a lot of solvent and very little water. So those are the 3 steps to make rigid solvent gels from agar. Step 1, make the agar gel. Step 2, progressively increase the proportion of ethanol in the gel by soaking them. And step 3, replace ethanol by methylethyl-ketone or ethyl acetate, again by soaking the gels. Let's see what worked and what doesn't work when making those gels. So I start with the last column on the graph, the recipe number 6, or the protocol number 6. The gels were made initially using 75% water, and after cooking the gel, I added 25% ethanol. Then so during the cooling phase of the agar, then the gels were soaked in jars containing increasing proportion of ethanol, 50%, 75%, then 100%, before soaking them in ethyl acetate. And that protocol we've seen in the graph previously, it worked. Now let's compare it with gels for which it didn't work. So that was the protocol number 2. The gel was initially prepared the same way with 75% water, 25% ethanol, but then I skipped the middle step, soaking in ethanol. As a result, even after soaking in ethyl acetate, the gels still contained mostly water. The solvent exchange did not occur because the low polarity ethyl acetate could not penetrate in the hydrogel network. Another recipe that didn't work was the one numbered 4. I took a shortcut here and jumped directly from 50% ethanol to ethyl acetate. This did not work either, and actually the gel shrank a lot, so much that it was not flat anymore, and so not flat, so not usable. And that told me that soaking the gels in 100% ethanol before immersion in ethyl acetate was essential. So with this experimental approach, I developed a method that, with which I was able to make almost water-free agar-based gels that can be loaded with polar and non-polar solvents. Now, we've seen how to make those gels, and I'd like to look at how to use them. So I selected a couple of case studies of objects that I could not have treated successfully without solvent gels. It's okay. Thank you. So let's go back to the case study. This one is drawing with black ink and white paint on tracing paper. And the two pieces of tracing paper are actually joined in the center. This is the brown vertical mark that you see through the tracing paper. That's where they overlap. And that same area had been repaired with PST applied on the front, locally covering the media. The carrier layer of the tape was already detached, but the shiny and tacky adhesive was left behind. So the treatment aimed at removing that shiny and tacky adhesive without affecting the overlapping area and without affecting the media underneath. So rigid solvent gel seemed like a good option to lessen the adhesive residues with minimal mechanical action. Using a solvent-rich waterproof gel was essential in order to avoid the distortion of water-sensitive tracing paper. And for this treatment, I used the ethyl acetate-loaded agar gel prepared according to the protocol number 6 that we've seen before. And I did repeated short-time application to gradually soften and pick up the old adhesive from the paper and media. So on the photo at the bottom of the screen with the snake, you can see that the gel is applied on the object with a transparent piece of mylar on top to slow down solvent evaporation. And I do not put the weight on top of the gel because I don't want to press it. If I was to put the weight on top of the gel, it would be like pressing a sponge to absorb a spill. Well, it doesn't really work. Instead, you want the liquid to circulate between the gel and the adhesive underneath, but without spilling. On the photo on the right, you can see the adhesive sheen is gone, which was the treatment goal. So in this first example, the paper is a rather dense, not really porous paper. The second example is one where the PST was used to repair the binding of a children's book. The adhesive migrated in a rather porous substrate, which is the cover made of paper and board. The typology of the object limits solvent application options. And here I decided to use solvent gels, and the interesting question lies in the application method. There are some treatment risks. Accidentally solubilized media or paper sizing. So extensive solubility testing should help addressing this first issue. Only achieving partial cleaning and leaving a new stain of residual adhesive in the paper. Indeed, there's nothing preventing the migration of solubilized adhesive to the porous paper and board underneath, and that's how stains happen. So how to prevent that from happening? The solution I proposed for application was to implement a pre-treatment using cyclomethicone D5 to locally and temporally saturate the substrate. Cyclomethicone D5 is a silicone-based solvent applied with a brush on the treatment area before applying the solvent gel. That silicone-based solvent penetrates the paper around the area from where I want to remove the old adhesive. So this diagram represents the migration of liquids in the system during solvent gel treatment. After application of D5, the paper substrate becomes saturated. It is rendered non-porous, so less likely to absorb liquids. The rigid gel is applied and covered with a sheet of polyester to slow down evaporation of the solvents. And the evaporation is represented here at the edges of the gel, the blue arrows. So the liquid flows that prevails is the migration of liquids towards the porous gel network and out of the gel through evaporation. At the end of the treatment, the rigid gel containing the adhesive can be lifted from the treated area, and D5 can evaporate without leaving a visible trace as shown on the two photos on the right. So when using cyclometicon D5, the application can be a little bit alarming at first, because when applying it on paper, it really looks like you're making an oily stain. But after a few hours, the product evaporates completely without, again, a visible trace. So for the treatment of the book, I prepared squares of gels. And the book was first, so the cyclometicon was first brushed on. Then squares of solvent gels were applied along the spine for 20 minutes. Then gels were lifted from the surface, and yellow-brown adhesive residues were present on the gel at that point. And the gel application was locally renewed as needed. So this is a detailed before and after photo of a treated area under visible light and UV 365 nanometers to show the efficiency of the treatment. Most of the adhesive was locally removed by the solvent gels, and because the gels do not contain water, I didn't have any delaminating issue between the cardboard and the printed paper. So to conclude, I hope that the studio-based gel-making methods that I developed are going to gain popularity among paper conservators. Like every new method, it requires a little bit of trial and error. And ultimately, I am personally convinced that it's worth the effort, but I'll let you judge in your own practice. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Françoise. It's amazing what can come out of a kitchen.
Indeed, yes.
Questions? Oh, there's many questions.
Lisa Behrens, Upper Austrian State Archive. I have two questions. The first one would be, how long did you let the gel sit in the ethanol stages for soaking?
Yes. So the gels are quite thin. They're around 2.5, 3 millimeters when I make them. And for that, I left them soak for 2.5 hours. If you use thicker gels, then a longer soaking time would be needed. Thinner gel, you might, leave them for 2 hours, 1.5 hours would be enough. So depending on the thickness of the gel.
Right, thank you. And my second question would be, when you say 100% ethanol, am I right in assuming you're talking about the 98-ish% stuff you can get in a supermarket?
You are right assuming that indeed, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for a great presentation.
Thank you.
Hello, Estelle from La Cambre, Belgium, paper conservator. My question was, oh, sorry, you don't see me. My question was, do you use the same mix of ethanol and water many times, or do you have to change them each time you use the soaking method?
Okay, yeah, so when preparing gels, basically, it depends how many gels you prepare, but basically, each time you reuse the soaking solution, you'd increase the amount of water in the soaking solution. So there is like a good balance to be found. But what I was working with was like jars that were about 7 centimeters in diameter, and I used 30 to 40 milliliters of solvent in the jars. And for that, you can safely use strips of gels that would fit at the bottom of the gel and be like 1 centimeter wide. I could use 3, 4, 5 strips of gels in those jars. And in practice, I would reuse the soaking solution if I have a lot of tape to remove. But for the purpose of the experimental work, I only use the soaking solutions once for to make sure everything is fresh and the solutions are fresh. But in a private practice, you could definitely reuse the jars. Importantly, use the 100% or the 96 or 99% ethanol before the ethyl acetate or methyl ethyl ketone or other solvents you want to use for removing the adhesive. So the 100% at the end is the key base for a successful ingress of the non-polar solvent in the gels.
And second question, so it takes 2.5 hours, depending on the thickness of the gel, to soak in each of the mix? Or
yes, yeah. Each, because you want to make sure the solvent exchange happens all the way to the core of the gel, and that's only done by liquid exchange, so it takes time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Really
You're
interesting.
Hi,
Hello.
thank you very much. Leonie Röck from the ZKM Karlsruhe. My questions would be, you showed the example with the tracing paper where you removed the sticky residue of the tape, and there were also like a residue, a brownish residue from another tape, I'm assuming, on the same tracing paper.
Yeah, at the back, yeah.
Yeah, did you also did the test with the gel in these parts? Or
so the brown thing was the line of brown was actually in between 2 layers of tracing paper, and that was part of the making of the support. So that was left as is. What I was interested in is removing the tacky residual adhesive on top of the top layer of tracing paper.
I was just wondering if you tried anything, but if it's part of the object, of course you.
Yeah, no. Yeah. In that case, no, nothing was done to it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, Mian Schuldka from Ludwigsforum Aachen. Thank you very much for the talk. And I was wondering if it's possible to store the gel for a longer time to prepare it in advance. Because when you prepare it with a lot of water, then normally it is very liable to microbial attack. Yeah. Does it prolong the sustainability kind of?
Yes. So I've tried. I've tried keeping jars for quite a long time, and basically, as long as the gels are soaked, completely covered with solvent, I haven't found like there's a time limit. I'm sure there must be one, but I haven't explored that limit yet. But for sure, a few weeks would be fine. If the jars are tightly closed and the solvent doesn't evaporate, then it's fine.
There are 2 more questions.
Lea Michalk, and I was wondering how exactly you prepared the gel, with what ratio of agar-agar to your liquid?
Yes, so when preparing the agar gel, what I want to have at the end was a 5% solid pale liquid, and basically you could prepare an agar gel with so 5% would be 1 gram to a 5% agar gel in pure water with 1 gram to 20 milliliters. But in my presentation for these results, what I did was to use 15 milliliters of water and 25 milliliters of ethanol that I added once the gel is cooling down. So when you prepare the gel, you need to mix the solid portion, the powder, and water, heat it I use a microwave, so in a microwave, and then when it cools down, add the ethanol to kind of have already mixed ethanol and water gel, which is the base from which you start soaking these pieces of gel in 50% ethanol and water, 75, 100, etc. But you could equally start with 100% agar and water gel, and then do the same sequence. eventually starting with 25% ethanol. So it takes a little bit longer, but that's also doable.
Okay, and then I have a second question. You tried replacing water with ethyl acetate and methyl ethyl ketone.
Yes.
Because both of that work, does that mean that this method should, in theory, be viable for all non-polar solvents?
So I haven't tried all the solvent on Earth, but I've tried with diethyl carbonate as well. It works, and acetone. That's also quite straightforward. So those are solvents that I've tried. I haven't checked with the FTIR results. I only did those with methyl ethyl ketone and ethyl acetate. But from practice, the two other solvents, acetone and diethyl DEC, diethyl carbonate, works as well.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So we have time for one. Yeah, we have one more question.
Thank you very much, first of all, for the really interesting talk. I'm really interested to hear more about the cyclomethicone D5.
Yes.
If that would have a risk of causing tide lines on dirty papers, and if you would first humidify the paper to avoid that, or and is the function of this chemical to wet the paper?
So the risks of application of cyclomethicone on paper, basically, is the question.
And the benefits.
And what?
The benefits.
The benefits, sorry, yeah. So the benefits is just to avoid the migration of liquid to the substrate rather than up to the gel. Mm-hmm. So it's by reducing porosity of the substrate, the flow of liquid goes preferably up to the gel. And the risk for paper, because it's a silicone-based solvent, in theory, it should not interfere with anything carbon-based. However, I haven't seen visible trace on any paper that I've tried and tested, and I haven't seen any sort of literature saying, oh yeah, there is actually a side effect. I would be very careful with modern material, inks, media, etc. If there is friable media in particular, what I have seen was also changing the appearance because it moves the particles, so that could be a risk. And also eventually on one paper I've tested, Japanese paper, just to try, I could see that if I have a piece of Japanese paper, put D5 on it, let it evaporate, I don't see any issue under any light. However, if I immerse the piece of Japanese paper, I could see there was like a differential wettability of the paper locally, even after a few months.
Okay.
That is something that I have not explained, and I've only observed it on one type of paper. So there is potentially a risk. I haven't seen visibly any consequence, but until someone kind of comes up with, yeah, there is a problem with blah, 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 then I'm kind of saying, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Françoise. So this ends our first morning session today, and we're going to continue at 2 o'clock or 1400. And obviously, there's always more to discuss that there's time. Well, we'll see you in a little bit, and enjoy your lunch.
Am Wochenende, aber ich habe eigentlich nichts gemacht. Ich war stinkend faul. Montag, Dienstag, Mittwoch, Donnerstag, Freitag 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Immer weiter, aber natürlich, ich erzähle gerne jedem, was ich am Wochenende so gemacht habe. War nicht allzu viel, war ja auch ein Mistwetter. Ich habe ein paar Pflanzen umgepflanzt.
perfekt. Oh, das ist perfekt. Danke.
Good afternoon, everybody. We will start with the first session of the afternoon now. And before we start, just a quick note that we found a smartphone. So if anyone is missing their smartphone, please come to the info desk in the downstairs. And it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, who is Eliza Jacobi, and who will speak about the life and drama of the papyrus of Quina. Eliza, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Ooh, yeah. Today, what button do I push? We'll see. Today I would like to tell you more about a large conservation and research project we executed in the Dutch National Museum of Antiquities in Leiden between 2018 and 2022. The object I will talk about is a Book of the Dead, a papyrus with a length of 17.2 meters in total. The papyrus is one of the highlights of the museum. The aim of the project was to stabilize the 38 sheets it consists of, to give the papyrus a uniform presence and to frame all sheets in a uniform way. The project accumulated in an exhibition dedicated to the topic of the papyrus and its conservation in the summer of 2022. In this presentation, I will give you insight into the life and drama which surrounds this papyrus. Is it this one? Yeah. Yes. I will focus on 4 topics. First, I will discuss how the papyrus arrived in the museum, was repaired and repaired again in the 19th century. Secondly, I will give you an introduction of the project and some insight into the conservation of the papyrus. And this topic will be followed by some outcomes of the research, and I will finish by telling you more about the exhibition. Around 1275 BC, the merchant Kenna was buried in a rock tomb in Thebes, now modern Luxor, in the city in southern Egypt. Kenna is still known today because his name can be found on the papyrus. The papyrus is a so-called Book of the Dead, a collection of magical spells that was compiled for Kenna's funeral. The spells were intended to protect Kenna after his death and to give him supernatural powers. The text of the Book of the Dead is illustrated in many places with colorful vignettes, images, and can be read from right to left. The Book of the Dead was found around 1825, and in 1835, Henry Salt's collection, including the papyrus, was offered at Sotheby's in London. Salt was an influential British diplomat in the Egypt of the Ottoman Pasha Muhammad Ali in 1816 till 1827. He had received permission from the Pasha to excavate Egyptian antiquities. That work was often carried out by local agents. In this case, Giovanni Anastasi was the one who found the papyrus. The Book of the Dead of Kenna was found in a tomb in the western hills of Luxor. Here, European collectors systematically emptied graves in the early 19th century without properly documenting their activities. The exact location of Kenna's grave is therefore unknown. In the tomb, according to Salt, the Book of the Dead lay on top of a mummified body, folded into 12 pieces of approximately 150 centimeters each. It seems that the papyrus has never been rolled, which is remarkable. Caspar Reuvens, the first director of the Armo, himself traveled in May 1835 to London to purchase the papyrus at the auction. There were good offers, and he had to pay £168, the equivalent of 23,000 euros now, a considerable amount of the time. On the way back to the Netherlands by steamboat, Reuvens suffered a stroke. Tiemen Hooiberg, he worked at the museum as an amanuensis for 60 years. He was a draftsman and lithographer, and probably the first conservator in the museum, writes about this moment in his biography. Professor R, as the highest bidder, successfully purchased a very precious Egyptian papyrus, and Mrs. R immediately attached tissue paper to its back with glue. In July, the pair returned to Holland with the treasure, but off the coast of Den Briel, walking back and forth on the deck of the steamboat, he succumbed to heat stroke and suddenly collapsed. His last words were, "Louise, I'm dying." This was the last object he brought back to the museum. In this quote, we can read that the first repairs of the papyrus were done, according to Hooiberg, by Mrs. Reuvens herself, quite surprisingly. In one of the ledgers of the museum where in- and outgoing paper was noted, we find a reference in June and August of 1838 that sheets of the so-called papier végétal were used for this papyrus, here mentioned as the English or the one with the colors from Salt. This papier végétal is a thin, translucent paper which was used in the museum for drawings of the museum collection, for transfer to the lithography stone, as well as repair material for the museum collection. Upon arrival of the papyrus in the museum, the papyrus was probably immediately cut into manageable pieces, a practice that was very common at the time. Long pieces of papyrus are very difficult to handle and store. As a result, the Book of the Dead now consists out of 38 separate pieces with an average size of 35 by 45 centimeters. Some of the sheets have been more often on display than others. Some have been used in exhibitions or loans. Due to this fragmentary use over the years, the sheets of papyrus have been repaired and framed in various ways. In the next part, I will tell you more about the setup of the project and the conservation. The conservation project started in 2018 with a grant provided by the Van der Klauw Fonds, which is part of the Rembrandt Society. The grant stipulated that a recently graduated conservator should be part of the project. The project was divided in 3 phases. Phase 1 started in 2018 with Alexander Nederlof and Femke Prinsen working on 11 of the 38 most damaged and fragmented sheets of papyrus. For the second phase, starting in 2020, Juliette Baines and I worked on the project and treated 12. The third phase took place in 2022 for 5 months, and I worked together with Alexia Milianou on sheets 1 to 15, which are part of the permanent presentation in the museum. We estimated about 25 hours per sheet for conservation. This included photography, all treatments, and the framing between glass. These hours did not include project management, like administration, writing to gain funding, receiving the funding partners for show and tell, work on archiving the photos and documentation in our database, discussion with papyrus colleagues and colleagues in the museum, guidance of the conservators joining the project, buying materials, research photography, archival research, movement of the objects, giving talks about the project, writing articles, preparing text for the exhibition, as well as being the one to install the exhibition, and talking to the press and giving radio interviews. All in all, it was an enormous project, but with a striking result, we could show the complete 17 meters safely as a unity. Let's look at some of the damages and condition of the sheets of papyrus before conservation started. Almost all of the papyri have been lined with a sheet of papier végétal. In the 19th century, this transparent paper. As I mentioned before, perhaps done by Mrs. Reuvens herself. If so, she did a good job. The lining of this transparent paper is very neatly done and was a good decision. Sometime later, an extra layer of thick white paper has been added to the back. Then, over time, these white infills showing at the front where there are missing parts in the papyrus were a bit distracting, not to say ugly, and they have been colored with water-based paint, or sometimes the white paper parts have been cut out. A few papyri have even infills or backing with new papyrus. As you can imagine, lining thin, brittle, and fragile papyrus with multiple layers has some influence on the papyrus. The first 15 sheets are always on display in the museum. Therefore, we could only guess what the condition was of the sheets. In 2022, the third phase, we started working on these. They did look in relatively good condition, still in the showcase, and we thought for the last phase we had the easiest ones left. Well, that was not the case. Once we opened the glass and looked better with raking light, we got a scare. Here you can see sheet number 1. You can see the tension coming from the white paper backing. On the front, there are many repairs with the trans paper, papier végétal. A thick layer of an adhesive has been applied in the past to consolidate the front of the papyrus. Because of these repairs, adhesive layer and the backing, there's a lot of tension going on between the horizontal and vertical layers of papyrus strips, which make up the sheet. The top layer is coming loose and there's a great risk of loss of material. The pigments are in most areas quite stable. Though in a few sheets, especially sheets 8, 9, and 11, a green pigment containing lots of copper has caused oxidation and halo formation can be seen. All papyri went through 6 different steps. Some steps needed repetition. When I made this slide, I thought this looked like an easy-peasy way, but I can tell you we've had some sleepless nights during treatments. The 6 steps are as following. We started with the recto side of the sheet, first reducing the old layer of adhesive, which simultaneously also consolidation of loose fragments and fibers. Next was turning the sheet around and starting with the removal of the white paper layer. Then we had to repair tears, breaks, and weak areas. And treatment was finished with flattening of the sheets, and we put them between 2 glass plates. In the next slides, I will elaborate some more on the different steps. Especially on the top and the bottom sides of the sheets, thick layers of a gum-like adhesive were applied. The layer was sometimes so thick that cracks were showing. In some places, the top layer of the papyrus had fallen off altogether with a thick adhesive layer. Removal is not possible, but reducing we could. We had different methods. One method was applying a 2% Funori solution with a brush on the areas we wanted to treat. The solution swells the old adhesive layer without flowing. With the aid of a spatula or tiny scalpel, we could scrape or push the yellow adhesive off the surface as much as possible. A second method was, instead of using the spatula, to take strips of Gampi paper and place it on top of the swelling adhesive. After a few minutes, the Gampi strip can be removed and pick up the old adhesive. This was a less invasive method for the surface of the papyrus, especially useful in areas with pigments. Sometimes before, during, or after the previous step, we started to consolidate loose pieces, fibers, and delamination. For this, we used a mixture of MC and wheat starch paste, as well as a range of different solutions of MC and CMC, ranging from 0.5 to up to 2.5% if we were dealing with large delaminations. We used brushes and microscope to work precisely in the area needed. Once it was safe to turn around the papyrus, we could start working on the backside with the removal of the white paper lining. Remember that below the layer of the white paper, there was in most cases a layer of transparent paper. That made it quite easy to remove the white paper because we were not working directly on the papyrus surface. We first applied a solution of 50-50 water ethanol and then a layer of thick 5% solution of MC in water. Then the difficult part starts, the weighting. Because there is a moment in time which is the perfect time to start removing the white paper and before the moisture travels through the paper, papier végétal, and the papyrus. This is something you can only learn by experience. Sometimes we were not so lucky when there were areas where no transparent paper was left on the back, and then problems started. Because you were in direct contact with the fragile papyrus surface in moistened condition. That's when we had to slow down and remove only small squares of 2 by 2 centimeters. What I show you now on the film is, of course, the easy work. After removing the white paper, many tears, breaks, and weak areas could be seen. By removing the white paper, it was also for the first time possible to look at the papyrus with backlight, which gives you lots of information on weak areas as well. For the repairs, we used Gampi paper, which was a nice match with the already papier végétal on the backside, but we kept it on purpose white. After discussions with the curators, we found that it was a good idea to keep the repairs visible for people who are not conservators, so it is very clear that this is a new addition to the original. The flattening was quite straightforward. We put the sheets of papyrus between layers of Sympatex and wet blotting paper under a layer of Melanix, and after 45 minutes, the sheet could be placed between dry blotting paper and a board without weights. After this, the papyrus was ready and could be placed between 2 sheets of glass. We attached small Japanese paper hinges, about 3, at the top side of the papyrus, and attached these hinges to the glass with a tiny piece of biva film, which you need to heat set with a small iron. That works very well and is a quick and sturdy method. We use 2 different types of glass for the front and the back side to save money on the material. For the front, we use TrueView museum glass, anti-reflective and UV coated. For the back, we use the normal type of glass. The difference in price between these 2 types of glass is about 10 times. Let's move on to the next part about the research photography and some findings. Before starting the 3rd phase of the conservation project, René Gerritsen, Art Photography, photographed the sheets in high resolution with different light sources. We used daylight, raking light, polarization, ultraviolet, and infrared. Only after conservation we could do the backlight photography. All photos give us different information. Like on the UV photography, it's very clear where thick layers of adhesive are present on the front. Or with the backlight, it's very clear where there's lots of breaks and weak areas in the papyrus. Besides different lighting techniques, we also use the Dynalight for photography with magnification, and 2 of the sheets have been put under a macro XRF with the help of Luc Megens of the Cultural Heritage Agency of the Netherlands. As for the different pigments, we found nothing we didn't expect. For now, I would like to look at the digital reconstruction we made of the complete papyrus. After conservation, it was the first time in many years that the papyrus sheets were uniformly of appearance. Therefore, our photographer, Robert-Jan Lomans, could digitally stitch the pictures of the sheets together. I wanted to see if we could find out more about the story of how the papyrus was found, in 12 pieces lying on top of the mummified body of Kenna. During funeral rituals, a so-called black goo, made out of resins, would be poured over the mummified body. The papyrus has been stuck to this black goo. That's why the last sheets are so fragmented and pieces of the black goo can still be found on the papyrus sheets. What is quite striking, looking at the whole length of the papyrus, you can see certain damages coming back every few meters. The damages are somewhat similar in appearance. If we would assume that the papyrus was folded and damaged over time in these areas, the papyrus would be existing out of 5 large parts of approximately 2.5 and 3 meters long. This would have been too long to lie on a body, but also not the 12 parts that were found. So looking more closely at these 5 parts, I found in the middle of each part that there was a vertical break in the papyrus. So I made a tiny reconstruction of the papyrus. If you work so long on a project, you go a bit crazy and you carried it everywhere. This mini Kenna papyrus. And I'm still puzzling exactly how it would have lying down. Because there's one more clue I would like to show you, and it doesn't completely fit in with the accordion way of folding the mini papyrus. On sheet number 9, there's a lot of copper corrosion going on. With the UV photography, we found that an exact image of this damage can be found on sheet number 6. But the sheets only fit together when sheet 9 is placed underneath of sheet 6. With the accordion style I just showed you, number 9 and 6 would have faced each other with the rectus sides towards each other. Well, I just have to dive in the papyrus again and have another look. Let's move to the last part of this presentation, the exhibition of the complete papyrus. In June 2022, we opened the exhibition. For the 17-meter-long papyrus, a custom-made furniture was made. The glass plates were placed in a wooden profile at the top and at the bottom. All glass sheets were placed next to each other with no space in between. Underneath, a few of the papyri had extra info and was shown on screens. For the animation shown here, the 19th century lithographs of the papyrus were used. Opposite the papyrus, there were showcases about the use of papyrus and the conservation process. Also, a short movie was made about the conservation, which you can still find on YouTube if you like. With this, I would like to end my presentation and thank you, the following people, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Lisa. I'm definitely a fan of your little reconstruction model. Are there any questions? I can see one there in the front.
Veronika Schrieder, Sächsisches Staatsarchiv. If I understood you right, you said that the copper corrosion, the image on the other page, didn't fit with your little model. Have you any clue when this copper corrosion did occur?
Yeah, of course. I have actually no clue, but I can imagine that it happened while it was lying on the body. Because it's quite a lot of the reflection in the other sheet. We also see it on a few more sheets, some of the corrosion going on. And yeah, I think it took place then. And I can also imagine that if you look at it like this, it was in 12 pieces. So it would make sense if this piece is broken here, and if you lie this piece then like that, then we would have the right way.
So they weren't connected to each other when they were lying on the body?
I think not, but
okay.
I don't know, because there's such a big, this break is coming back every few meters. It could be that that's already broken and then it was placed again. We don't know, because there's no written documentation about how the grave was found, or maybe it was opened before already in one of the centuries before. We don't know.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Lisa Behrens, Upper Austrian State Archive. First of all, thanks a lot for the presentation. It was very interesting, very neat. Also, concerning the copper corrosion, one thing that I was thinking is that usually that kind of copper corrosion is caused by quite a bit of moisture, and I'm no Egyptologist or anything. I'm not entirely sure what the conditions are in the graves, but I think usually they're quite dry, so maybe that happened later when it was already cut up in a different way, maybe. I don't know, just a thought. And I also have an actual question. So with the copper corrosion, were you worried at all that when you re-moisten it to flatten it, etc., that you could worsen the copper corrosion or maybe cause some in other places? And if yes, did you take any steps to prevent that?
Yes, of course we thought about that, but it was already so bad that I don't think that our treatment made it much worse, because it's already all over, like centimeters out of its place. So to be honest, I didn't worry too much about it, but of course we tried to be as quick and dry as possible, especially with removing the backing. That's why there's a moment in time you have to be quick to remove it, but you also have to wait until the moisture goes through the white paper. So yeah, but I'm not too worried, to be honest. And about the copper corrosion, of course, it was probably kept in very dry condition, but we have the lithographies of the papyrus, and there's already this damage is very clearly there, and the lithographs are made in the 19th century, maybe already starting in 1835, so that's when it arrived in the museum. So I guess that was already going on, and it was quite quickly from Egypt to Europe, so I guess this kind of corrosion would take quite a few years before it becomes so bad.
We have got time for one more question, if there is one. I see.
Patricia Marxel from the University Library of Basel. With the mounting between those two glasses, aren't you afraid of some damage due to a microclimate?
No. Well, to be honest, we don't keep the papyrus in very perfect conditions in the museum. It's not in climatized storage, as one of the few objects which are not to my... Well, we're working on it, let's say that. But it's already, most of the papyri have been like this stored already for 200 years, and they're actually in very good condition. There's no damage from the glass or the tiny climate, and it's never been in a climatized environment in that way. So I'm quite happy to put it again in between the two glass plates. There was a few of the papyri have been put between spacers and glass, and that didn't work out very well because the papyrus started to move again and pieces started to fall off. So we're back to the original way and thinking that 200 years of keeping it well will keep another 200 years.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
We have, as a next talk, we have Elisa Carl, Rosina Herrera-Gerardo, Martin Jürgens, Lenya Oliveira Fernandez, and Magdalena Pilko, and I apologize if I pronounced it completely wrong. They will talk about the investigation and conservation of burnt albumen prints.
Hi everyone, so it's just me. My name is Elisa Karl.
The research I'm presenting was carried out in collaboration with the Rijksmuseum. It started in 2017 as my bachelor thesis and my internship at the Rijksmuseum. My task was to find a conservation concept for a collection of fire-damaged albumin prints, which is known as the Baudin collection, and it contains unique photographs documenting Japan during the late 19th century. The developed conservation method was later applied and adjusted by the conservators from the Rijksmuseum, my co-authors, namely Rosina Herrera, Martin Jürgens, Lenia Fernandez, and Magdalena Pelko. I would like to give an overview of the talk. I will start with a background on the Baudin collection and explain conservation goals. Then I give an insight into the development of the treatment, which is a little research on the characteristics of the burnt material and tests for treatment. I will then present the actual developed method step by step and show some results. To the end, I will present an analytical research to detect lost image information with infrared and XRF, and I will finish with our conclusions. The collection is attributed to the brothers Antoine and Albert Baudin. Antoine was a Dutch medical scientist, you can see them here, following his brother to Japan in 1861 to teach at a medical school and to run a hospital in Nagasaki. The brothers collected prints from professional photographers such as Felice Beato. And Antoine was the one who practiced photography himself in his free time. He used to take photos of friends and visitors or his students, as well as from landscapes around Nagasaki. He even had a little wooden studio that he used for portraits, which you can see here in the group picture. The little studio can be recognized in other photographs as well. For example, in this one, a portrait of two samurai. In the corner, you can see the curtain, which is the same as in the left print. Most of the photographs in the collection of the Rijksmuseum were taken by Antoine and are from around 1865. The photographs give a rare glimpse of Japan's society and the country at the end of the 19th century. They were made during an important historical period in Japan at a time during which the country opened its borders after 200 years of national seclusion. For a long time, the only contact to the West was the trade relations with the Netherlands, which was restricted to the Bay of Nagasaki. You can see the bay here in this panoramic print. This object is actually a fragment of a much bigger object, so keep this one in mind because I will come back to it later. There are some clues indicating that the photographs were mounted in albums before, such as fiber residues from mounting or folds like this one, you can see here. In fact, it is known that when Antoine and his brother returned to the Netherlands in the 1870s, they brought some albums with them. So they were kept in the family for a long time, but sadly in 1985, many of the photographs were damaged during a house fire. In 2016, the family donated 121 single photographs to the Rijksmuseum, and 28 of these show signs of fire damage. Another part of the Baudin collection is held by the Nagasaki University Library today, in which most of the photographs are still mounted in albums. The previous shown pictures, as well as this one, give an insight into the extent of the fire damage. On many, the charred material is already broken off and lost, but a few prints, such as this one, show very fragile edges. Especially those could hardly be handled without the risk of further damage and losses. Therefore, my goals were to enable a long-term preservation in the storage facilities of the museum, gain safe handling of the prints for access in the museum print room, and digitization for online viewing. And further, 3 prints needed to be treated for the upcoming exhibition New Realities in 2017. So a method to consolidate the fragile burned areas was urgently needed. Before I continue with the tests, I'd like to explain how mock-ups were made. Loose albumin prints from the late 19th century were available, which were burned by holding them for a few seconds directly in contact with a hot plate. With this method, mock-ups with charred edges could be produced that appeared very similar to the damage of the originals. The sample material was used in all of the tests. Before testing possible treatments, I wanted to know what happens with the albumin print when exposed to extreme heat. The main material is paper. It is the carry-on which a very thin layer of egg white solution is coated on. This is the binder that holds the silver particles, giving the photographic image. You see here a simple floating test with a mock-up. It demonstrates the very different behavior of the burned area and the intact area towards water. You can see the burned material is not curling up in the test. Then I did a simple spot test with water in the charred area. With a drop, when the drop is placed, the water is soaked in immediately. My explanation is that the material must be porous due to a very far advanced destruction of the material. The water spot test was carried out empirical in a wider range, which gave a more detailed image of the altered properties. My observation was that on both sides, the ability to absorb water is decreasing towards the charred edges, whereas the very charred material must be porous. So what happened to the material? During thermal degradation and combustion, many complex processes take place, including dehydration, depolymerization, and oxidation. For paper, the cellulose polymer is broken down into smaller units. Amorphic regions that can absorb water are affected first, which leaves a crystalline structure. This makes the paper less reactive to water and extremely brittle. For albumin, the protein is irreversibly changed as well. It is dehydrated and the primary structure is broken down. This results in a rigid and brittle material that has lost its property to be permeable for water. Understanding the altered characteristics of the material was helpful to define possible methods for treatment. The requirements for treatment were to consolidate the fragile charred material in order to prevent further losses, to gain abrasion resistance and regain strength and the ability to retain water. Further, it should be possible to reattach loose pieces. The test showed that water-based materials are not particularly suitable. In addition, it is recommended to avoid aqueous treatments on albumin prints, as it is known that the image layer is prone to cracking. Therefore, it should be gentle methods that use as little water as possible. I will now present a selection of what was tested. First, I tested the possibility of a consolidation. A preliminary test was done to observe the properties of the different consolidants regarding absorption and changing surface appearance. They were simply applied with a brush on the front. Here you see just some of the tested. Based on the preliminary, gelatin, isinglass, and Aquazol 200 were chosen for further testing with aerosol. Aquazol 200 turned out to be slightly easier to atomize than gelatin and isinglass, and it did not tend to condensate in the aerosol stream, probably due to the ethanol. To test the efficiency of the treatment, a simple test to evaluate abrasion resistance was carried out. A blotted paper was rubbed 10 times in a circular movement over a consolidated and a non-consolidated reference area. The effect was weak, but a light improvement could be determined. Based on the tests, I decided to include a consolidation with Aquazol 200 in the treatment of the originals. Aquazol is very plastic and has a hygroscopic nature. Therefore, it is also thought to bring strength, flexibility, and the ability to retain water. Further, I tested the possibility of lining. I'm presenting here a selection of what was tested. The lining with a remotion neighbor tissue allows the use of very little amount of water. It was tested with varying the ratio of traditional mixture of wheat starch paste and methylcellulose, and different methods for reactivation and applying. But this method did not meet the expectations. The use of too much water for reactivation caused cockling, which you see in the left picture. But with less water, the bond tend to be too weak or irregular. The picture on the right shows an extreme example. Testing several variations demonstrated that for this case, the lining method is not very reliable and too weak. The modified Dacron lining was tested as well to include a method that was in theory ruled out to be suitable because too much water is used. The tissue is pasted out with wheat starch paste on a polyester fabric called Dacron. The humidified photograph is lowered onto the lining tissue and the whole assembly is left for drying. The observation was that different stress ratio caused cockling and the high amount of stress caused cracking in the burned area. And further, charred material was washed out and caused the formation of tight lines. This method proved well that the burnt area and the non-affected area are reacting very different to water. Then a non-aqueous method was tested by simply brushing XVTH in ethanol through the tissue. You see a before and after picture here where the tissue was applied only to the burnt area. It had to be done very fast and precise because the adhesive dries very fast. But the adhesion was sufficient and the necessary strength could be achieved. With microscopic observations before and after, no visible alteration of the albumin surface could be determined. The reversibility was given as well by vaporizing the area with ethanol using a Gore-Tex. The tissue could be easily taken off again. As this method showed very good results overall, it was chosen to be used on the originals. I will now continue to present the actual treatment steps that were applied on the fire-damaged prints of the Bordeaux collection. The first step is the consolidation of the charred material with a low concentration of Aquazol 200 using an ultrasonic mister. Each side was treated 4 to 5 times with drying time in between to prevent flooding the substrate. Second, the burnt area is further stabilized by brushing on a thin Japanese paper on the back with XVTH to present an isopropanol. Different from the test before, isopropanol instead of ethanol is used as it evaporates slower, which gives slightly more time for application. The lining tissue is prepared bigger than the area to be treated and its edges were feathered. In order to ensure safe handling, false margins are applied. This is done by attaching big strips of Japanese paper with feathered edges to the sides of the print. Then the edge of the lining tissue is adhered to the false margins, which you can see on the left picture, and loose pieces are attached on it, which is shown on the right. The last step is to mount the print in the folder. Here you see a print before mounting. When I started with the treatment in 2017, I mounted the prints in a folder with a Passepartout. One edge of the false margin was attached to the back cardboard with a paper strip. Oh, sorry. But over time, it turned out that the Passepartout caused cockling of the false margins. You can see the difference when comparing the right bottom picture to the left one. This was improved when, after my research, the treatment of the collection continued in 2020. Now the cover flap is without the Passepartout, and a non-woven polyester mesh is adhered to it, adhered to the cover. Further, a thicker Japanese paper, 8 grams instead of 5, is used for the false margins, and photo corners are used instead of attaching one side of the false margins. Here you see a condition before and after treatment. This is also one of the 3 prints which was shown in the exhibition New Realities at the Rijksmuseum 2017. During my internship, I was able to apply the method to 3 prints of the collection. Later, in 2022, the Rijksmuseum devoted an exhibition to the Baudin collection with the title Early Photographs of Japan. In preparation for this exhibition, several people worked on the conservation of the collection, including the remaining 25 fire-damaged objects. As a result, almost 50 photographs of the collection could be presented to the public. In this picture, you might recognize the fragment on the right from the beginning of my presentation. With the conservation, these 2 fragments could be rejoined, showing now the actual panoramic photograph that is about 91 centimeters wide and consists of 5 shots of the Nagasaki Bay. Now I would like to give an insight into a research that was done next to the conservation treatment. Based on the assumption that the silver image could not be destroyed in the fire, I wanted to investigate if it is possible to detect the image in the charred material. One analytical experiment I did was infrared reflectography by using an Osiris infrared camera. With infrared light, it was possible to enhance the visibility in the dark areas to a small degree. However, an image in the very charred material could not be detected. And in 2017, I tested XRF scanning as well. With an area mapping, it is possible to visualize the distribution of elements. You see measurements in a non-infected area here. The area mapping is showing the distribution of silver here, which is shown in black. The resolution is very low, and the result is not 100% convincing. And mapping an area of this size required 70 measurements and took about 36 minutes. At the time, this was the best we could get. But it gave reason to continue this experiment, which is why in 2022, Martin Jürgens and Judith van der Brugge-Mulder made a new attempt and applied macro XRF scanning when it became available. And this gave a very nice result. With a new device, it is possible to get thousands of data points with a much higher resolution than before, and that can give us a detailed image of what was hidden in the charred material. Although the scanning area is much bigger than the one from 2017, the scanning duration of 28 hours is still very long. Nevertheless, it is incredible how you can clearly see the faces now. Information that was thought to be lost could be made visible again. I'd like to finish the talk with conclusions. You see a timeline of the history of the Baudin collection. In 2017, the project started as my bachelor thesis and my internship at the museum. A treatment was developed and successfully applied to 3 fire-damaged photographs. But in fact, the work after that was done later was very essential, as other professionals were actually applying and testing the method. During this time, valuable experience and information was collected, including the successful research on the potential of the macro XRF scanning. With this collaborative effort, the method could be best possible improved, so that today we are at the point that we would like to share our results. And with this, I would like to thank everyone and finish with acknowledgements. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Are there any questions? Well, as long as I can't see anyone, but maybe I have one. Do you think there will be an application for other burned material that is not photographic to make things visible in the burned areas, or how would you judge that?
Yes, I think it would be interesting to test it on other materials and on paper, other paper objects.
Yeah, I can imagine there would be a lot of interest in that if people do things in a fire.
Yeah, maybe it's not so, the device is maybe not so available for everyone, but yeah.
Are there any other questions?
Thank you so much for the brilliant lecture. So I have a question. The Clusel G in ethanol, the Swiper's scent, did you say the tissue is easy to remove using alcohol in a Sympatex or Gore-Tex chamber?
Yes, I tested it with a Gore-Tex and a sandwich and tried to evaporate with alcohol, and then it was easy to take it off again, to peel it off again. Yeah.
Okay. Great, thanks.
Any other questions? If not, we have a bit of time, and to make sure we keep the schedule, we will just wait with the next talk until 3 p.m. Thank you, Elisa.
Okay, so I think everyone from the hall downstairs has joined us by now. And I would like to introduce our next speaker, who is Teresa Meskit, and she will be talking about the processing of 10,000 visual memories, workflows, outcomes, and reflections on the mass recovery of a collection casualty.
There's a fresh one. Okay, great.
This, okay. Well, thank you, IADA, for giving us this chance to present at the 15th Congress. Today, we'd like to share with you the project 100,000 Visual Memories. It was developed to treat and digitize the more than 100,000 negatives drenched in a leak at Nordiska Museum, and to make these images accessible to the public. And with the end in sight, we're able to present the project, its workflows and outcomes, and reflect on projects of this scale. And first, some background on the collection and the emergency response. Nordiska Museet celebrates its 150th anniversary this year. It was founded by the ethnologist Arthur Hazelius, who saw in the early 1870s the need to preserve an agrarian culture disappearing under an emerging industrial society. Collections expanded quickly, and today Nordiska Museet is Sweden's largest museum of cultural history. These pictures are from the building of the museum on Djurgården, Stockholm, which opened to the public in 1907. The museum is also home to one of Northern Europe's largest collections of cultural historical photographs that came to the museum through initiatives as documentation, as archives from individual photographers, and as collections from businesses, organizations, and institutions. The negative collection spans the period from the late 1800s to the Folkhem period of the 1960s, when Sweden defined and solidified its welfare state ideals. And with this variety and range, the collection represents an invaluable visual record for understanding Swedish society. Among the photographers are K.W. Gullers, known internationally from the Family of Man exhibition, and in Sweden for his social welfare depictions and commissions for Swedish industry. Gösta Glaser, known for his iconic mid-century images of Stockholm, and Gunnar Lund's massive archive of Swedish everyday life, politics, and travel from the 1920s to the 50s. And Sten Dietrich Belander, assistant to Richard Avedon in his earlier career, known for his portraits, commercial, and fashion photography. In January 2021, a buildings technician discovered a large water leak in the negative vault. The water had reached a height of 30 centimeters, and the emergency response team made the first assessments and began assigning tasks while waiting for the water to be pumped out. It turned out that a municipal water main had burst on the island. The leak was fortunately clean water. And 10 staffers, plus consulting photograph conservator, spent the first day emptying the vaults and air drying drenched materials. And here's the roll film hung up and sheet film laid out for drying, with a makeshift stacking system made of unfolded boxes that were on hand, plus foam risers. At the end of that day, it was obvious that salvage needed to turn to freezing. There was simply too much material remaining. It was extremely lucky that the Conservation Department had a frozen vault available. And so, day 2 commenced with preparing plastic sheeting, bags, and tape for packaging. These were among the emergency supplies and available in the Conservation Department. The negatives were interleaved with polyester sheets about every 3 centimeters or so, and then the sealed packages were placed back in their containers,
and fortunately, these containers all bore identifying archival information. The containers were placed onto pallet collars, and in all, 9 collars were stacked in the frozen vault. Throughout, of course, the registrar was keeping track of the archival documentation. Items that were not wet, but were affected by the elevated humidity numbered about 1 million. Here, some of them are air drying in one of the massive museum halls, and the museum was closed at that time during COVID. Focus turned to planning once the negatives were transferred to a freezer container, beginning with the insurance claim in early 2021 to community engagement this year. The appraisal for the insurance claim came in at a little over $800,000. Defining and recruiting staff was done early on, as was contracting with Wikimedia and Kultur-IT, who develops digital tools for cultural institutions in Norway and Sweden. Establishing a suitable locale was foremost, as well as safety and accessibility to the frozen materials. Separate rooms for conservation and digital capture were desirable, as was a climatized locale, but in the end, circumstances prevented this. Treatment methods focused on thawing and separating the negatives from their enclosures without immersion and controlling the drying process in a limited space. No rinse step was included since the casualty had been a clean water leak. The digital process is aimed at streamlining image capture, maintaining correct association with the relevant archive and series, and developing processes for dissemination. And lastly, community engagement in dissemination efforts would be pursued through Wikimedia Sweden and Kultur-IT. Circling back to the logistics of outfitting the studio, health and safety issues needed to be addressed. So fume extraction units were installed at work tables and digital capture stations, and personal safety equipment was purchased and fitted. Once production was in swing, air sampling was conducted to assure that levels for nitrogen oxide and volatile organic compounds were below the limit. And this is the overview of the processes from start to finish. At the top, the workflow for conservation and documentation, and at the bottom, the digital line. So we can walk through this step by step. Prior to each workday, packets of negatives were removed from the freezer, which is minus 10 degrees Celsius, and they were acclimated overnight in coolers. In the morning, they were transferred to a refrigerator for retrieval during the workday. In all, the thawing time was between 14 and 38 hours until they could be safely separated. Negatives were separated from their sleeves, either almost completely thawed or, if in poor condition, in semi-crystalline state. But in some rare cases, stuck negatives were placed in a bath of tap water. Information from the sleeve is transcribed onto new housing. And at the same time, information is recorded in a work journal. The archive series formats, whether acetate or nitrate, and total negatives. For tracking purposes, the number of the drying sheet was also recorded to allow for an extra control step. During the separation process, the negatives are placed on numbered drying folders of Klug board, and these were made by the team. When the batch is completed, the numbered drying folder is placed in the drying rack overnight. In the morning, archival information is transcribed onto new housing, and before the negatives are sleeved, any damages are noted by their code and entered in the work journal. The control station, just before image capture, records this metadata. The container lists are checked, and statistics are compiled from this station. Image capture is done with just a few settings over the light table. 3 file formats are made in Lightroom, a DNG, TIFF, and JPEG. And after 30 to 40 captures, the files are exported to an output folder, checked against Excel lists, and synchronized to temporary storage. And here, DNG and TIFF files are transferred with sync script to the image bank. The JPEG files are ingested into the collection management system, and this in turn is integrated into Digitalt Museum, where the images are made public. And once the negatives are digitized and boxed again, they are packed, sealed, and labeled for return to the freezer container. And here are the integral parts of the project. In all, we've had a team of 9 staffers, comprising conservators, archival assistants, a photographer, an image technician, and an archivist. For image capture, the setup looks like this. On the left, you have the image capture station, camera, hard drive, photo. At top is metadata with the Excel spreadsheet, the information from the work journals, and from archival records. This is used as a control prior to the intermediary station in the middle. And after control, the files are sent to temporary storage, as I mentioned. Good work documents prove to be vital. Some of these are more permanent, others temporary. In terms of project management, the process description document on the left was the most critical. It laid out steps for each component of the project, along with responsible parties, equipment needed, special comments, and even the frequency of activity. For example, the negatives for Monday morning needed to be retrieved from the freezer container on Sunday. Among the temporary documents were tracking documents. For example, an overview of the individual archives there with the green, and that was for checking progress. Another was the location tracking sheet, which was an up-to-date record of where the materials were in the thawing and drying process. There were also work journals and a spreadsheet for statistics. A few documents were developed during the project, such as the damage atlas at left, based on typical damage types covered in filmcare.org, and which streamlined condition reporting using codes that cover 12 categories. Another document is a processing flowchart at right. The flowchart accounts for different scenarios in the thawing process, depending on the density of the frozen packet, the amount of information to transfer, and the anticipated condition of the negatives from different periods. This aided in planning how much assistance was needed for a certain batch of materials. Another addition was the collage or gallery of images from a single envelope in a particular archive that could serve as an overview of its contents in a single capture without adjusting for exposures. This was meant to document the material aspects of the negatives, in addition to the principle of always including the entire negative in the image. Every week had its challenges, including brittle materials, hard to decipher inks, glare from the windows, or curling negatives in the dry indoor climate of Swedish winters. Troubleshooting became part of the process. There were a few surprises too. The image of renowned Swedish painter Anders Zorn at left in a sled surfaced at one point and had clearly served as a study for a later self-portrait. What are realistic outcomes in such a mass treatment project? Again, this is where goal setting comes in. In the course of 9 months, 110,000 nitrate and acetate negatives were thawed and separated. 91,000 negatives are digitized now, a year after the project commenced. In terms of weekly production, about 2,500 negatives were treated and digitized per week, with image capture breaking down to about 250 negatives per station per day. Images are released to the public in batches every month, and the first writer's studio has been held to enhance knowledge about the archives and likewise engage the public. The reflections here may seem banal, but they still bear a few comments. 100,000 visual memories had a finite budget, and with a project of this size, it's critical to set reachable goals. Priorities keep the project on track. For example, priority was given to baseline treatments so that all the negatives could be digitized. This meant that over and beyond separating and drying the negatives, any further item-level treatment would first be considered at a later date. For planning, the time we spent describing all processes and responsibilities ahead of time paid off in the execution process. And building a strong team means encouraging cooperation, and in fact, the second interview was group-based, including some problem-solving scenarios to test these skills. During the first training week, the group warmed up by producing the large drawing folders together. Flexibility is crucial, and this goes for processes as well as staffing. Throughout, steps have been adjusted, added, refined. Some of these refinements were anticipated, for example, the thawing procedures. Others were unforeseen, such as the need to add an image capture station, which meant realigning the team members. And still other changes were additions, such as integrating a step for recording condition codes prior to sleeving, and the archive collages, as we've just seen. Sorry. Working with frozen materials, which can't really be examined beforehand, requires some special skills in line work. You need to make quick assessments while the items are in the process of thawing. How are they sleeved? Are the inscriptions legible? What is their condition? You then need to communicate possible adjustments to the workflow. It's a time-sensitive process requiring a lot of finesse. And finally, ongoing assessment of the work is a great aid. The weekly meetings always included a feedback round on the materials during the week. This, together with any existing archival information, for example, the period it covered or the formats the photographer used, could be used to predict the next batches. In other words, we combined an anecdotal approach with the available archival resources to plan the coming week's work. A few comments on emergency response. Networks are, of course, critical in the first stages. Assessing the scope and type of water damage quickly will inform the next steps. Is the water fresh or salt, contaminated or clean? The freshwater leak at Nordiska eliminated the need for protective equipment during response. It simplified the recovery process, too. In hindsight, our action would have been to proceed with freezing the drenched materials immediately, rather than attempt air drying as we did on the first day. The magnitude of wet materials was simply too great. On the other hand, air drying the damp materials seemed manageable. Also, the plastic sheets that are placed within the packets during emergency response really does help when separating the negatives. So do it if there's time. Finally, every water incident is unique, with its own set of challenges and unknowns, which is why it's so useful to share these experiences. We'd like to round off with a few examples of this work. First, Wikimedia's first writer's studio. The idea is to crowdsource information about the images, which in turn is funneled back to Nordiska. All of the images are public domain, and the guests here were Saab enthusiasts and men who had worked in the factory that K.W. Gulders had documented. One of them, Peter Norman, was able to add to the record that at the time of that picture, he had just completed his chemical engineering degree and was measuring the voltage in the aluminum sheets with the help of X-ray diffraction. Descriptive information like this and the knowledge these Saab employees contributed was really fantastic and will enrich the understanding of Sweden's industrial heritage. And equally exciting is to connect people to their own collections. More from Saab in the 1970s by K.R. Gullers. Advertising in Sao Paulo, also K.W. Gullers. Ingrid Bergman, preparing for filming Victor Fleming's Oscar-nominated Joan of Arc, 1947. And examples of everyday life by Gullers, Ossian Olofsson, and Gunnar Lund. Finally, the image you see is the 100,000th negative treated in the project 100,000 Visual Memories. Photographer Gustav Emil Peterson captured this boy, thought to be his son, in Stockholm at the turn of the century. And with that, we'd like to thank IADA and acknowledge the work of the emergency response communities and preservation networks here and abroad, and in particular to Linnea Fernandez and Katrine Peach for their valuable input on workflows from the treatment of 40,000 color slides of Ed van der Elsken, and Clara Waldhausen for her valuable input on disaster recovery scenarios of photographic materials. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Teresa. It seems like as a conservator you always have to be kind of an Excel wizard as well.
Yes.
Do we have any questions? Can't see any. Oh, I see someone there in the middle. There's two. Please use the microphone if possible.
Hello.
Hello.
Alexandra Moser from Vienna. Can you talk about the troubleshooting that you encountered, for example, ink bleeding or other problems that you met while unpacking? Can you talk about that a little?
Right. I think when we were imagining the project, we were worried that with the thawing process and that very time-sensitive aspect of it, that if any written material, any annotations came up that either were illegible because the writing was illegible or that the ink was bleeding, what were we going to do? Who do we call? Or do we take a picture of it and send it to somebody who's more of a handwriting expert? Because it's hard to, as a conservator, to have a good working knowledge of handwritten information. And that's really kind of the domain of the archivist. And so that was something we worried about. I think in the end, the people that we had in the room were very good at deciphering the information, and the staff registrar, archivist, that is a co-author, Karen Neander, also had a chance to kind of float around and to be of assistance with that information because she had firsthand knowledge of a lot of the archival information. You asked about other challenges. I think the thawing was really challenging. To figure out how long you needed for a given type of damage and what type of housing the negative was in. For example, the glassine didn't absorb as much water as, for example, the archival paper sleeves. About 25% of the negatives had been re-sleeved in paper envelopes. And those paper sleeves really soaked a lot of water. So when initially we packaged everything for freezing, the packets were pretty much the same size, but the packets could have differing amounts of water depending on what kind of enclosures the negatives were in. So that's kind of why we were forced to look at thawing parameters when we were working with this material. And let's see, what other things do you think were challenges? Oh, well, the curling negatives during the winter months, that turned out to be, I don't know if you caught that we weren't able to conduct this work in a climatized space. So we had to do our own humidifying in the room. And obviously during the wintertime, the heat's going to be on and the air's going to be drier. So we did have to put in extra humidifiers in the space. And the question was, all right, where do you place the humidifiers? Because we also had, air outtake, extraction hoods, or trunks rather, extraction trunks. And that's also pulling, air up and it's dry kind of around that workspace. So you do have to add in some humidity. And I think we had toyed with leaving those humidifiers on all night sometimes, so that that just all had to be dialed in as the weather changed. Another thing that we didn't really bring up in the reflections is that it would have been much better had we had a locale for the conservation treatment and another locale for digital capture, obviously, because the more people you put in a room, the more dust and air movement there's going to be. And so there was kind of a progressive partitioning off of the digital section so that they had less air movement and less light coming in. It's just that we only had this one locale to work with, and that goes back to the finite budget. And and wanting to keep the project close to where the freezer container was, so that we didn't have to relocate to another part of town. Are we coming up with any other challenges? I don't know. It was, in a way, all of the challenges were interesting. I think for first-time encounters with damaged materials, as a conservator, you're in a way in a panic because you're maybe pulling apart, separating negatives that are already in poor condition, and they will not survive well a flooding. And you have to understand that there will be damage, and keep in perspective that this is a mass project, it's a mass digitization, or it's a mass treatment project, and some things can be rectified in the digital end. For example, the blue dye, from the anti-halation layer, you saw a lot of blue negatives. Well, okay, that's irreversible as far as we know now. Maybe at some point someone will come up with a treatment for that. But if nothing else, it can be corrected in the digital process. I think. yeah, that's
Thank you very
that's what
much.
I can say.
Thank you, Teresa.
Thanks.
Sure. So we will now continue with our last talk before the coffee break. And this talk is presented by Clara von Waldhausen. And she is talking about the question of image or object.
When I turn it, is it this? Honestly, I'm not sure. I assume. Let's try it. No. This one, maybe. No. How did you do this, Teresa?
Keep it right there.
Yeah.
Just keep it there, and then you just press hard.
Okay.
And if you have to back, it's that one. I like
Super.
that.
All right. Thanks. Good afternoon. Today I will talk to you about the analog chromogenic photograph, how it's made, and its value as artwork. There we go. Chromogenic photography uses light-sensitive silver halide paper and chemicals to create a color image. The principles of analog chromogenic printing involve exposing the paper to light, usually through a negative, which activates the light-sensitive emulsion on the paper. The emulsion is made up of up to 8 layers, 3 of which contain dye couplers that form cyan, magenta, and yellow dyes when they react with the oxidized developer. The chromogenic process was the most common analog color process of the 20th century. It was less labor-intensive than dye transfer process and was more common and less expensive than the silver dye bleach printing onto cibachrome. And perhaps these reasons contribute to its wide use amongst artists in the last 30 years of the 20th century. However, the color accuracy of chromogenic prints will deteriorate over time due to fading or color shifts caused by light or thermal aging. As a result, we see a magenta or sometimes greenish cast, often accompanied by a loss of contrast, appearing in the photograph. This fading can happen within a shorter period than most other artist materials can fade, and within the lifetime of the artist. Color shifts are the reason for the current trend of reprinting chromogenic artworks in collections. And with reprinting, I mean the making of a new photograph that then takes the place of the changed chromogenic photograph in the collection. Reprinting is initiated by the artist or sometimes the museum. It is usually performed by the digital means, using technology and materials that were not available at the time of the first printing. In principle, the revisiting of a negative by the photographer aligns with the nature of photography as a reproducible medium. Often the evolution of the photographer or artist's ideas can be seen in each new print. The problem with reprinting, as used in this context, is that the reprint actually replaces the earlier photograph. This earlier photograph is then either destroyed or retired to storage, not to be shown again. Oi. Maybe someone can help me here. I think the battery's dying. Let's see, here we go. Oh yeah, thank you. To illustrate this, here you see 2 images by Stephen Shore. Shore is one of the first artists to work in chromogenic photography and be collected in fine art institutions. For the past 10 years, Shore has been in dialogue with collections because he wants to reprint his analog prints, photographs, from the 70s and 80s and replaced them with modern digitally printed photographs or inkjet. The image on the left is analog printed in 1975, and on the right, a digital print made by Shore in 2013. The analog print left is printed darker and warmer and captures the afternoon sun. The colors may have shifted a bit warmer than when first printed, but without magenta or green cast that I mentioned before. It still shows the color palette pretty much as it was when printed. The digital image on the right is sharpened and is printed with more subdued tones. The yellow is filtered out and almost completely and is replaced by magenta that makes the print appear more blue. It is softer, the shadows are less prominent, and the afternoon sun is nowhere to be seen. According to Shore's wishes, the right image would be replaced with one on the left. Within a collecting institution, I question the good practice of such a decision. In the rest of my presentation, I will discuss part of ongoing research in which I explore the question of image or object. Within museum collections, are we preserving the photograph as image or as material object? Within this context, I will show you a closer look at the fundamentals of the analog printed chromogenic artwork and through the knowledge gained by reading through photography magazines and interviewing professional printers, I will discuss the decisions that are made while printing in the darkroom. My aim is to shed light on darkroom practice, to provide insights to what this means for the resulting artwork, and to try and understand the value for the analog artwork in a digital age. I will conclude with thoughts on insights gained during the interviews and reflect on what is lost when replacing an analog print with a modern version. There are a number of steps involved in creating a chromogenic print in the darkroom. First, with a color negative, a photograph is taken with a camera. This is developed later. And here you see the 8x10-inch camera that Stephen Shore uses to make his photographs after 1973. Because the parameters of professional darkroom chromogenic printing are more exact than black and white, chemistry is more harmful to the health of the practitioner, and printing is performed in complete darkness. In black and white darkrooms, you have a red light or orange light. The artist usually works together with a professional printer. A contact sheet is printed to provide a first impression of the images. And when doing so, miniature prints are made by placing the negatives in contact with photographic paper and exposing and developing it. Here you see the resulting contact prints. Because negatives on one roll can be darker or lighter, several contact sheets are printed so that each photograph can be viewed optimally, because if not, they can affect the decision of the artist to print them. Once they know what image they want to print, the artist chooses the desired print size and paper. Here you see 4 different types of chromogenic papers with varying gloss. The upper left is the most matte, and the lower right has the highest gloss. The image I'm using here is from the SBMK sample set that we made within the SBMK photography project, of which this research is part of, and I have the website at the end. The printer then produces a neutral print in which only the information as seen in the negative is provided. This first print serves as the baseline for the dialogue with the artist and for all printing decisions made thereafter. And the arrow points to the first prints in the image on the screen. In the dialogue that follows, and the prints that are consequently made, the printer uses his expertise, tools and skills to print the final photograph to capture the look that the artist intended when making the photograph. The arrows point to local changes printed into the second print. In each consequent test print, various factors are adjusted to refine the artist's vision. Specific details are highlighted and impactful compositions are created. Each iteration offers a chance to experiment to learn from previous results and get closer to what the artist wants to communicate. In order to understand what decisions were made in the darkroom, magazines published between 1980 and 2000 were browsed for articles that provided insight into darkroom chromogenic practice. And contact was sought with analog chromogenic printers that printed and/or are still printing today. Initially, only Dutch printers were contacted, but my research has since broadened. Here you see the list of the labs and the retired printers that I have contacted so far, but my presentation today will discuss the outcomes of interviews with 5 Dutch printers. In preparation for the interview, the goal of the interview and a set of questions were sent to each printer. The Dutch interviews were held in person, and the method of interviewing them was ethnography-inspired. I visited the printer at the lab, saw the darkrooms, and when possible, watched while they print. Questions focused on the printer-client relationship, the workflow, printer's skill set and tools, and the steps taken to interpret the negative to the final artwork. We also discussed the printer's creative input, consistency across multiple prints, as for example in an artist edition, and the printer's general thoughts on the image and its qualities and/or uniqueness as artwork. The printer's background and personality influences the way they work for the artist. For example, one is more technical, as he has a diploma as a photographic lab technician. Another works intuitively or more intuitively and has perhaps the most intimate relationship with the prints that he makes for the artist. And yet another works most practically. He does not use some of the darkroom tools and skills that others do. All printers were photographers or artists themselves, or had graduated from art school before going into printing. All use diverse papers from both Kodak and Fuji for printing photographs, and now only Fuji is available, as it is the only manufacturer still producing chromogenic papers today. It became clear from the interviews that all printers possess a deep understanding of various darkroom processes, and I know how to manipulate these techniques to achieve the specific vision of the artist photographer. However, the extent of the manipulation depends on the printer-artist relationship, and the amount of time for printing, their tools, and their expertise. From the interviews, several key insights emerge. First of all, printers felt that the emotions, ideas, and motivations that move the artist to take the photograph are not necessarily present in the negative, and that they are awaiting to be interpreted during printing. They see it as their job to print the artist's vision. The printers express the importance of manipulating and reinterpreting the negative by making new versions with light. In doing so, the artistic intent is refined, and you just simply can't just make one print. The printers were clear, even though they bring their set of skills and tools to the table, they serve only the artist's idea. They leave their own ideas about how the negative should be printed out of printing. In other words, their profession dictates that they are subservient to the artist. This being said, one printer might offer opinions faster than another, much like a framer does when offering his opinions on which frame and window mat combination would work well for a particular artwork. All printers expressed that their contribution lie in dodging and burning, making of masks, and understanding their order to emphasize or diminish certain elements, directing the viewer's attention or enhancing the overall composition within the image. Their expertise lies in the fact that they can selectively alter softness, exposure, hue, and contrast, overall or locally, to create a more balanced or dynamic image, providing further control over the final artistic outcome. They know when to color wash, which is first exposing the paper with a certain color to counteract the color cast in the negative. They can change the highlights to become warmer or cooler, or the image to be less green. And this controlled drawing with light that is illustrated here with a series of masks in the first 3 images that were used to print Jacqueline Hessing's Golden Room, shown on the right. All printers emphasize the importance of listening to the artist and the communication between the artist and the printer to understand what the artist's idea is about the image on the negative. To illustrate the darkroom journey and the communication of the artist's ideas, I would like to cite Joel Merowitz, who gave an interview in the American Photographer in 1987. And I quote, "I don't jump to photograph something because of its color. I photograph it because I'm interested in the presence of the whole thing. I don't want the color to wear the person." Here you can see a progression from the first contact print to the final print on the right. During printing, the exposure time, yellow and magenta color filtration was tweaked, and dodging and burning were performed. While printers agree that reevaluating until the desired end result is achieved is an important step, they had different ideas about the number of prints that they would make for one image. This was depending on the printer, anywhere from 3 to 8 prints. If price is no obstacle, or if the artist pays a day rate, all agreed that more versions are made. So this means that finances can influence the final outcome of the artwork. All printers agreed that the selection of chromogenic materials and finishing materials plays a crucial role. As seen here, different papers have different base colors, levels of glossiness, contrast, textures, color saturation, and color reproduction capabilities, which can influence their overall aesthetic and feel of the artwork. The printer knows the color characterizations of each paper and how it's influenced. He understands the effects of print size and the effects of light and the filters on the chosen paper. When to print with RGB, red, green, blue, or with CMY, cyan, magenta, or yellow, and when to filter only locally. He can manipulate these characteristics to enhance certain elements of the artwork and influence viewer engagement. Before I go on, I want to show you the effects of contrast, color saturation, and color temperature on the image. I will show you the image and then a detail of those images so you can see how the image and the details are affected. So here we go. Here you have contrast, and the print on the left is going to be more contrast, right, than rich than the one on the right. Here you see there are details, color saturation, and color temperature. To illustrate the importance of paper and finishing for an artwork, I direct your attention to these 2 images from Celine van Balen. She chose Fujiflex material to print her photographs for the series. Fujiflex has an ultra-high gloss, as you can see from the image on the left. Each photograph in the series was finished with a matte laminate, as can be seen in the image at the right. The choice to use a glossy paper and then cover it with a matte laminate might seem conflicting. However, the theory that Van Balen had behind the combination is that light travels through the laminate, reflects back as it hits the high gloss surface, and then bounces all around between the image and laminate to attain extra depth and luminescence. The interviews brought clarity regarding the printing process in which the interpretation of the negative is the focus. Printers using their tools of techniques and skills to bring the photographer-artist idea of the image to life. When asked how often they use their skills and tools to manipulate the negative to achieve the final result, all answered that it was more than 95% of the time and that always at least some dodging and burning is necessary. The significance of the printing process is further emphasized by the materials, chemistry, techniques employed. Finishing techniques such as mounting, face mounting, laminating, and framing play a vital role in how the viewer perceives and engages with the artwork. All printers mention definite trends in photography regarding size, printing, and finishing technique, and that these trends change and give way to new developments. All printers agreed that the materials, chemistry and tools available to him, the choice he has in using them, and the juggling of these in a particular order makes each photograph a unique object. When reflecting on what the value is of the analog printed chromogenic photograph, I think the value lies in the fact that at a set time there is a vision, an idea of the artwork to be made by the artist. From what I understand, it is rarely captured in the negative. The artwork is made through the artist-printer relationship, which is unique, through their communication and understanding, the technology and materials chosen, unique to that time, and the tacit knowledge, choices, and actions taken by the printer in the darkroom. These actions are undocumented. And von Balen's example mentioned before illustrates clearly the importance of understanding materials and ideas about them for the preservation of the artwork made in a certain time. Furthermore, the value of the analog chromogenic artwork lies in the fact that 30 or 40 years later, we cannot make the same artwork. This is not only because each analog photograph is unique, but because the negative, after so many years, has changed. Materials are no longer available, and the darkroom interpretation is lost when the negative is digitized. Additionally, the artist has evolved in his idea and vision. He is influenced by the age he is now living in, by his past and his past experiences. He is influenced by the technology and the materials available to him. By considering the intrinsic value of the chromogenic analog photograph, a deeper appreciation for the physical artwork can be gained. An awareness of the historical context of the material and technology is developed, and trends in photography's history can be recognized. These provide a historic framework that dates the artwork at the moment of conception within a particular time in history. In conclusion, I believe that it is crucial that we understand and acknowledge the intrinsic value of the analog chromogenic photograph, and that we preserve the physical elements of analog chromogenic printing for future generations so that they can fully appreciate the artistry and meaning captured within each analog artwork, especially as we continue in our digital path. And yes, the photographs will change, and the best preserved copies may be valued the most, and so is the importance of our role as conservator highlighted. By all means, revisit the negative and use the evolved artistic vision to print a new photograph. And let it be just that, a new photograph. Thank you.
Thank you, Clara, for this fascinating talk. Do we have any questions? I see one in the front there.
Christa Hoffmann, Vienna. I'd be interested if you also discuss these issues with the photographers or artists, how they approach it. Yeah.
This is my next research. I did talk at length with Stephen Shore, and he's also in my contribution, and a big thank you that he was willing to talk to me about all of his ideas. And he says, you know, as an artist, I see what's possible now, and I want to use all these new modern things. And that's where I think the conflict arises. The photographs are now in the collections, and we're charged with their preservation, and how are we going to do that, huh? Image or object, yeah.
I have one question as well. Do you know what's the current practice, for example, in the Netherlands in the museums?
You know, I mentioned that there's a trend in this, and it's been going on internationally for, at least 10 years, I think. And in the Netherlands, people or museums do it on a one-to-one basis. It's very thoughtfully developed, and the discussions are done, and so forth. So there isn't one wave or one trend exactly, or when to do it, when not to do it.
Sure,
Yeah.
thanks. Any other questions from the audience? I can't see any, so I think everyone is longing a little bit for coffee. And there will be coffee ready for you, I think, upstairs and downstairs as well. And we will continue after the coffee break.
Well, no? I'd just like to mention the next talk will be in German. So if you do not understand German, please, maybe you go for some headphones. Thank you.
Okay, good evening. My name is Carolina De Stefani and I'm going to chair the last session of the day. Our first presenter is Markus Grön, and he is going to present Nail It Down, 270 square meters of Egyptian wallpaper in the Art History Museum of Vienna. So, welcome. And just a reminder, he's going to give his benediction in German, so if you could use your headset, we will have the translation. Thank you.
Ja, einen schönen Nachmittag. Ich bin der Markus Grön, bin Teil vom Institut für Papierrestaurierung Schloss Schönbrunn und beschäftige mich seit jetzt fast 30 Jahren hauptsächlich mit Tapetenrestaurierung. Und ich darf Sie heute mitnehmen auf einen kleinen Ausflug ins 19. Jahrhundert zur Wiener Weltausstellung von 1873. Und ich möchte mich mit Ihnen ein bisschen mit der schlichten Tatsache beschäftigen, dass sich Papier ausdehnt, wenn es nass wird, und den durchaus gravierenden Konsequenzen, die das hat für Tapezierer und Dekorateure. Mit kaiserlichem Entschluss wurde 1870 die Wiener Weltausstellung ins Leben gerufen, die dann auch tatsächlich am 1. Mai 1873 eröffnet wurde. Und es war das ehrgeizige Ziel, unter allen Umständen die Weltausstellung von London von 1851 und die Pariser Weltausstellung, vor allem die von 1867, an Größe und Prunk unter allen Umständen zu übertreffen. In Paris, das war nicht die mit dem Eiffelturm, die war dann erst später, aber trotzdem. Das Kaiserhaus in Wien wollte sich vor allem profilieren mit der Einbeziehung des Orients. Und so wurde der Ismail Pascha, der Khedive des Osmanischen Reichs, Provinz Ägypten, von Anfang an eingeladen, sich an der Weltausstellung zu beteiligen. Und in Ägypten hatte man etwas unangenehme Erfahrungen gemacht mit der Weltausstellung davor in Paris, denn viele schöne originale Artefakte aus Ägypten, die dort präsentiert worden sind, sind schlicht nicht mehr zurückgekommen, weil die Kaiserin von Frankreich Gefallen daran gefunden hatte und die dann einfach in Paris geblieben sind. Also bei dieser Weltausstellung sollten keine Originale versendet werden, sondern nur Repliken. Dafür tat man das gewaltig. Also es gab ein großes Budget, einen ungeheuren Aufwand und es wurde präsentiert ein vornehmes ägyptisches Wohnhaus, eine Moschee samt Minarett, war immerhin fast 50 Meter hoch, einen Hof mit einem ägyptischen Kaffeehaus, ein Garten, ein Bauernhof mit lebendigen Tieren, ein Fürstenanwesen und ein ägyptisches Grab. Das Ganze wurde also aus Brettern und Leinwand und allen möglichen Dekorationsmaterialien zusammengeschustert, mit relativ wenig Mörtel und Ziegel, aber doch sehr eindrucksvoll und vor allem in der Presse und bei den Besuchern unglaublich beliebt. Man kann sich, glaube ich, auch die Wirkung im vordigitalen Zeitalter von solchen Ausstellungen heutzutage kaum vorstellen. Aber es war wirklich, es muss sensationell gewesen sein. Von dem ägyptischen Grab, das da gezeigt wurde, gibt es leider kein Foto, kein historisches, sondern es hat sich nur ein Foto vom Eingang zu dem Grab erhalten. Es handelte sich dabei um das Grab aus Beni Hassan. 1843 gab es eine preußische Expedition unter der Leitung von Karl Richard Lepsius. Und damals wurde eben dieses Grab aufgenommen und grafisch dokumentiert von den Brüdern Weidenbach. Ein paar Jahre später ist dann ein sehr prunkvoller Tafelband herausgekommen, Denkmäler aus Ägypten und Äthiopien. Und das ist eine Tafel aus diesem Buch. Und das war wiederum die Vorlage für die Dekorateure, die in Wien gearbeitet haben, um das ägyptische Grab zu gestalten. Gemalt wurde von denen auf einem sehr festgeleimten, kartonartigen, modernen also damals modernem Endlospapier. Und sie arbeiteten mit einer großzügigen Rastervergrößerung und Leimfarben. Und die Rastervergrößerung hat das Grab in etwa 1:2 vergrößert abgebildet. Im November 1873 war dann die Weltausstellung vorbei und es gab, wie so oft, keine Nachnutzung, auch wenn man das vorher 10-mal versprochen hatte. Das ganze Gelände verfiel über den Winter, es hat sich so eine Art Ruinenstadt im Wiener Prater gebildet. Gleichzeitig war Wien damals im absoluten Baurausch. Also in der Ringstraße wurde ein Palais nach dem anderen fertiggestellt und auch das Kaiserhaus hat große Pläne. Es gab das sogenannte Kaiserforum, eine doppelt vergrößerte Hofburg sollte entstehen und links und rechts damit verbunden 2 große Museen, das Naturhistorische Museum und das Kunsthistorische Museum. Die stehen immer noch. Das Kaiserforum, so wie es auf dieser Postkarte abgebildet ist, ist nicht ganz so groß verwirklicht worden. Und das Hofbaukomitee erinnerte sich an dieses ägyptische Grab, das da auf der Weltausstellung zu sehen war, Man hat dann tatsächlich die Teile in einer Baracke wiedergefunden und beschlossen, die sollen doch zur Ausstattung des ägyptischen Saales im Kunsthistorischen Museum verwendet werden. Und das hat man dann auch wirklich umgesetzt. 1891 wurde dann das Kunsthistorische Museum in Wien eröffnet durch Kaiser Franz Josef. Aber von der Verzweiflung der Tapezierer und Dekorateure, die sich mit diesem ägyptischen Saal abplagen mussten im Jahr davor, wird man da wenig mitbekommen haben. Wir haben es dann zu spüren bekommen, würde ich mal sagen. Ich muss sagen, ich selbst bin schon, weiß nicht was, wie viele Male durch diesen Saal durchgegangen, als Student und schon vorher und auch nachher. Und mir selber ist eigentlich nie aufgefallen, dass dort Tapeten an den Wänden kleben. Also das ist eigentlich komisch und als Fachmann sollte einem das doch irgendwie eigentlich auffallen. Aber so war es nicht. Das zeigt, wie schön die integriert sind. Ja? Also wie sehr die Deckenmalerei, das ist tatsächlich eine Malerei auf Wand, harmoniert mit der später oder mit der gleichzeitig dann eingebauten Dekorationsmalerei auf Papier, die eben von der Wiener Weltausstellung herkommt. Es hat mich also ziemlich überrascht, als das Kunsthistorische Museum gesagt hat, ja, der Herr Krön soll jetzt einmal kommen und da die Schäden befunden an den Tapeten, weil ich mir dachte, welche Tapeten, aber es sind wirklich welche, denn es ist irgendwie anscheinend Gefahr in Verzug. Und so 1919, glaube ich, war ich zum ersten Mal dort und wir haben die ganze Sache dort untersucht. Die Wandmalereien, also die Malerei auf Papier, die dort montiert sind, sind eigentlich auf 3 Säle verteilt. Es gibt den Saal 1, den größten, es gibt den Saal 2, da sind 2 so größere Bildtafeln und den Saal 5, da gibt es ein umlaufendes Friesband. In dem Vortrag jetzt möchte ich mich aber nur auf diesen Saal 1 konzentrieren, weil da sind die 3 Wände praktisch vollständig bedeckt mit den Papieren. Im Saal 1 haben die 3 Wände einen sehr unterschiedlichen Erhaltungszustand gehabt. Also die eine Wand, die Wand A, die man hier sieht, hat sehr wenige Stellen aufzuweisen, die schlechte Haftung zur Wand hatten. Es hat sich herausgestellt, dass das 20 Jahre zuvor die Karin Troschke, Professorin, bei der ich studiert habe und die vielleicht auch einige noch hier kennen, dass die diese Wand schon einmal nachgeklebt hat. Wusste ich nicht, habe ich auch erst später erfahren. Die anderen Wände hat sie nicht bearbeitet. Und da sieht man, rot unterlegt sind die Bereiche, die absolut fast keine Haftung mehr zur Wand haben. Also wenn man da so dagegen geklopft hat, dann hat das alles so gewackelt. Ein ähnliches Bild war bei der 3. Wand vom Schadenszustand her. Ansonsten, die Oberfläche war ja dem Alter entsprechend verschmutzt. Es gab zahlreiche alte Retuschen, die nachgedunkelt waren und die hellen Farben waren ziemlich überleimt und haben dadurch so ein Craquelé ausgebildet, vor allem also im Weiß und in den Hauttönen. Daneben gab es noch einige ziemlich gravierende Risse und Platzrisse, die durch das Ganze durchgegangen sind und entsprechend kleine Farbverluste. Und so haben wir ursprünglich ein Konzept entwickelt, das ganz üblich zu sein schien. Also wir wollten nach einer trockenen Reinigung die losen Farbpartien festigen. Und eigentlich war geplant, die gesamte Tapete von den Wänden abzunehmen, den Untergrund zu sanieren, die Tapetenteile in der Werkstatt zu restaurieren und nachher wieder vor Ort zu montieren. Und dann eine Retusche noch durchzuführen, eine abschließende. Aber es sollte ein wenig anders kommen. Zuerst war ein Gerüst vonnöten. Allein das ist schon ein bisschen ein Kunststück gewesen, weil die ganzen Sarkophage und historischen Vitrinen sind im Saal belassen worden, weil die konnte man gar nicht mehr bewegen. Und die Gerüstbaufirma hat sich also sehr ins Zeug gelegt, da ein kleines Stahlwunderwerk hineinzubasteln. Und danach haben wir begonnen, die Oberfläche trocken zu reinigen mit Wallmaster, Latexschwämmen und anderen Radiermitteln. Man sieht 2020, Covid-Zeit, also wir alle, das Team mit Maske. Und danach wollten wir die Tapete von der Wand ablösen, üblicherweise, nachdem sich gezeigt hat, dass die Farben unglaublich wasserfest waren, also sehr stabil waren, wollten wir es befeuchten, wollten den Klebstoff quellen und sie von der Wand abnehmen. Nur das ist überhaupt nicht, hat nicht funktioniert in keinster Weise. Irgendetwas hat die an der Wand zurückgehalten. Und jetzt ein ganz kurzer kleiner Exkurs. Nona näht, also Papier dehnt sich aus, wenn es nass wird. Und wenn es trocknet, zieht sich es wieder zusammen. Und wenn ich jetzt aber Papier an die Wand klebe, dann trocknet natürlich die von der Wand abgewandte Seite zuerst. Was logischerweise dazu führt, vor allem an den Rändern, dass sich das Papier von der Wand wegwölbt. Und das ist das große Problem, mit dem die Kollegen damals so gekämpft haben. Das Papier hat einfach nicht an den Rändern an der Wand gehalten. Noch dazu gab es damals noch keinen geeigneten Kleber, um dieses Problem zu überbrücken. Denn konventioneller Tapetenkleister war erst so ab 1945 erhältlich. Dafür gab es etwas anderes. Die Drahtstifte haben die handgeschmiedeten Nägeln 1870 abgelöst und die Dekorateure hatten billig und Tonnen davon und haben das also leidenschaftlich genutzt in diesem Raum, um dem Problem mit den sich abwölbenden Rändern der Papierflächen Herr zu werden. Und sie hatten sich eine ganze Kette von Maßnahmen überlegt, um das Papier an der Wand zu halten. Und eine der ersten Maßnahmen war, sie haben an allen Außenrändern Leinwandstreifen mit vielen, vielen hundert Nägeln in die Wand geklopft und das Ganze dann mit einem tierischen Leim eingestrichen, um eine gute Klebekraft zu erzielen. Dazu haben sie noch, vor allem bei den waagrecht verlaufenen Papierteilen, oben und unten alle 5 cm ein Loch in den Putz gebohrt, einen Holzdübel eingeschlagen, um dann später Metallbänder mit Nägeln über den Tapeten noch dran zu klopfen und dran zu hämmern. Und überall sonst, wo noch Schnitte und Risse waren, haben sie also viele, viele Nägel eingeschlagen und die dann retuschiert. Wenn wir also jetzt versucht haben, mit Befeuchtung so ein Tapetenstück von der Wand zu bekommen, war das aus entsprechenden Gründen nicht möglich. Also es war eher so ein fakirartiges Nagelbett, das sich da gezeigt hat. So kamen die lockeren Teile von der Wand und entsprechend war die trockene Reinigung, die wir vorher durchgeführt haben, vollkommen umsonst, weil der ganze Raum hat sich binnen 2-3 Stunden in Schutt und Asche verwandelt, so gestaubt hat das Ganze. Und das Zweite, was sich gezeigt hat, durch diese tausenden Nägeln war der Putz, der darunter war, vollkommen zerstört. Es war eigentlich so, dass die Tapete den Putz gehalten hat und nicht der Putz die Tapete und entsprechend sind wir davon abgekommen, den gesamten Raum, die Tapeten von den Wänden abzulösen. Also wir haben nur die allernötigsten und losesten Teile abgenommen und dahinter musste dann der Putz komplett neu aufgebaut und saniert werden, wie man es hier sieht. Danach haben wir das abgeschichtet und mit Archivpapier und Methylcellulose eine Makulatur geklebt. Die Teile, die wir abgenommen haben, sind zu uns in die Werkstatt gekommen und da haben wir eine sehr konventionelle Konservierung vorgenommen. Also von der Rückseite wurden die alten Mehlkleisterreste abgenommen und größere Risse und Fehlstellen haben wir mit Weizenstärkekleister Intarsien geklebt, beziehungsweise die Risse mit Japanpapierstreifen hinterklebt. Von einer vollflächigen Kaschierung haben wir dann abgesehen, weil das Papier an sich schon so steif und dick war, dass wir da nicht noch zusätzliche Stärken aufbauen wollten. Und hier sehen wir dann wieder im Museum bei der Wiedermontage der abgenommenen Teile. Das Papier hat sehr lange gebraucht, um sich zu entspannen. Wir haben es vorgefeuchtet mit Wasser und dann einmal so 15 Minuten weich werden lassen. Danach haben wir es mit Methylcellulose-Kleister, also Methylcellulose-basierten Kleister eingestrichen und dann zu den vorbereiteten Bandteilen getragen und dort wieder aufgebracht. Die Retusche, wie fast immer, war eigentlich dann das herausforderndste und vor allem zeitkonsumierendste. In dem Fall haben wir eine sehr konsequent eigentlich eine Trattreccio-Technik angewendet. Vor allem durch die große Höhe hat sich das angeboten, weil da die einzelnen Strichchen für den Betrachter einfach schön verschwimmen. Und die Herausforderung waren vor allem die alten, nachgedunkelten Retuschen, die so als dunkle Flecken überall zu sehen waren. Da musste man halt versuchen, mit hellen, aufgesetzten Linien ein wenig die Ränder zu verlaufen zu bringen und diese dunklen Stellen für den Betrachter zu integrieren. Das Ganze ist bedingt gelungen, weil wir bei dieser Zeit natürlich immer auf diesem Baugerüst waren und die Lichtbedienungen nicht dem entsprochen haben, wie sie dann später sein werden. Also wie wir dann das Gerüst wurde dann abgebaut und dann sind wir unten in einem großen Saal gestanden und haben hinaufgesehen und haben gemerkt, nein, so ist es nicht so ganz gut. Und die letzten Arbeiten sind dann alle noch von einem Steiger ausgeführt worden. Ja, abschließend kann ich noch bemerken, der Betrachter, der heute hineinkommt, wird wahrscheinlich den Raum nicht viel anders empfinden, als er vor unserer Restaurierung war. Aber ich denke, das ist auch gut so. Es ist in dem Fall eine Restaurierung ohne großen Vorher-Nachher-Effekt, ohne Wow für den Betrachter. Aber ich denke mir, ein solides Beispiel für eine konservatorische Arbeit. Und für mich sicher das größte Papierobjekt, das ich je in Händen gehalten habe. Hier sieht man noch einen Ausschnitt. Und ich darf mich bedanken bei meinem Team. Viele Hände hat es gebraucht, bei der Barbara Amian, beim Cyril Klaas, bei der Eva Ulrich, beim Fabian Seiser, der Jacqueline Schorn und beim großen Retuschekünstler John Rogers. Außerdem hat uns die Frau Direktor Regina Hölzl vom Kunsthistorischen Museum von der Ägyptischen Sammlung sehr nett betreut und auch die Kollegin Vanessa Nowak. Und abschließend darf ich noch bemerken, es gibt eine Publikation vom Kunsthistorischen Museum, ein Buch sogar darüber. Und falls sich jemand interessiert, das ist vor ein paar Wochen herausgekommen. Das kann man auch erwerben. Vielen Dank.
So we still have some time for questions. Anyone?
over there in the center.
Thank you. Moment, in Deutsch, glaube ich, ne?
We can do it in English.
Nehmen in Deutsch.
Gut.
Lene Husung, Historisches Archiv der Stadt Köln. Die Fragmente, die Sie dann in der Werkstatt bearbeitet haben, waren das schon Teile, die sich gelöst hatten im Original, als sie so zugeschnitten waren, oder mussten Sie die nochmal separat raustrennen? Also Sie hatten nichts gesagt, wie die Tapete
Ja, auf das bin ich
ist.
jetzt nicht eingegangen. Die waren schon historisch in vielen Einzelteilen da. Und die Damen und Herren, also vor allem die Herren wahrscheinlich, die das im 19. Jahrhundert montiert haben, die haben sich das schon in handliche Stücke zurechtgeschnitten. Also wir mussten da nichts zusätzlich
Schön für
machen.
Sie, dass Sie da, dass das handlich schon war.
Ja, ja.
Danke.
Right. Frank Maury. Mit die Tausende von Nägellöcher im Papier mussten die alle mit Japanpapier verstärkt oder geschlossen. Und
ja, das habe ich vielleicht jetzt zu wenig betont. Die allermeisten Nägel hat man nicht gesehen. Die haben darunter die Makulatur, auf der die Tapete geklebt hat, an der Wand gehalten. Und auch diese Leinenstreifen und anderen Verstärkungen, das war alles unter der letzten Schicht der Tapete verborgen. Und die Außenränder der originalen Tapetenteile waren mit Hautleim, der noch dazu teilweise mit einem Harz verstärkt war, an diese Nägelteile sozusagen dran geklebt. Das heißt, das, was wir abnehmen mussten, dort mussten wir gar nicht so viele Nagellöcher im Original oben schließen, denn die ganzen Nägel waren in der darunterliegenden Papierschicht.
But you also showed a metal strip.
Yeah, this metal strip was
like
on top
nails.
of everything.
Yeah.
And so it stayed like this. Also diese Metallbänder, die wir abgenommen haben, die haben in der eigentlichen darunter befindlichen Tapete keine Löcher gemacht, weil die haben an einer Schnittstelle, wo zwei Tapeten zusammengestoßen sind, die Außenkanten niedergehalten. Unser Problem war eigentlich hauptsächlich, dass durch diese tausenden Nägel die Putzschicht darunter einfach vollkommen zerstört war. Und überall dort, wo man die Tapete abgenommen hat, hat man von den Ziegeln auf sozusagen alles wieder neu aufbauen müssen. Und das ist bei 240 Quadratmeter im Kunsthistorischen Museum, das will niemand. Ja? Also das ist, allein von der Staubentwicklung will das niemand.
One last question. The cracks that happened in the wallpaper, were they caused by the plaster background?
Partly, ja. Einige Risse waren, weil der Putz schon angefangen hat zum Arbeiten, und andere Risse waren einfach Spannungsrisse, die entstanden sind, weil keine flächige Verklebung mit dem Untergrund mehr da war, sondern nur die Außenränder geklebt haben und dann in der Mitte durch Feuchtigkeitsschwankungen einfach Risse entstanden sind.
No? Any other question? Got 4 more minutes, and I think we've got to wait so that we are at the same time with the hall too. In the meantime, thank you very much, Marcus, for your compelling presentation.
Our next talk is called Not Just Another Day in Conservation, the Folger Under Construction. It's going to be a double act from Adrienne Perl and Renate Messner. Please join me on the podium.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Again, it's me. Thank you for having us, Adrian and me, at this 15th IADA Congress. Adrian and I would like to present highlights and selected experiences from our multi-year renovation project at the Folger Shakespeare Library in Washington, D.C. We will be focusing on conservation and preservation-related points and hope to share some helpful information should you ever need to close for a renovation. We will tell you a bit about the Folger and how we prepared for such a big undertaking in a small institution. We will be touching on key points such as the building, risk management, how to move a collection of 250,000 items, how we planned for sustainable preservation climate, how we kept working on a construction site, and the fun things we didn't expect were accounted for. Henry Clay Folger and his wife, Emily Jordan Folger, established the Folger Shakespeare Library as a gift to the American people after decades of assembling the world's largest collection of Shakespeare materials. The building, designed by the French-born Paul Philip Cray, opened to the public in 1932 on Capitol Hill. In January 2020, the building closed to the public to undergo a major renovation to expand public space, improve accessibility, and enhance the visitor experience. However, not only did the building close for this major construction, but it also closed to staff due to a worldwide pandemic. The Folger's renovated building now includes entrances accessible to all, 2 new exhibition galleries, 82 first folios on permanent display very soon, and a learning lab. In addition, the former exhibition gallery, known as the Great Hall, will be a public multi-use space to meet and relax with a cafe, and rumors are at some point with a bar in it. Other improvements included additional compact shelving in the storage walls, new air handlers for over 50% of the building spaces, fire detection and suppression system updates, repurposing 1 reading room as a staff workspace, and the creation of new conference rooms available to researchers and staff alike. Long before the renovation started, possible risks to the building and collections during the construction were discussed by a committee, including operations, facilities, conservation and preservation, collections, theater staff, and directors. I was tasked to do the risk management for the collections. And you all know conservators do risk management all the time, just not often on a scale like this one. I had to learn not only to ask the right questions, I had to get used to being comfortable asking often basic questions in a room full of engineers and directors, how to analyze the pros and cons, how to relate consequences while considering budgetary impact and timelines to identify what would be best for the collections and Folger overall. Well, let's get an idea what the construction actually entailed. In this image, you can see that an area the length of a DC street block below the building and plinth was excavated. The Great Hall, our former exhibition gallery, as seen in the image on the left, with historic wooden paneling, historic decorative tile flooring, and historic stucco ceiling, is right above that large excavation. The historic reading room on the right, with its approximately 5 by 8 meter large stained glass window depicting the 7 ages of man, highly decorative wooden ceiling, and several paintings and tapestries, is located next to the Great Hall on the same floor. Both rooms are considered part of the collections. The Folger counts 6 major collection storage areas for its 250,000 collection items. 5 of those storage spaces are 2 and 3 floors underground, and 1 is part of the historic reading room. In 2004, the stationary shelving on the west side in our largest rare material storage space was replaced with compact shelving. 20 years later, we outgrew the added space, and more compact shelving was added on the east side as well. In all these storage areas, ceilings were removed, pipes and ducts exchanged, metal shelving cut down, new fire detection and suppression systems installed, and much more. Could construction work be done without moving the collections? And could the 82 first folios safely be on permanent display? Those were the 2 major questions we needed to answer. Remember from the slide before, risk is the possibility of something bad happening. We just don't know what that might be and when it might happen. So worst-case scenarios were considered. We focused on 3 categories of disaster. Water, pipes easily burst during a renovation. Fire, hot work was happening in numerous spaces throughout the building. Mechanical damage, drilling, tearing out ceilings and walls next to rare material. I can't stress enough the fact about the enormous amount of dust that is produced during a renovation like this one. And I will say, the construction company assured us that dust would not be a problem. Trust me, it was. The committee went in circles weighing the information given to find a solution which would balance risk and still align with the Folger overall goals and timelines. Where could we control and minimize the risks? Moving 250,000 items is not inexpensive, and the budget mattered greatly. Even moving only half of the collection was not really an option because there was no swing space available to shift things around. After months of analyzing, we concluded that the risk of keeping the collections on site was greater than the risk associated with moving it. Once we made that decision, we needed to prepare for the move. Were items in a condition to be safely packed and moved? How would we inventory everything? What would a transport look like? What type of security was needed to pack, to move, and to transport the collections? What about the climate on the truck? What about roads, routes, and weather? Not all items were in good condition to be packed. Before the move, conservation made as many preservation enclosures as possible. Unfortunately, we ran out of time, also thanks to COVID, and we changed to simpler ways. A quick but sufficient tissue paper wrapper was designed to stabilize and protect fragile bindings. You see that on the very left. In the future, this tissue wrapper will be an indicator that the book needs treatment. While conservation was made housings, our cataloging department barcoded every item in the collection. Yes, the Folger did not have scannable barcodes for the rare items until then, but now we do. 250,000 barcodes were paired with an item in record time. We worked very closely with a moving company to develop safe handling and packing procedures. Books were pulled, sorted, and packed by size. In the future, we will be storing by height and saving storage space and making the books safer on the shelves. Every item was scanned, packed into a box, and transported on specially designed carts. Stacking boxes on pallets was not an option due to the risk of boxes collapsing. We worked with DocuSafe, a disaster preparedness and recovery company, to analyze our procedures and flag weak areas in the processes, including truck routes, weather, and security. With their help, we created an extremely helpful checklist to guide us through this move. Here are a few highlights that I want to point out. The day before every transport, we calculated the temperature settings for the truck using weather forecast to ensure a stable relative humidity during the transport. Data loggers on the cards helped us to learn if our calculated settings were correct. A GPS tracker allowed Folger staff to follow the truck in real time. Folger staff ensured that boxes and carts were secured, truck doors were sealed, and everything was documented with pictures before the truck could depart. I would also like to touch on the new fire detection and suppression systems which were installed in the storage areas. All storage areas but one had traditional fire detectors and VESTA sensors which had been installed in 2017. VESTA allows extremely early detection with the opportunity to program it to specific sensitivities and response times. The fire suppression system in all storage areas but one was the halon clean agent, which is recognized as a substance contributing to the depletion of the ozone layer. So the Folger made the decision to replace the existing halon system with Novak 1230. Clean agents work best in small and well-sealed spaces. Therefore, Novak 1230 was installed as the first line of protection to suppress small fires. Could a fire not be stopped by the clean agent, the second trigger would be a double interlock pre-action system. One unexpected challenge we faced installing the new fire suppression system was that a 46-centimeter clearance to the top of the shelving was required. This meant that a great number of the existing shelving needed to be shortened. However, by adding new compact shelving and storing books by height, we gained 578 meters overall. We are excited to have the two suppression systems in place, offering greater peace of mind in case of a fire. As mentioned before, the Folger owns 82 first folios out of 237, I believe, remaining worldwide. The first folio has always been an attraction to researchers and book collectors. However, the general public is not as familiar with it. The first folio was printed in 1623 and contains 36 of Shakespeare's plays. What is so special about that? It is the first book printed in folio format containing only plays, and most importantly, we would not know half of those plays otherwise. For example, Macbeth or Romeo and Juliet. Folger director Mike Whitmore envisioned having all 82 first folios available to the public on display in the new Folger North Gallery. With this vision, the first folio will be placed on shelves, spine facing out, as shown in this slide. In front of the large case, two first folios will be displayed, opened in a vitrine. There are obvious risks having all 82 of the most valuable items in one case. Environmental conditions, fire, water, security, and light exposure, and the difference between visible storage and permanent display were discussed early on. Visible storage versus permanent display. Environmental and security requirements might be the same for both, but the lighting in an exhibition display is generally very different from a storage environment. We are still working on the final details about lighting the 82 books and their light budgets as well. This large, as you see in the picture, 6.5 meter long and 2 meter high, not yet finished exhibition display case will have its own HVAC system to control temperature and humidity to the same conditions as in other collection storage vaults, and performs at a roughly air exchange rate of 0.5 per day. The case will be outfitted with VESTA detection and the Novak 1230 fire suppression system. Access to the case will be extremely restricted. It will take more than one person to access and retrieve a first folio. Did I mention that the first folios will still be available to scholars for research and will be pulled from the case for that purpose? Is it storage or display?
Our renovation included the replacement of most of the air handlers serving collection spaces. Research shows short-term fluctuations are not felt by most composite materials on shelves, so we decided to allow a range for temperature and RH rather than set points. Linden Preservation Services helped us establish 3 climate ranges: permanent storage, temporary storage, and gallery staff and collections use. For our set points, we used the Image Permanence Institute's research about sustainable preservation environments based on dew point. By programming our air handlers to deliver air at a set dew point and within our temperature range, the unit determines what needs to be done about the RH, allowing the air handlers to operate as efficiently as possible, translating into energy savings. Whoop, wrong way. The Folger faced challenges maintaining the building's climate due to some unexpected news we received in April of 2021, when we were told that steam for the reheats in the building would be shut down for 8 months. With rare materials still on site for Folger staff to work on, facilities and conservation immediately decided on climate control options using dehumidifiers and spot coolers until steam came back. Winter showed up with no signs of steam. We swapped dehumidifiers for humidifiers and spot coolers for space heaters. In May 2022, chilled water for the building's cooling coils was cut off, turning our air handlers into fans. We now had dehumidifiers, humidifiers, spot coolers, and space heaters spread throughout the building. This was life until March 2023, when steam and chilled water finally returned. Conservation has a very strong working relationship with facilities. Together, we worked through reasonable climate expectations for current collection spaces based on the equipment available, and agreed to a larger temperature range than usual, creating more options for stable relative humidity. We set an upper cap of 24 degrees Celsius, and we hope to keep the RH between 35% and 65%. Wireless sensors installed in conservation allowed us to see the real-time climate where rare collection items were kept. The remainder of the building was monitored by our PEM2 loggers, which were regularly downloaded until the wireless system was expanded. Conservation and its vaults are usually very well-secured areas. We changed security protocols and kept doors open in the space in order to avoid creating microclimates. Security and facilities personnel were given full access to monitor and maintain the climate control equipment and checked the spaces more frequently. The graph on the slide shows things were not perfect, but fluctuations were short and mostly within the agreed-upon range. From April 2021 to March 2023, the Conservation Lab had 3 dehumidifiers, 3 spot coolers, 3 heaters, and our 3 permanent lab-wide humidifiers in use as needed. Managing all these pieces of equipment designed to do the exact opposite of each other was a juggling act that sometimes failed. The humidifiers and dehumidifiers liked to work against each other. Spot coolers dropped the RH slightly, but that might have been due to how warm they got the space. The large spot cooler in the main lab required 2 glass panes be removed from interior walls, allowing the flexible ducting to cross a hallway, enter another office, and exhaust out a window. Another spot cooler was ducted to an elephant trunk extractor. All this climate control equipment was extremely noisy, in addition to being a trip hazard throughout the lab. Conservators still worked on treatments, had meetings, took Zoom calls, and that doesn't even include the several months' worth of fire alarm testing. Even while we focused on climate and helped move most of our collections off-site, we still managed our normal responsibilities. The remaining materials on-site were waiting for treatment, although this was usually interrupted by considerable lengths of time when we were not allowed on-site due to power, water outages, egress, and other restrictions. Even with the collections being off-site and us not being able to lay eyes or hands on the items, we still managed to plan for future exhibits and gallery spaces, prepare and courier multiple outgoing loans, and put a first folio on exhibit at a local public library. Despite all this craziness, we made time to improve on the foam book wedges that our researchers regularly built into towers. We designed custom book supports in 3 sizes that can be stored flat and weights to use with them that reuse exhibition fabrics. We brought samples of these if anyone wants to see them in person. We also designed new bookends that support the height and width of books in each size range. For more information about our redesigned book display cradles, please see Renata's presentation tomorrow. It's all about that base. And we hired 3 new conservators who all started in October of 2022, I beg your pardon. When spaces are not occupied and HVAC systems are down, bad things can happen. We had multiple instances of water damage, and mold temporarily closed one office. Halfway through the renovation, all the books and bookshelves in the historic reading room were vacuumed and covered. After construction ended, conservation cleaned the decorative woodwork and took down and cleaned the 4 tapestries left on display. None of this was done initially because, as Renata's already mentioned, we were told dust would not be a problem. This, unfortunately, was incorrect. The renovation brought several fun surprises as well. We discovered wallpaper made from 1929 wood blocks during a wall teardown. We learned how to clean a marble statue. And we got to help artist Anke Newman install a beautiful paper and light sculpture. So our takeaways. Plan. Plan as much in advance as you can. Give yourself time and simply imagine the unimaginable, like a worldwide pandemic. Communicate, clear and transparent. Make sure the message received is what you meant. Trust others to do their job, but don't trust blindly. Trust yourself as well. You have to convince others that you need to be involved. Make friends. Having a disagreement is much easier with someone who knows and likes you. People will tell you what you want to hear, or that everything is possible, but you know that's not always true. Conservators have a wide knowledge, a great attention to detail, and a good sense of risk. What you know matters in this process. There will be times when you must speak up, even if you are extremely uncomfortable. Don't forget to have fun. Be flexible. Others will try their best as well, but for sure, things will not go according to plan. And if you want to share your experience, 20 minutes are not enough. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Any question? One in the center and one over there.
Marlene Husung, Historic Archive of Cologne. Which database do you use to manage the barcodes? So is it Excel or is it someone only for you? And which information are in there?
They're scanned into tin.
Yes, so the barcodes are assigned to each item in our catalog program, which is called TIND. We originally had Voyager when we started, and we migrated all of it into TIND during our closure.
But we did have Excel spreadsheets for the move, for example. So we were able to know exactly what was on one truck.
Sorry, you were saying that you have applied barcodes on manuscript. Where exactly did you place them?
On flags.
Question.
All of the barcodes are on flags, which are tucked into the back of the book. They are between the backboard and the back end papers. So nothing is physically stuck to the book.
Just gave Frank a heart attack.
For items that we could not tuck a flag into, they were affixed to a piece of cardstock and had a string tied around them, and that was looped through whatever handy portion of the artifact we could loop it through. That you actually saw that box full of barcodes in that one slide, and those are the ones that are put on objects, not on books.
Hi, Teresa Meskett. I also worked at Moderna Museet in Stockholm, so moves like this are really interesting. You mentioned that you collaborated with a transport company on the logistics of your move, and that's really amazing that you were able to do that. One thing I didn't catch, or maybe you didn't mention it, was the system you had for the receiving end. Once you got everything packed and on the truck, what was your protocol for checking in things, and you know, how far did you go once you were in your new storage area with that move?
So in the beginning, we thought we're going to be on the front end and the back end, but that was cut down really quickly because it was just way too expensive and too much work, and we didn't have enough staff. And it was, remember, we did this right in the beginning of COVID. So we had to trust the moving company to, on the other end, scan the things in right away when they arrived. And we knew exactly where things were. We double-checked. We knew which shelf. We checked. Adrian and I went to the storage facilities, and it all went very well. And I want to say the storage facilities were climatized.
Sorry, I have to ask a question.
Of course.
You're telling us all these wonderful things that happened. You must have stories of things that didn't go right, that something fell or something broke or something got lost. And I know from the collection that they're, with your barcoding, just curious, were you able to find missing items, or have you been able to, did you discover further the 7 or so odd objects that I know that were listed as having gone awry or lost or stolen?
What are you looking for, Frank?
Just some more stories, obviously. It's a fond memory of what you guys went through and having gone through it multiple times as well.
Right, may I answer that?
Sure.
I appreciate you asking. So when you give a talk like this, you are still a representative of the institution. There is, of course, things that happen that we would have liked to do differently, but to answer your question, I'm not aware of anything that broke. I can say that. And what else did you ask? Did we find something? No, we did not find those few missing items. We had one day a box appeared, and one of the catalogers, she started, yay, it's it, but it wasn't. So.
I have another question. You mentioned about the permanent display. Can you expand a little bit? How permanent is it? Is it like a plan of 5 years, 10 years? And I know you mentioned about light levels, but are you considering also the length of a book that is open anyway for n numbers of years?
How am I going to answer that? All right. If it was up to me, it would be on invisible storage, where we could turn off the lights, but that was decided is not going to be the case for the moment. So my colleagues, we measured, and we are dimming it down as much as we can. We will start with the lights on during the opening hours at all times, but we will hopefully at some point come to a on and off scenario where we can really cut down on the light budget, because calculations have shown that we can't leave them on too long. So it's a little bit, we have to work with the vision the Folger has, and as conservators, of course, I would like to be, or we all would like to see them in the dark, but Carolina, we will see. We'll tell you more next time. Thank you.
One other thing that I think wasn't entirely clear, the two books, the two first folios that are to be displayed open in the case in front of the vault, those are rotating. Those are not permanently on display. So those will come off, new ones. Pages will be turned. So that's, the actual printing inks are not permanently on display to the same page all of the time.
Okay, thank you. Any other question? No. Okay, thank you so much. And no, sorry. Our last presentation is held by Fenna Yola-Tinkwer, and she will talk about preventing insect infestation, freezing archival paper documents. Welcome.
Thank you very much to the IADA for the invitation and being here, and for you being here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the last speaker, and it brings me to the last presentation of the day. I promise as brief as possible, and I would like to comment on these following 4 aspects. I will start with a description of the initial situation, records that are no longer needed by Hamburg authorities and other institutions and whose retention periods have ended are offered to the Hamburg State Archive. After evaluation by the responsible archivist, a so-called delivery list is drawn up by the State Archive. After agreeing on delivery date, the documents worthy of archiving are packed by the submitting agency and delivered to the State Archive. In 2021, monitoring revealed a low triple-digit number of grey silverfish and other paper, respectively leather and textile pests, in both in our magazines and our office spaces. So we decided to optimize the freezing process and include other cellulose materials like copy, toilet, and sanitary paper. And it was agreed to increase the frequency of cleaning of our magazines. And the Hamburg State Archive uses a professional cold storage cell to freeze archival materials out of cellulose. Freezing becomes an active part of the integrated pest management, and the deep freezing of archival records serves to kill any insects that may be present, especially paper pests. It is an important preventive measure in the delivery process and serves to protect entire collection. The acceptance of deliveries and other archival materials is uniformly documented by means of a checklist. My colleagues have the opportunity to record the contents of the delivery or its types of archival documents, formats, and chronological dating in more detail. When accepting deliveries, they check whether conspicuous features such as active mold infestations and other damages could be detected. Meanwhile, the reusable containers are filled with papers, files, books, and moisture-absorbed material. A measurement of the object humidity is carried out. For this purpose, at least 3 measurements shall be carried out on random samples. The results are to be documented. If the moisture content of the object exceeds 12 volume %, the conservation and restoration team must be informed immediately so that further action can be accorded. In addition, the climate value in the delivery zone will be checked and documented. The cold storage reaches a minimum of minus 23 degrees Celsius. Then the boxes are placed in the cold store. Inside plastic containers, the core temperature of the objects normally falls down to the upper limit of 20 degrees Celsius for lethal use after 4 hours. This should ensure the killing effect of eggs, larvae, pupae, and adults of the gray silverfish. This treatment period is significantly shorter than that given in the current literature. It is based on the findings presented by Judith Wagner, together with Pascal Querner and Andrea Pataki-Hund, on 21 September 2021 in the lecture Comparison of 3 treatment methods for archive material against the gray silverfish at the online conference Pest Odyssey in 2021. The basis for the lecture was a master thesis by Judith Wagner at the Technical University at Cologne in 2021, in which Wagner was able to show that it is not necessary to create a core temperature of minus 20 degrees Celsius for archival material in advance. She presented a cold treatment of archival material in simple cardboard boxes with slip-on lids, in which a temperature of below 0 degrees Celsius was reached in the box within only 3 hours and maintained for at least 12 hours. According to her, this treatment was sufficient to kill eggs, nymphs, as well as adult paperfish. However, she announced that more research would be done to further validate the results. Therefore, to be on the safe side, the cold treatment at the Hamburg State Archive is still 24 hours for the time being, with the core temperature at minus 20 degrees Celsius being maintained for 12 hours. The experimentally determined procedure for freezing archival materials guarantees that the supercooling point of minus 80 degrees Celsius is maintained for at least 12 hours. After 24 hours, the boxes get out of the freezing cell and the passive acclimatization process will start in a non-air conditioned room for another 24 hours. Again, a measurement of the object's humidity is carried out. If the moisture content of the object is under 12 volumina %, it is possible to unpack every container. It is possible to store the archival material. After changing the cleaning routine and working with new freezing process, it was possible to reduce the amount of detected gray silverfish. Even the archival material that showed a pest infestation in 2021 was treated again. And this despite the fact that we are currently even using a slightly increased number of sticky traps. Therefore, we are cautiously optimistic that the measures can lead to a manageable number of paper pests in the long term. My last point to the process optimization. We always try to fill the chamber to the maximum. This means that we make greater logistical effort to coordinate deliveries from the various authorities. And partly, we use quarantine areas separated with double-sided tape on the ground and wait until enough archival material has been collected. And we bought enough containers for 2 full freezing circles. Finally, we are trying to ensure that consumption is included in our CO2 balancing report. Here we try to document the consumption of coolant and electricity and include it in the CO2 balance of our building. So thank you for your attention. For further questions, I'm open, and if you want, try to ask something. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any question? Right at the end, on the back, far.
Thank you. Marie Kern of the State Academy of Fine Arts in Stuttgart, the paper conservation course. Just a very quick question, hoping to pick your brain for your experience. You mentioned having a quarantine area for potential contaminated archival materials with double-sided tape. I'm just curious, which brand of tape do you use?
It's an information I can give you in a private message. It's possible, but I can say it here in the public. So please just write me an email and I will tell you which kind. It was a tip from another colleague from the LVR in Germany. No problem.
Hello, I'm Konstantina from Natural History Museum. I was wondering whether you were able to identify which type of silverfish you caught in your traps. Was it Lepisma saccharina or was it the new type that is sort of resistant to different RH conditions?
I have the help of the colleague. It's a colleague and he is entomologist, and so that's the point. He has a doctor in biology and helped me to identify the trapped silverfishes.
Did he give you the exact name of the silverfish?
Yes. I know that there's sometimes different names of the fishes are used, but that's something I trust him. That's not on my point to go further into the biology. Okay. I think so. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Thank you very much.
I've got a question. Me?
Chair. It's so...
You mentioned that you process around 300 shelved meters of archive every year, but maybe you haven't seen how many people are working towards this processing, because it seems like a major work. So,
just 2 people.
So it's 2 people. Are these conservators, cataloger? Who are they?
No, they are not the conservators. They are just working in the archive. One from them, there was something like a school, but we work together. We are a team, and I think our goal is that we all talk about problems and we talk about the process, and so we are dealing to go on and to be better after knowing what is going wrong. So that's the point.
So far it's sustainable if you process 2 people processing 300 meters every year, but then if it gets a little bit bigger, then you do have a problem.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No one?
It's hard to see someone. Yeah.
Over there? Yeah.
I see there's someone.
Hi. You said that you froze all the cellulose-containing materials in the archive, including tissue paper?
It's not a tissue paper, it's a thin cardboard. It's a 2 millimeter thick cardboard, and it's very heavy, and it's nothing for long contact for object, because it's not stable for the, and we use it just for this process, or sometimes for drying, as a drying stacked in a stable between polyester sheets. I think you know it. It's called, in German, it's Finnpappe.
There was a photo at the beginning,
yes,
with like toilet paper,
yeah,
and absorbent papers.
For the toilet paper, it is possible to use the package of the manufacturer, and we don't open it, and we can put it into our freezer without any extra package. It's closed in a plastic foil, so it's possible to freeze it without any extra package.
But the question was, why was that frozen?
We know that paper fishes are loving toilet paper and copy paper, so we don't know where the manufacturer stored it. So we do it because we want to prevent any manifestation from these materials.
So every paper that comes in is frozen before use?
Sometimes I think so, but there are many papers which I can't freeze. So we focus on the problem papers, and these are copy paper and toilet and handkerchief paper.
Okay, thank you.
Hallo, Anna Wippes, Universitätsbibliothek Leipzig. I have a question about, if I understood correctly, you said the office was also problematic with the insects inside. Does it mean you freeze everything in the archive, including things that are there, or?
Yes, also last week we talked about it, and we saw that many of our archivists stored archival papers for a long time in their office. And sometimes we had the problem that they are there eating and drinking just because of COVID. Everyone is only allowed to make the pause in the own office. And so in the office are drinks and cakes and cookies. And we know from the talk to other colleagues that they have paperfish in their offices. So we start to tell the people that when they want to overgo the freezer, they have to install traps, and we change the traps just 4 times a year. And it's on me to have the appointment with our colleague from the biology to say, okay, it's a dangerous pest or not. So we try to install a new system of safety for our archival material. It's hard sometimes because everyone said it's just a short time when the archival material is in my office. But in the end, it's easier for us to prevent a manifestation than to react on a manifestation in the archive.
Okay, thank you.
Petra Buchschuster, Stuttgart. I understand you have a big collection, and how did you manage it that the non-frozen parts did not recontaminate the frozen parts of the collection?
Nowadays, I have the luck that we, in most cases, I think to 95%, we only have paper-based materials. But we have a workflow, and there we say, okay, when we have something that we can't freeze, it have to stay in quarantine for 2 weeks, and we control it every day, and we have the double-sided tape around the pallet, and we have 2 traps, just glue traps, on and under the pallet. And afterwards, when we see that there's nothing, then it's allowed to take it to the magazine.
Okay, so if there are no other questions, I think we end this session. Thank you very much to all the speakers, you for coming. Just a final note, please remember to bring back the headset. The translator is not coming around the city with you, so there's no point for you taking it home, so please bring it back. Tomorrow, the doors open at 8, and the first presentation starts at 8:30, so don't go to bed too late, because you're going to miss out tomorrow morning. So good night, and see you tomorrow.